8:02 a.m. and the Budget Committee is called to order. Today's date is Tuesday, March 16th, 2021. Ms. Hayes, will you please call roll?
Councilman Canale, Councilman Carlisle, Councilman Cadet.
Board is here.
Thank you, Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Councilwoman Johnson.
Present.
Councilman Jones.
Here.
Councilwoman Logan. Councilwoman Robinson. Councilman Smiley. Councilwoman Swearingen.
Present.
Councilman Warren. And Chair Morgan.
Here. Okay, we have 3 items on today's agenda, and I don't see Councilman Smiley here for this first item or the second item. So if possible, why don't we go ahead and go to agenda item number 3, which is update on the pivot program that was requested by Councilman Logan. Is anybody here to speak on that program? Bueller? Okay. Maybe 8 a.m. is a little too early for everybody this morning with daylight savings. We'll go back to agenda item number 1 and come back to the presentation later. Staff, can we figure out who is supposed to present for agenda item 3 and make sure that they're online in the near future? Agenda item number 1 is a resolution asking the City of Memphis to adopt and fund the Black Church Mobile Vaccine Site Program, all council districts. Do I have a motion on this?
Move it forward.
Jones, second.
Okay. Any comments or discussions on this item?
Nope.
Anything from the administration? Okay, seeing none, we'll move to a voice vote. Ms. Hayes, will you please call roll or call the roll call vote?
Councilman Canale. Councilman Carlisle. Councilman Carlisle. Councilman Colbert.
Aye.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Forward, yes.
Councilwoman Johnson.
Yes.
Councilman Jones.
Aye.
Councilwoman Logan. Councilwoman Robinson. Councilman Smiley. Councilwoman Swearingen.
Aye.
Councilman Warren. And Chair Morgan.
Yes. Okay, that item receives a favorable recommendation. And Councilman Smiley, is there a request for same night minutes on that? I don't have it on the agenda.
Yes.
Okay. Without objection, we'll have that on tonight's agenda with a favorable recommendation. Agenda item number 2 is the discussion regarding Memphis City Council Community Grant Program, FY 2021 Council Grant Program, all council districts. And this was requested by Councilman Jones and Councilman Smiley. So for discussion purposes, Councilman Jones or Smiley, I turn the floor over to y'all.
I'll move it.
Johnson, second.
I'm sorry, I had this down as a discussion. Do we have an item in front of us to move? In terms of language?
There is a copy of the resolution that's in the council packet.
Okay. Is that same as the copy is that the same as the resolution that's already on the floor for the main meeting?
It
the
is.
agenda for the main meeting? Okay.
It is.
Okay, well, either way, it's been moved and probably seconded, or we're just going to go ahead and have a discussion about it. Councilman Jones, kick it to you to lead us off here.
Okay, colleagues, this is, we had quite a robust discussion about the grant program that the council has had in place for some time. And because it's not anything that we have by ordinance, it is required that we introduce it on an annual basis by resolution. And so that's what this resolution seeks to do. But one difference from last year, if you recall, based upon uncertain revenue projections, we reduced it by 25%. What this does, this takes it back to the original level of $2.6 million.
All right. Any council members in the queue wishing to speak on this? We have quite a bit of discussion on this item usually. All right, Councilman Johnson.
Thank you. I'm looking, whoever's thank you, Chair. Councilman Jones, can you get the person who's controlling the screen to come down to see if they made any additions in regards to some changes we made in regards to the 30% requirement in regards to the maximum grant amount? We talked about it yesterday, and I was thinking that's not it.
This is one is, give me just a minute to get that pulled up.
Okay.
If you give us one moment, we'll get that document.
Yeah, so it's in the last sentence of the eligibility section where it says the Memphis City Council will not accept financial requests that exceed more than 30% of total operating budget.
Correct.
And I think there was a request that be the previous year's operating budget, not the anticipated operating budget of the coming year. Is that correct?
Correct. I think we used the word recent.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Recent is not in there. Councilman Jones, would you consider that a friendly amendment in terms of that 30%? Because I think, the problem is we have some very wonderful and aspirational nonprofits who say, this year we're going to raise $2 million and we'd love for the council to supply 100,000 of that. When we go, no big deal, that's 5%. But then we realize every previous year they've only ever raised, 200 or 250,000. So it would be based on the previous year's operating budget in terms of eligibility.
Yes, I would accept that as a friendly amendment.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
Chairman
Thank
Morgan,
you.
that document is coming right up. There are actually two little small tweaks, one in the eligibility and another one in the application review, which just says it's a notice to the public that we will be looking at the IRS information, that all the information sent in will be verified.
Okay. Under the application review section?
Yes.
Okay. Any other comments or questions from council members?
Thank you, Chair.
All right, this is already on the floor with a favorable recommendation for tonight's agenda. So I don't know if there's any need for a revote in committee on it, unless anybody would request a revote. And seeing no one else in the queue, I think we're good to move on to agenda item number 3. Is that all right with everybody? All right, hearing no objection. Agenda item number 3 is an update on the pivot program requested by Councilman Logan. Councilman Logan, if you'd like to introduce this, or we can just go straight into the presentation.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, everyone. I just would like to have an update. It's been some time now since I introduced this to make certain that those that are being challenged in our community that have been challenged through COVID and needed their job may have closed down. They may have needed to just pivot to another career, one that was going to move forward and thrive as we move forward, as we were back to business. And so with this assistance, it would have given a large population, large sector of our population a leg up, a hand up to look at another career, whether they were seniors or just needing to move to another industry. So we're looking forward to hearing the update and making certain that we go ahead and get this out to the folks in the community. And I appreciate Chief Ford for her diligence in working on this and making sure it comes to fruition, and just looking forward to it getting to the people. Thank you.
All right. Chief Ford, are you going to be presenting?
Yes, I just wanted, sorry. Good morning, council members. Shirley Ford, Chief Financial Officer, 5343 Mason Road, Memphis, Tennessee, 38120. Good morning, council members. Just kind of a brief update. This is one of those programs that was originally intended to be through our CARES programming. And because of some changes of what used to be Workforce Investment Network is now developed into a different entity called Workforce Mid-South, Inc. There was a little bit of changes in terms of the fiscal agent from the original resolution, as Councilman Logan said, way back at the end of May. So this is one that's taken us some time to get together. I would like to tell you that all the contract has been signed by Workforce Mid-South, Inc. It is in process. It is actually in legal and on the mayor's desk today. So we will be pushing this on through. But this is just a very short, brief kind of summary of what this program is, and following the original intent of the program that was approved by council. And really, I guess, Lakivia, if you're controlling, if we could just skip to page 4. This is like a 4-page document that can be emailed to each of you, but if we could just skip to page 4, it kind of talks about exactly what the program is and how Memphis is involved in that. And just as a reminder, this was $500,000, and here's the statement of work. That basically Workforce Mid-South serves as the administrative entity for the Greater Memphis Local Workforce Board, which many of you might remember used to be in a form called Workforce Investment Network. It was when first with the city and then moved to the county. So it's undergone some changes itself. But the services that they provide include assessments, career planning, and job search assistance. And this Councilwoman Logan brought this before you originally just to try to help people who were in particular situations and in transition through this program. And, we do know that we have taken some economic hits in our job market related to COVID, and obviously post-COVID is what we are working in right now. But this program is particularly to help low-skilled, low-income workers who are by and large probably some of the most affected by job loss. And this is to help them assess occupational skills and training to reinsure reconnection into their labor workforce. So just, I know it's kind of taken us some time. That doesn't normally go because we had to kind of re-engineer the program just a little bit from its original intent and ensure that the fiscal agent that was intended was accepting of the work. Ms. Gaia, who is at Mid-South Workforce Mid-South, Inc., is very, very excited about this program, and they are ready to start the moment the money hits the door, which we hope to be this week. And that's really all I have, Councilman Logan, unless you have any questions or comments as follow-up.
Yes, I do. Chairman, I'd like to be acknowledged. Have a question.
Councilman Logan, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief Ford. I want to know, what is the plan on introducing it to the community? How will that be handled?
I do not have all of that information, Councilman Logan. We can ask Ms. Goyette to come and make a presentation about how she's going to move that through. Obviously, any communication channels that we have available to us, we will extend out our website, any kind of community communication. I know we do a lot on our local community networks, and so we'll be glad to get that information out and help with that communication as much as possible.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, that's all I had. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments or questions from council members? All right, seeing none. Any other business to be had for this committee? All right, seeing none. It's a quiet, quiet first committee meeting. We're adjourned, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
sure we get started before my walkie-talkie goes off. So good morning, City of Memphis and colleagues. The Public Services, Art, Youth Initiatives, Libraries, and Neighborhoods Committee to order. Bryson, can you?
Councilman Canale. Councilman Carlisle.
Present.
Councilman Colvette. Councilman Ford.
Present.
Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Jones. Councilwoman Logan. Thank you, sir. Councilwoman Logan. Councilman Morgan.
Here.
Councilwoman Robinson. Councilman Smiley. Councilwoman Swearingen.
Present.
Thank you. Councilman Warren. Chair Easter Thomas.
Good morning.
I'm present. Councilwoman Logan.
Johnson present.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bryson, did we get everyone?
Yes, ma'am.
I couldn't hear you. Come again.
We're ready
Yes.
to begin.
Okay. So there is one item on the agenda this morning, discussion on the retail sale of dogs and cats, Ordinance 5777. All council districts requested by Councilman Jones. An ordinance of the City of Memphis, Code of Ordinances to amend Chapter 5, Animals and Fowl, to create Article 5 to restrict the retail sale of dogs and cats at pet stores. So this is just a discussion, is what this item agenda says. So I just want to precursor and say that we're going to make sure to keep the discussion focused and concise, and making sure that it's on the matter at hand specifically. So Councilman Jones, would you like to go ahead and introduce your discussion item?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. Colleagues, so often when we are presented with an ordinance or resolution, we are only presented with one particular version thereof. And so what we were looking at, what we were asked to do, was just an outright ban on the retail sale of dogs and cats. And so what I'd hope to do, and what, if you haven't received it yet, we will have it downstairs today, is what would be I don't know whether logistically it would be in the form of a substitute motion, but instead of having an outright prohibition, I would like to suggest to the council that we consider a permitting process. You know, I liken it to the whole, at one point we did have prohibition here in the United States, but prohibition was lifted, and what we have now is more so a permitting process. So what would be the spirit of it would be a permitting process where organizations that would look to have the retail sale of dogs and cats would be in a regulated environment, would be a permitting process. And instead of having an outright ban, we would govern and regulate those sales. Now, you may not have it already, but if it's the will of the council, I can read what is going to be a draft, just requiring a few more revisions. Or Meredith, if you're listening, if you could email that out, but it's okay. Here it is in front of us. Wait, is that it? Yes. So the language is this is the language that I would propose that we use to have a permitting process versus a prohibition process. And what I'll do, I won't read the definitions, but I'll start with the restriction of the sale of dogs and cats. Number 1, section 2. No pet store shall sell, deliver, offer for sale, barter, auction, give away, or otherwise transfer, dispose of dogs or cats unless permitted to by the city of Memphis. An owner, manager, or employee of a pet store may not knowingly display, offer for sale, deliver, barter, auction, broker, give away, transfer, or sell any live dog from a pet store to a person unless the dog and cat was obtained from one of the following sources: an animal rescue organization, an animal shelter, a wholesaler, provided that the wholesaler originally obtained the cat or dog from a qualified breeder and a qualified breeder. Number 3, an auction manager, an owner, manager, or an employee of a pet store should not knowingly sell, deliver, or barter, auction, broker, give away, or transfer any of the following: a dog or cat that is less than 8 weeks old, dog or cat without a certificate of veterinarian inspection signed by a veterinarian, a dog or cat that does not have a permanent implanted identification microchip that is approved for use by the Shelby County Health Department, a dog or cat acquired from a qualified breeder or wholesaler unless the owner, manager, or employee provides to the person acquiring the dog or cat at the time prior to the transaction for the acquisition of the dog or cat a written certification that includes all of the following information: A, the name of the breeder that bred the dog or cat, the address if available of the breeder that bred the dog or cat, if applicable, the United States Department of Agriculture license number of the breeder that bred the dog or cat, and a copy of the most recent United States Department of Agriculture inspection report for the breeder. D, the dog or cat's birth date. E, the date that the store took possession of the dog or cat. F, the breed, gender, and color of the dog or cat. It also provides for a document signed by the veterinarian that describes any known disease, illness, or congenital or hereditary condition that adversely affects the health of the dog or cat at the time of the examination. A document signed by the owner, manager, or employee of the pet store certifying that all information required to be provided to the person acquiring the dog or cat under this section is accurate. The pet store shall keep a copy of the certification for a period of at least 2 years from the date of acquisition. The owner, manager, or employee of the pet store shall make a copy of the certification available for inspection or duplication by the Shelby County Health Department. A dog acquired from a breeder, dog or cat wholesaler, unless all of the following information regarding the dog or cat is available to the general public at the pet store. Actually, colleagues, number 8 is to be omitted. It's a restatement of everything that's in number 4. An owner, manager, or employee of a pet store may not recklessly alter or provide false information under this section. Now, this goes into the special permit. Each pet store where there are 4 or more dogs kept, maintained, or harbored for a period of 14 days or longer shall require a special permit. Each pet store with the intent to sell, deliver, offer to sell, barter, auction, give away, or otherwise transfer, dispose of dogs or cats shall be required to apply to Memphis Animal Services for a special permit. Special permit will be issued upon payment of $500 to the city's treasurer's office and proof that the pet store and dogs covered by the special permit meet the requirements set out by this ordinance. The special permit will be valid for 1 year from the date issued. Special permit is subject to revocation for recurring compliance of this ordinance when 6 or more violations within a 6-month period starting from the date of issuance or renewal of the special permit occurs. Written notice to revoke or suspend a special permit shall be served on the pet owner either personally or by certified mail and shall state the reasons for the proposed revocation and suspension, that the proposed action will be taken by the city of Memphis unless a hearing before is required within 15 days after the date of notice. If no response is received, the city of notice may revoke or suspend the special permit as set forth in said notice. If a hearing is requested, at least 10 days notice thereof shall be given to the pet store. At any such hearing, the pet store shall be given the opportunity to be heard, and the pet store may call witnesses and present evidence in his or her behalf. Upon conclusion of such hearing, the city of Memphis shall determine whether or not the special permit shall be revoked or suspended. Such determination may be appealed to the city council. Penalty: a pet store that violates this section shall be subject to a penalty of $50 per day for each day that a pet store is in violation, and each dog or cat offered for sale in violation of this section shall constitute a separate warranty. So those are the nuts and bolts of this ordinance that I offer to the council for consideration for a permitting process versus a prohibition process. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Jones. We have Morgan, Carlisle, and Johnson in the queue. Councilman Morgan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So first off, this is not a substitute ordinance. It would not be eligible to be substituted for the ordinance that Councilman Warren and I'm getting a little bit of feedback, that Councilman Warren and I proposed and is on third reading for the agenda tonight. This is oil and vinegar. It is a permitting process, and the caption is even changed, which can't be done in a substitute ordinance. So this is a totally different ordinance that will require its own separate 3 readings, and I have a feeling we'll be talking about cats and dogs all year long. On top of that, I'm not sure I would describe this as a permitting process similar to something like the alcohol board and prohibition. At least in the alcohol board, there is a vote in order to approve somebody's permit for sale. This is more of a licensing process where if you fulfill these criteria and pay your $500 check to the treasurer, then you receive a permit, which is more of a license in terms of the way it's done. And we already have a kennel license in place that covers much, if not all of this already. So in that sense, it's a little redundant. And the place where it's not redundant and talking about the requirements for the permit, I think some of it is going to be very difficult in order for our animal service employees to be able to research, to enforce, to look into. It's not very restrictive in the first place, but it puts an enormous new burden on them to be able to track and locate the origin of these animals, which they have not been equipped or trained to do. But I would leave that to Alexis Pugh to be able to better weigh in on, I think, the new burden it would place on animal services. But overall, what's being asked here is less restrictive than what's currently in place. There's something very similar currently in place, and it would take us another 2 months of deliberation on cats and dogs. And I've heard from my colleagues that this is not what we want to be talking about. We want to be talking about people. And again, the original ordinance that Councilman Warren and I and the administration proposed, I think handles the situation just fine. And it's an easy yes vote. So I would not be in favor of this ordinance going forward.
Thank you, Councilman Morgan. Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with some of the sentiments from my colleague, Councilman Morgan. Certainly, I'm sure we can get Alan Wade to weigh in on whether it meets the requirements of substitute or not. I'm happy to take his opinion as an expert in the matter. I guess for the sponsor, Councilman Jones, I had just a couple quick questions on your thoughts as far as, we have a permitting office. I assume that permitting office from the city of Memphis would issue this permit, or would it be Memphis Animal Shelter issuing the permit?
It would be Memphis Animal Shelter.
Okay. And then are you expecting for Memphis Animal Shelter to enforce the go out and enforce the permanent, I guess, the guidelines here?
Yes.
Not code enforcement. Okay.
Yep.
And then I guess, again, to Councilman Morgan's point, I would let Alexis Pugh weigh in on whether they have the resources to do that. I know that I received an email over December talking about how they were struggling significantly to maintain just their current level of taking care of the animals in our animal shelter, which I think is the entire point here of we already have too many dogs to take care of. We don't need more. But I'll let her weigh in on that in just a moment when the chair sees fit. The last thing I'll say is I recognize that we are bound by state law on city municipal code, but $50 a day is a drop in the bucket. We're going to talk later today about a Byhalia pipeline and $1 billion company. And I think a lot of people talk about $1 billion companies and the penalties that are assessed to them down in the hundreds of thousands or low millions of dollars. And people often get very angry and upset because it's easier just to pay the penalty as a cost of doing business. And while I recognize that Mike Davis and his wife are not running $1 billion enterprise, they are running an enterprise here where they sell 900 dogs a year, 600 to 900 dogs a year at $2,500 a pop, plus other animals, plus services and goods. And the maximum penalty that we could assess them is $18K a year. That's 7 dogs, which they could probably sell in a day. So for 7 dogs, they can violate this up, down, left, right, and center. So that's just going to end up being the cost of doing business for them. So if you think there's actually any teeth to this permitting process, that's just out the window. I'll stroke you a check today and just violate it all night and day. The second thing I'll say is that we seem to continually go back to, and I'll just say this the last time because I'm with Councilman Morgan. I'm ready to move on and focus on things like poverty and transportation and public safety and roads. I have no doubt that the Davises operate a really nice retail location, brick and mortar storefront, and they employ 10, 15, 20, 30, 40 people. That's not my issue. My issue is where the dogs are coming from. And we don't have the authority, the resources, and the ability to monitor wholesale puppy mills in interstate commerce. That falls under the state of Tennessee and the federal government. And we don't have the ability to deal with that. And I think ultimately when you see these thousands of emails against this and our animal services director saying, I'm against this, it has nothing to do with the store that's located here. It has everything to do with where they're getting their dogs from. And I have to say our conversation last week with the Davises was not very reassuring. The minute we started to scratch the surface and poke and push and started talking about the breeder that only had 50 dogs there, but somehow had to cycle 300 dogs to him, you started to learn about the brokering world, right? Like it came from my shop, but I really got this dog from somewhere else. And so that's really the issue for me is it's not Davis's store. It's where the Davises are getting their dogs from and the brokerage and the black market of dog transfers. And so I think we just have to remind ourselves are we going to be a humane council or not? I yield back.
Thank you, Councilman Carlisle. We have Councilwoman Johnson and Councilwoman Swearengin in the queue. Councilwoman Johnson.
Okay, thank you, Chair, so much for the opportunity. I think this is an attempt to compromise. I think there's 2 sides to this situation and that we need to try to work on both sides. But I do have some questions in regards to the breeder. Why is the breeder not considered a retail operation? And why should the breeder not have to qualify the same as the retail in this situation? And my other question is too related to the fact I do think the penalty is extremely low and giving them an opportunity to make 6 violations within 6 months is far too many. I would like to see that reduced if possible. So can I get an answer to those 2 suggestions?
Yes, Ms. Johnson, I'll address that or attempt to address it. I'll give you an example. I bought a dog in August, so I had to go to Missouri to purchase my dog. And so that breeder could very well sell to the pet store. So the pet store, I don't know, we wouldn't be able to regulate a particular breeder if that breeder is out of town. That's the example that I would give you. So the same breeder that I bought my dog from, pet land could go to the same breeder and purchase that same dog. So that's why a breeder wouldn't be regulated. All the breeders wouldn't necessarily, if the breeders were located here in Memphis or Shelby County, we could regulate them. But because the breeders would be spread across the country, or could be in multiple locations outside of Memphis and Shelby County, that's why a breeder wouldn't be included in this.
May I speak, Chair?
Yes, ma'am, Councilwoman Johnson.
I'm still not understanding, if you're a breeder and you are selling, 20 plus animals a year, you're running a retail operation, in my opinion. So
Right.
we may not be able to control what's outside of Memphis, but why are we not controlling inside of Memphis?
Well, right. But I guess I would defer to the Petland representatives to let us know what the availability of breeders are here in Memphis. I can't speak to that. I don't know.
I guess my question comes up because you can go down the street and see people selling pets in the side yards, on people parking lots. So I think they all should have be required to have a permit if they're going to actually operate a business like that. So I'm just saying, why limit it to a retail store? Selling in large quantity is a retail operation. And then I guess my second question was, would you have a problem with amending the number of offenses within 6 months? That's quite a large number that you're recommending.
Well, Ms. Johnson, I was thinking that if the pet store has, multiple animals, I don't know what would be the capacity of it. But if I would offer that if an inspector came in there, they could very well find 6 violations in one day if they wanted to. And so that still would be especially, if we're talking about what the conditions are, and I'm just speculating here, let's just say that you have a dozen dogs, but those dozen dogs may have a common area that isn't clean. Well, that could be 12 different violations there. Now, I'm open to any type of wordsmithing or modifications that would maybe tighten it up or even increasing the fine. So, and as you mentioned, Councilwoman Johnson, this is a compromise. So I'm not sold or just held to one particular way for us to modify this and to come to some sort of middle ground for this.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity.
Yes, ma'am. Next in the queue, we have Councilwoman Swearengin and then Councilman Morgan in the queue again. Councilwoman Swearengin.
Thank you very kind, Madam Chair. Looking at Section 3E, the appeals to the citations, according to the violations, they will come before the City Council. Could we not be overwhelmed with appeals that are being made regarding violations on this issue? That could become a little overwhelming.
Well, Ms. Swearengin, if I may, Madam Chair. Okay. What I thought about with this, remember I asked the question, how many retailers do we have right now that are selling dogs and cats? And that number was 0. This would be 1. So I think that we could be open to modification. I don't know if I could see if we had half a dozen or more. Currently, we do not have a prohibition against somebody opening up a retail store to sell dogs and cats. So I would think that if the market required, or if there was just a market interest, we would have more than one. We would have some open right now. We don't. I just don't foresee it overwhelming the council. And now, keep in mind, this is a living, breathing document, and if we see that it's getting to that point, we can always modify it and have a different body or different organization handling those appeals. But I would contend that we currently have 0 organizations. This would take us to 1, and I don't know if we would have a situation where we would have numerous organizations that would be looking to sell dogs and cats.
That, I'm not sure about that one. The hearing the city of Memphis councils determined, that's not correct.
Well,
Because I'm looking, there have been a lot of violations that have been reported. And for us to be overwhelmed with those appeals to come before the city council, I'm looking at the statistics on my phone, and I'm not seeing that as you see it.
Well, upon conclusion of such hearing, the city of Memphis shall determine. That does not specify the city council.
It does. It says such determination may be appealed to the city council.
It's the determination of the city of Memphis.
It's
So-
the city council. The
Well,
last sentence
But
on
it's,
3E.
so if the determination, so we're looking at 2 different steps, Ms. Warrington. The first step, the hearing, what is the determination of the hearing? That is not the city council. It's the appeal.
But I'm looking at the last sentence.
Right, yes.
Such determination may be appealed to the city council.
Yes, but we're talking two different things here, and we can, I can work on it to clean it up, but the actual hearing, the first part of it, the first hearing, you have a hearing and then you have an appeal. The hearing does not come before the council. If they choose to appeal it, that will come before.
That's what I shared, the appeal. But we don't want to get in the business of hearing appeals about animals.
Well, look, I'm open to, we can have a separate body. We can have Memphis Animal Shelter taking care of the appeals process if it's not the will of the council to do so. I would offer that the council hears appeals of planning and zoning cases.
It's very specific. Such determination may be appealed to the city council.
Yes, but that's the determination of the hearing, not the
Whatever it may be, we don't want to, I would just hate for us to have to indulge in the business of that.
Gotcha.
Brandon, did you have any other comments and questions?
No, thank you,
Councilman Jones?
thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councilwoman Swearingen. In the queue, next is Morgan. However, Morgan, you've spoken before. Can we go to Councilman Morgan and Councilwoman Robinson and then come back to you?
Yes, I was just going to call on Alan Wade and Alexis P, but we can come back. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, definitely. All right, so Councilman Warren.
Thank you. I appreciate the thought behind this compromise, but I really think that if we're looking at this, we don't need to compromise on this particular issue, and that one of the things I think we should do is ban this. I really think we don't need these cells in the city. We've got our Ms. Pugh is saying that she doesn't think this is warranted, and I'm prone to back her thought process on this and would try to encourage people to do the same. Thank you.
Councilwoman Robinson.
Good morning, my esteemed colleagues. I just want to say that we spent a lot of time on cats and dogs. Councilman Jones, I appreciate you trying to bring at least something forward that we could try to compromise. I have been thinking about this over a long period of time. As you all know, I don't care too much about sports or cats and dogs, but I love people. And because I love people, that's why I entertain the sports issue and the cats and dogs. However, in our community and in the current financial situation of the city, I don't see how we could hold anyone accountable or control or monitor this situation. And I do believe that either we're going to allow it or we're not going to allow it. And if we allow it, what will be the specifications around it? But it cannot be something that will require our staff to hold people accountable. It does not make any sense for us as a council to do any more ordinances, any more resolutions where we cannot hold the citizens accountable. We don't even want to spend any more hours at the table. So I know the staff they're far stretched. And I appreciate the thought. I appreciate the conversation. I appreciate how everyone has come together, but I believe we need to either vote it up or vote it down. Either we're going to do it in Memphis or we're not going to do it, and move on to the real issues of people not being able to live. They're living in poverty. That's what all this conversation should be around. What can we do to lift the people in Memphis? And when I retire from political office, I think I'm going to start me a special interest group around how we protect our cows, because we put them in cages and we pull on them. And for milk, I understand that, but since dogs and cats are so important, a cow can be as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Robinson. Since Councilman Morgan wants to ask Wade and Pugh a question, since Councilwoman Logan hasn't spoken, just Councilwoman Logan, and then Councilman Morgan, so you can bring in.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to thank Councilman Jones for this compromise offer. I do think it's necessary to try to come to terms with it. There's so much passion on both sides of the conversation. I know in my district, I've had a lot of constituents concerned about this. And even though some of us may not have grown up with dogs, may not like dogs, but we have a large population in our city and in our districts that care deeply about dogs and cats. And so, I have a dog, and I became a dog owner a few years back and love my dog, whereas I have, siblings who just don't. But I do think it's important for us as elected officials to entertain all of the concerns of all of the constituents. And this is, for some, a very heartfelt topic. And so I want to make sure that we do due diligence in giving it the respect of discussion and the respect of just making sure we're looking at all aspects of it. I do think it's a difficult topic where we stand. And, like I said, this is in my district, this store is in my district. And I've gone there to see the operations, and I know that the way they're set up, they would be very humane. It's very clean. It's a great concept in terms of a destination for some children who aren't familiar with dogs and cats or animals, birds, reptiles, whatever. They can come and actually interact with the pets. And, we're going through so much in our city. Sometimes having a pet is good and healthy for children therapeutically. My background is in mental health. And so I think, not being able to be a child in this city anymore, you're afraid to go outside and play with all the other things that we're dealing with. These are some things that our children are dealing with. And so having this as an opportunity to go and interact with dogs and cats and animals, I think is a good thing. However, I am concerned that we cannot regulate or determine where the animals are coming from. My colleague, Councilman Carlisle, did bring up a concern that I hadn't thought about, and I don't think it was resolved by those that are in favor of this. Where the dogs are coming from, and how can you have 300 cells? And that's a concern. Making sure that we are not contributing to the puppy mills and things like that. And I don't think that has been resolved for me. Can Can you all hear me? Hello?
Yes, ma'am. There was a caller that jumped on.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Therefore, that is still a concern because I don't want to be a part of that process because I have come to love my animals and care for animals. We do have a large number of stray animals that are running around due to our circumstance. So that question, has to be resolved for me, and it hasn't up to this point. I do understand the resolution, and I agree with the resolution personally, but today I have to represent the will of the constituents, and the majority of the constituents in my in my district, and what I've gotten from across the city is they do not want this in our city, and that's who I am here to represent. Personally, I would love it, but it's not my personal decision that I'm representing. It's the voice of the people. And so for that, I'm still not certain that we would be able to offer the dog, that they would be able to sell the dogs in a humane manner because we don't know where they're coming from. With that, I yield back, Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman Logan. Back in the queue, Councilman Morgan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to confirm with Mr. Wade that this, as it's being proposed, wouldn't qualify as a substitute ordinance, but would rather require 3 additional readings separately and on its own.
All right, I confirm.
Okay, that's confirmed.
Let me explain. The Tennessee Supreme Court has held, and we've quoted this opinion in numerous lawsuits, that the council does have the authority to amend any ordinance on 3rd reading. Our charter, in fact, I think section 354 specifically permits that. However, that amendment is not without limitations. And it's the same rule that applies at the state level with the General Assembly. You cannot amend a bill or an ordinance beyond the scope of its existing caption. These 2 ordinances are at polar opposites of their, one is prohibiting and one is permitting under certain circumstances. So this ordinance would have to proceed with 3 separate readings, and I have this, Councilman Morgan asked me this question last night, and I informed him of my opinion and that I would call Councilman Jones and also inform him of my opinion, and I did that as well, and I do not believe there's any dispute about this issue.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wade. And then since what's proposed, this proposed ordinance references animal services and that they would have a role to play in it, I just wanted to ask Alexis Pugh briefly. I know we're getting close to time or just a little bit past it. So I think very briefly, her thoughts on their ability to be able to enforce something like this or its effectiveness.
Thank you, Councilman Morgan. I will keep it
Good morning,
brief.
Director Pugh. I'm sorry. Good morning, Director Pugh. Just be sure to keep it on the matter at hand. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. I'll be extremely brief, but just to answer the point in question about the draft substitute ordinance that Councilman Jones has presented, I read through it and I read through it again, and I was at a loss to how I would, with my current staffing and the knowledge base of our team, be able to effectively enforce the substitute ordinance as written. As many of you know, we already have a kennel license ordinance in place, which we do enforce, and we are capable of doing as such. But we are able to enforce for local breeders because we can see where those dogs are born. We can see what the parents, the mom and dad, look like. We can see the conditions the puppies are raised in. We can do that locally, which is why local breeders are exempted from this. We can ban roadside sales, which is already in law. We do not allow roadside sales. What I do not have the ability to do within our division is to trace the sourcing of animals that come from outside of Shelby County or outside of state lines. It would certainly put an undue burden and would pull us from our core functionality It would be our officers who need to be out there dealing with stray and aggressive dogs, not trying to investigate interstate transport of animals. So it would create an undue burden if we were tasked with the enforcement of this. I yield back.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. That's all I had.
Okay, thank you, Councilman Morgan. Thank you, Director Pugh. Councilman Jones, would you oppose to holding this and coming back with this on April 6th?
I wouldn't.
Or what is your preference?
Well, I wouldn't, but colleagues, I would say though, we still have to determine whether or not we want an outright prohibition or whether we want something that is a licensing permit. Mr. Morgan commented about this as being alcohol, but I go back to governmental function of having a driver's license, if that's more apropos. Perhaps if there's any violation that anyone who has a driver's license, if there's any violation that they commit, then they are subject to the revocation or suspension of that. So I would contend that if it may not be alcohol, we can look at still licensing that a governmental body provides. But I guess it's still a fundamental question of whether if you think we should outright prohibit it, well, we have this up for third reading. We either vote that up or vote it down. If we think that there is some type of permitting process, I'm okay with letting this run its course. I don't know whether it would be a moot situation for us to proceed with this if tonight when we meet, we decide to put in a prohibition. But I think that each one of us has to do what is in our conscience to do, but I don't feel that an outright ban is appropriate at this time. So thank you for the opportunity, Madam Chair.
So Councilman Jones, just to be sure, you want this to hold this and come back in 2 weeks, or do you not?
Yes, but if I will take it off if the motion tonight on third reading for this passes.
Okay. So there is a motion on the floor to hold. Is there a second?
Madam Chair, you have Director Pugh in the queue, and I think she's been called upon.
Yeah, she had. I was just gonna go ahead and cut it off.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. And I just wanted to share that I looked it up, and there have been 1,400 complaints from pet land consumers across the nation. And that emphasizes my concern regarding the determinations of those appeals coming before the City Council. Thank you very kindly, Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, so there's a motion on the floor to hold. Is there a second?
Point of
Do we need a second?
order, Madam Chair. We never had a motion to even lay the item on the floor, so it's moved.
Okay, so we don't need one. All right.
Yes, ma'am.
So after this discussion, thank you all for this robust discussion, and thank you, Councilman Ford, for letting us take 9 minutes from your committee for this issue. We will be hearing this on April 6th, as far as we know, unless changes come from Councilman Jones later on today after full council meeting. Are there any other matters that need to be addressed in this committee? Hearing none, this meeting is in adjournment. Thank you all.
You may begin.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call the Economic Development, Technology, and Tourism Committee to order. Please call the roll.
Finale. Carlisle.
Here. Present.
Ovett. Easter Thomas.
Present.
Johnson. Jones.
Here.
Logan.
Present.
Morgan. Robinson.
Present.
Smiley.
I'm here.
Swearingen. Warren.
Present, as is Councilman Cole.
Thank you.
And Johnson, present.
Chairman Ford.
Present. Okay. We have one item, and that's the update on ServiceMaster relocation. And I think I got Mr. Dahlberger. You're here. Speak to us.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Reed Dahlberger, President and CEO of EDGE, 100 Peabody Place, Memphis, Tennessee, 38103. On February 26, 2021, ServiceMaster Brands, one of the entities that I think we collectively think about as being ServiceMaster, but ServiceMaster Brands issued a what we know is a WARN notice, a Worker Adjustment and Retraining Notification Act notice. This is a federal requirement when an entity expects to see a reduction of the assigned to jobs within 60 days. The WARN notice was as necessary sent to the city mayor, the county mayor, and to the Tennessee Department of Labor and Workforce Development. It notified them that ServiceMaster Brands, which is located at 150 Peabody Place downtown, in the facility we think of as being ServiceMasters, would be closing their office there and essentially relocating the functions to Atlanta, Georgia. They noted that some of their existing workforce would be offered relocation packages, others would be offered opportunity to work remotely, and that they would update with notice as additional information became available. They also noted the reductions in force would commence on April 30, 2021, and positions would be ending on or about June 30, September 30, and December 31st. So apparently a phase reduction. They also attached a list of occupational titles that are affected by this WARN notice. There are a number of titles, and it shows the number of people in each title, and it totals to 124 positions. So essentially, advance notice of 124 positions that would no longer be located at the ServiceMaster facility. Some would be relocated, some might be working remote, some might lose employment opportunity with ServiceMaster Brands entirely. But that breakdown was not provided. To provide some context for this, because I know when the WARN notice came out, there was a lot of confusion. It's got the WARN notice. It has is on a ServiceMaster letterhead, and it was read as being ServiceMaster, what we all consider to be ServiceMaster, essentially leaving, and that is not the case. So if I could, just a little bit of background and context. I'm sure most of you already know this. But when ServiceMaster moved downtown in 2016 from their office location out east, they had at that point already spun off True Green as a separate entity, and True Green, of course, is headquartered here in Shelby County. And at the time that they moved downtown, if you will, the rest of it was one entity. But over time, that entity has split into three parts. So in September of 2018, American Home Shield, or what's also known as Front Door, spun off as a separate company. They are located in the same building. That's September of 2018. In October of 2020, two things happened. What we know, what EDGE knows as ServiceMaster OpCo Holdings, but which the world knows as ServiceMaster Brands, was spun off as a separate company, And the remainder, what was left of ServiceMaster Global Holdings, renamed itself to Terminex Global Holdings. So the original, the ServiceMaster we knew in 2016 that moved downtown had split into American Home Shields in the building downtown, still in the building downtown, staying in the building downtown. Terminex Global Holdings, again, in the building, still in the building, staying in the building. And then essentially ServiceMaster Brands is the third piece. And as we now know via this WARN notice, ServiceMaster Brands not staying in the building. As part of the 2016 incentive package that kept ServiceMaster in the city of Memphis and helped bring them downtown, Edge does have a pilot on the personal property. The real property is handled by the Center City Revenue Finance Corp. The company made commitments to us at that time of 965 jobs, averaging just under $96,000 a year, investment of a little bit over $9 million, and over almost $21 million in local contracting with local entities. Those commitments stay in place. So as each of these entities was spun off, we as Edge made each a co-applicant on the pilot, meaning that they were able to benefit from it as long as they stayed in the building, but were responsible for the jobs. And so from our standpoint, the commitment made in 2016 is still in place and is now rests with Terminex Global Holdings and American Home Shield. I can tell you that as of the end of last year, the report filed with us as of 12/31/2020, the combined entities at that time reported 1,058 jobs. They had commitment for 965, they had achieved 1,058. They had commitment for an average salary of just under 96,000. They actually had an average salary of just under 100,000. And they had already exceeded their capital investment and their local contracting goals. So to recap, one of the three entities that we know as ServiceMaster is relocating. That is obviously very unfortunate. The commitments that the company made back in 2016 remain in place. And given where they were at the end of 2020, we would anticipate that they will, at least given expectations as we sit here, that they'll be able to continue meeting those commitments going forward. Mr. Chairman, if there's anything else I can offer, I'd be glad to help.
Councilman
Chair, I
Ward,
have
are you in the queue, Ms. Robbins?
Yes, I am.
Go right ahead, and then I got Ms. Swearinger. Please show her as present. And then I got Dr. Warren. Go right ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Delberger. I appreciate the
Morning.
presentation on today. What I am interested in, and I don't know if you know the answer to this, but do you know what incentives were offered to ServiceMaster to leave Memphis and go to Atlanta so that we can always be aware of how the people who work in this city and have businesses in this city, how they're drawn away and what we can do to improve?
Councilwoman, actually, I do not have that information. We've not seen anything in the public domain on that yet. I would point out, or one of the pieces I did not put in my background, and so let me add this, and it might be a little bit helpful to addressing your question. In October of 2020, when ServiceMaster OpCo Holdings, otherwise known as ServiceMaster Brands, was spun out as a separate entity, it was sold to an Atlanta-based private equity firm with about $20 billion of investment capital. That firm, More Capital, invests in essentially companies that have retail brands and in particular franchise brands. And so essentially what is now happening is that ServiceMaster branch is moving to Atlanta and is essentially joining its now parent company.
Okay, thank you.
Specifically your question, I haven't seen it, but if we come across that information, I'd be absolutely glad to share that with council.
Thank you.
Okay. Councilwoman Swearingen, did you have anything to say? You just been present. Don't hear. Dr. Warren?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Dolberger, is there any financial penalty for this particular component of the company leaving and taking their jobs individually? Or is that negated by the fact that we still have the other two components of the company meeting the previous obligation of the pilot?
Councilman, it would be the latter. So again, the company made commitments to us as a community, and as of now, they are meeting those commitments. So there is no penalty as long as they continue to meet their commitments.
And if they don't meet their commitments locally, can we go after ServiceMaster in Atlanta for part of any compensation that the local companies are unable to meet?
If they, Councilman, the way the clawback provision works in this pilot, if the company fails to meet their key metric, any of their key metrics, the project is rescored. And essentially, the basis here, and I know we have discussed this with council, so I won't belabor in the past, so I won't belabor. But the approach is, if we knew then what we know now, what would we have offered? So ServiceMaster has a 15-year pilot. If there is a reduction in jobs or wages, such that would have led to a shorter pilot, the pilot itself will be truncated, will be shortened, so that there will be less commitment on our side. And so that our commitment to the companies moves in lockstep with the benefit they are providing us as a community.
So what you're saying is their tax benefits will go away if they leave. How does that get us a clawback?
What we're doing is yes, if they leave, the pilot is terminated. Again, our benefit to the company and the company's benefit to us is designed to move in lockstep. So they get an annual benefit from us as long as they are meeting their commitments. They get the benefit that we committed to up front. If they're still here but not quite meeting their commitments, our commitment to them will be adjusted. It's certainly if they all leave, then our benefit to them is terminated. They will have received benefit for the time they are here. They will not have gotten benefit for the time that they're not here.
I guess I think what most people are looking at is if we're giving benefits and tax rebates for people, and then once they can get a better deal somewhere else, they leave. It seems like we've given them tax funds to be here, and they just leave, and so therefore our community has been taken advantage of. So I think that's part of the perception that we're going to need to be able to counteract if we want people to understand how these are really beneficial. So I don't have the answer to that, but it needs to be in a way that people understand it's still good to have these companies here. Even if they eventually leave, we still had that benefit while they were here. It's almost like we don't want to get the impression that people are stealing tax base and then just riding on when they get a better deal.
Absolutely, you're right. Thank you, Councilman.
Okay. You finished, Councilman Warren? Councilman Carlisle?
Thank you, Chair. I made a notation and Texas. I thought Councilwoman Robinson was referring to when we first did the ServiceMaster deal, and I think it's important to recognize in 2016, and Mr. Dolberger touched on it, is what we knew then and what we know now. And at the time, I was personally in the room, and I can tell you that ServiceMaster was prepared to move 1,000+ jobs out of the city of Memphis, and they were being heavily lobbied to do so. The other thing that we had at the time was a giant empty mall that had opened in 1999 downtown, a block away from Beale Street, which sees 4 million visitors a year, and in between the Peabody Hotel And so we had a very inactive corner, and that property was already under a pilot, a 25-year real estate tax pilot. And so what Mr. Dolberger, and I think it's very important when we talk about perception, is that we use the proper vernacular. We, the Edge Board, granted a pilot on their personal property taxes, which is their office furniture and improvements that are not affixed to the building. And so the real estate pilot was already in place and granted by the CCRFC for when we developed, or when the Bells family developed the Peabody Place Mall. The only other two incentives that were given came from the state, which has nothing to do with us. And the DMC granted them some parking for already existing infrastructure. And for that, we got a multi-million-dollar investment in an activated corner. And for several years, almost 1,000 employees downtown. If we had not done those things, ServiceMaster was headed out of town because their CEO was not from Memphis, he's from Scottsdale, and was fully prepared to move the firm outside of the city. So even if ServiceMaster leaves as far as the real estate taxes are concerned, the DMC achieved what it tries to achieve in the downtown core, which is development. For the personal property taxes, which is where Edge is involved, and the jobs pilot, there are clawback provisions. But the question is what do they do with their personal property? And then secondly, they are in a lease agreement, so they still are an existing entity. They would have to file basically bankruptcy or discharge that lease with us. And so as long as they're an operating entity, there is still a clawback provision on those taxes. We've had instances, and we can talk about this at our joint meeting. We've had instances of other companies that have basically worked with Mr. Dolberger and his board when they don't meet the requirements and have agreed to pay whatever that penalty looks like. Pfizer would be an example of that. And so we do have a good working relationship. But the only thing that was, and I want to say this very clearly, not given, it didn't exist, it was never there, we abated a portion of their taxes to incentivize 1,200 jobs downtown and to get a I think it's a $15, $25 million office space going. And so I think it's important when we talk to the public that they understand that. We didn't give any cash incentives that came from the state. So, I hope that ServiceMaster continues to stay downtown and keeps that corner activated. But it's so important that people understand how those bodies function, and that we always wish that we had the information later, in hindsight, but we try and make the best deals we can if possible in order to keep firms from leaving. And I'll just leave it with this. I'm telling you today that ServiceMaster was headed out of town without severe intervention 5 years ago. So thank you, Chair, for allowing me to say that, and I yield back.
All right, thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning. Good morning, Mr. Dolberger. Thank you for coming to speak on this. And I hear what my colleague is sharing. We appreciate you sharing that, because the media doesn't always share that, and the public needs to know all aspects of it. However, I am concerned, as I have been since I've been on this council, and have had you here several times, Mr. Dolberger, to talk about pilots and the whole economic development piece, the workforce development piece, and where we're going. Though I understand what my colleague shared, I do feel that it is still an issue that we need to address. Looking at it in hindsight, several times we've had this happen recently in terms of companies coming and gaining and leaving. Even though we may have received some gain from it, overall, we're sitting here discussing this because of the fact that they have left. So hopefully when we have the joint meeting, you all will be able to come and present what your plans are moving forward. What did we take from this? What are we learning from this? How will we change? How will we implement practices that will help us? And in light of what has happened with Electrolux and this company and all the others that come and advance from the abatement and then leave for whatever reason, as well as what Councilwoman Robinson noted, as reasons why they're leaving. We should look into those. We should, find out and see how we can better position ourselves and how we can better position moving forward when companies come, knowing that there's a potential for them to leave. What is our game plan? How will we protect, our tax base? And I would love to see you all speak to that when we have our joint meeting, not just the fact that it happened, but what are we going to do moving forward, because it seems to continue to happen. And making certain that we have clawbacks in place that will protect us in light of what has happened. I know you can't go back and change what you didn't know in 2016, but we definitely know now. So moving forward, just hopeful that you all will have a plan in place and then can communicate that to us at our joint meeting. Thank you. I yield back, Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman Logan. Is there anyone else that need to speak? Okay. We all good. Mr. Dolberger, I appreciate everything that you've brought to us today. And if there's no further business, this committee is adjourned.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Solid Waste and General Service Committee to order. Meredith, can we call roll?
Councilman Canali,
Here.
Councilman Carlisle,
Present.
Councilman Colvette,
Here.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas, Councilman Ford,
Present.
Councilwoman Johnson,
Present.
Councilman Jones,
Here.
Councilwoman Logan, Councilman Morgan, Councilwoman Robinson,
Present.
Councilwoman Swearingen,
Present.
Councilman Warren,
Present.
Chair Smiley.
I'm here. All right. We have quorum, C4. We have 4 items on the agenda today. The first item, a resolution to transfer and allocate the amount of $6,217,095 from contract construction to architect and engineering and design, ST Coverline CIP project number ST02001, all council district requested by the administration. Can I get a motion and a second?
Move it, Carlisle.
Second. Swearingen.
Moved by Carlisle, seconded by Swearingen. Is there here anyone from the administration to present?
Yes, sir. Robert Connect, Public Works Director.
Director Connect, the floor is yours, good sir.
Thank you, Chairman. This is a resolution to make an adjustment to our cover line, our stormwater project cover line. We, when we prepared this budget for fiscal year 21, the CIP budget, there was a mix-up in terms of where we wanted the funding. So we had more funding put in contract construction than we wanted. So we need to move some money to A&E to cover projects that we need to fund this year, A&E projects. So just a reallocation of funding into the appropriate lines for our application and use out of this fiscal year 21 stormwater cover line. Any questions?
Any questions for Director Connect? It appears that all hearts and minds are clear. Can we take a roll call vote on this?
Councilman Canali,
Yes.
Councilman Carlisle,
Aye.
Councilman Colvett,
Yes.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas, Councilman Ford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Johnson,
Yes.
Councilman Jones,
Aye.
Councilwoman Logan,
Aye.
Councilman Morgan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Robinson,
Aye.
Councilwoman Swearingen,
Aye.
Councilman Warren,
Aye.
Chair Smiley.
This item is approved. Item number 2, a resolution requesting the approval of the sale of city-owned parcel known as 0 or Street, Memphis, Tennessee, 38108, parcel number 04303380013, District 7, Super District 8, requested by the administration. Can I get a motion and second?
Move it.
Moved by Carlisle,
Yes, sir.
Morgan seconds.
seconded by Councilman Morgan. Director Connect. Is anyone here from the administration to speak to this item?
Yes, this is Carlton Osborne, City of Memphis Real Estate Supervisor.
Mr. Osborne, the floor is yours, good sir.
Okay, this property was a surplus property owned by the City of Memphis, and Miss Jacqueline Abram, who is a lifelong Memphian, approached the real estate department to purchase this parcel to build a single family home on. And she is looking to improve the neighborhood by presenting quality housing in the area. And the total sale price on this property is $1,100, and real estate recommends approval. And we're asking for approval from council.
It doesn't appear that anyone is in the queue, so I'm assuming that all hearts and minds are clear. Can we take a vote on this item?
Hey, Councilman
Carlisle's in the queue.
Oh, Councilman Carlisle, my bad.
Yeah, I hopped in late. I'm sorry. So is Mr. Osborne, is this a house that is primary residence for her?
No, sir. No, Councilman Carlisle. This is going to be a property, an investment property for her. She's looking to build a 2 to 3 bedroom home with 1.5 baths. She is looking. She's up in the air as it relates to whether she's going to rent it or resell it.
Got it. One of the things, and I won't belabor this because we need to move on, that I'd love to circle back with you and Director Adams is when we're selling these properties, it'd be interesting if the city had a right of first refusal, or at least one of our agencies, especially if they're rental properties and they want to sell them out to an institutional buyer, that the city at least have the right to try and buy it, or an agency of the city, or say a CDC. Solely because one of the issues I think all my colleagues agree on is, like, we love that someone's reinvesting in the property, but we don't want to transfer it out. We want somebody to put investment in, and if they get a return, that's great. But we don't want the property to end up with an out-of-town landlord. And one of the very simple ways to give them their fair market value is if they get a bona fide offer, that the city, at least the city or a city agency, have the opportunity to purchase that and put it into its, into housing and community development or into CRA. So I'm just going to put that out there for now for us to think on. But I won't hold us up because I know we got a lot of stuff to do today. But let's circle back and talk about that with Antonio and you.
Yes, sir. We could definitely do that, and that sounds like a viable option. We can add that to in our sale contract and possibly in the quitclaim deed to have right of first refusal on any properties that are, that are built and offer for sale, so that the city can, make sure that and protect our interests.
Yep. And one of the holdups we'll have to figure out, obviously, is it takes a lot of signatures at the city. And we've talked about this before to transact real estate. And we'll have to streamline that in order to be fair to the seller. But another time, we'll get together offline, and then maybe we can present something to the council that they'll get on board with. Chair, I yield back.
All right. Anyone else in the queue? I'm assuming all hearts and minds are clear. Can we take a vote on this item?
Councilman Canali,
Yes.
Councilman Carlisle.
Aye.
Councilman Colvett,
Yes.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas, Councilman Ford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Johnson, Councilman Jones,
Aye.
Councilwoman Logan,
Aye.
Councilman Morgan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Robinson,
Aye.
Councilwoman Swearingen,
Aye.
Councilman Warren,
Aye.
Chair Smiley.
Aye. This item is approved. So item number 3. So specifically item number 3, I asked for this item to be placed back on the agenda for the purposes of moving a substitute resolution. I believe that you all have had it in your email now for at least 2 weeks. I received some information from some of you suggesting that it be amended. So I guess, well, first of all, can I get a motion to move the substituted resolution moved by Carlisle?
Second.
Seconded by several.
Mr. Chair, point of information.
Go ahead.
Yes, I was asked by the chair to put my resolution back on for discussion. I would like to have that discussed initially before we do a substitute resolution. Since you asked me to bring it back, I wasn't planning on bringing this resolution back until we voted on the ordinance, sir.
Okay, go ahead. Well, first the
So let's move.
Can we have Brooke or Alan opine? Because I know
there's a motion on the floor. If you want to move forward with the motion that's been properly seconded and made, that's what's on the floor right now.
Okay, there has been a motion that's properly seconded as relates to the substituted resolution. Dr. Warren, what I will do is I will pull, if it's possible, if it's feasible, I would like to see both resolutions up so that the council can take a look at both. And it seems to be that Councilman Carlisle has something to say.
Yeah, Chair, if I may, just from a parliamentary standpoint, I think what may be best to make this function appropriately is to move Dr. Warren's for discussion and then move to insert your substitute as an amendment to his. So I'll move that Dr. Warren's resolution opposing the Byhalia pipeline for discussion.
Okay, perfect.
Morgan seconds.
The floor is yours, Dr. Warren.
Thank you. Everyone's had a chance to look at this resolution for the past couple weeks, and I'm sure we've all had our mailboxes sort of burned up with people trying to get us to come on record as saying that we're opposed to the pipeline. And I think if you look at this resolution, what it says is it asks the council and every other party that potentially could help us block this pipeline going over our aquifer and through a historic freedman community and a disadvantaged African-American part of our town and our city and have them redirect their pipeline somewhere else. For the quality of our water and for the quality of the residents who live there. I read Councilman Smiley's substitute resolution last night, and I don't really see it as a substitute resolution as much as I see it as what would happen if we actually lost a lawsuit, and how could we say what we thought and continue to have some sort of ability to observe or monitor a pipeline that did come through. I've sent you all, or a number of you this morning, and I'll try to make sure I get everybody. I just got this at the end and was trying to text people an independent review of both Mr. Wade's evaluation and also evaluation of George Nolan from the Southern Environmental Law Center about whether we actually do have the ability to make an effect on this pipeline. And essentially, I think the answer is out. And if we're going to vote on resolutions at this point, and I think we got another 2 weeks to go into the law and make sure we all understand it correctly. But I think there is a lot of information out there that points to the fact that we do have an ability to be able to affect the route of this pipeline. And it does not necessarily need to go over our aquifer or around our aquifer or through a poor African-American community. It can go other places. This is a company that is spending money to build a pipeline. They don't need to take it through the path of least resistance, which is our poorest African-American communities. My resolution merely speaks to the fact that there is a predilection of these companies for using, African-American communities to put these toxic facilities through, and there's no particular reason that they need to do that. It does call on us to investigate and attempt to pass whatever ordinances are available. You should be aware that the city attorney is reviewing this, and unlike our attorney, does not yet have an opinion on whether we do or do not have the ability to proceed with an ordinance. So what my resolution is calling for is for us to continue to explore this and proceed with an ordinance in 2 weeks if we all are convinced that we have the possibility of doing it. City governments are designed to protect the interest and the quality of life and the health of our citizens. And if that means that we may have to go up against a large firm with a lot of money to protect our citizens, I don't think the goal is not to fight. I think the goal is to fight for our citizens and for their health and safety. So instead of throwing the towel in and acting like we don't have any ability to be able to succeed with this, I think it would behoove us to vote for this, to let our citizens know we are going to fight for their rights and we are going to fight for their health and welfare. So although I appreciate Councilman Smiley's substitute resolution to try to, well, you're a Juris Doctor, right? To try to assist us with coming up with what we could do if we failed, I don't think we need to act like we failed yet. I think we need to try and do this, and there's no reason not to. I mean, I had Commissioner Mulroy
Dr. Warren.
review. Yes.
I don't want, I'm not trying to cut you off, but we do know there's going to be a lot of discussion to item 4. I believe, I just be mindful that it's going to be long.
The reason I'm saying we need to pass the resolution and not, delay it and go to a different one is that it says what we can and we should do. So for that reason, I'm hoping that I can convince my councilman to pass my resolution, and then I will firmly back Councilman Smiley's resolution as a separate resolution as opposed to a substitute resolution. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Warren. I believe now is the appropriate time to move. Can I get a motion and a second for the substituted resolution?
Move it, Carlisle.
Moved by Carlisle.
Robinson.
Seconded by Councilwoman Robinson. So real quickly, I don't want to spend too much time belaboring the issue because I believe this body wants to speak and wants to speak on issues we know to be definite. So the only real changes to the resolution. So I want to be clear, this resolution states specifically that the Memphis City Council hereby opposes the Bahia Connection pipeline. There is no reference in here in the resolution that the City Council has conceded that we cannot win. There's no reference in this resolution that states specifically or anything that the City Council or the City of Memphis has granted permits. Specifically, I want to point your attention to the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, line 8, paragraph 8 of the resolution. It says the Memphis City Council hereby opposes the Bahia Connection Pipeline. And anytime thereafter, in any paragraph provision thereafter, it says, in light of this body's concern about the Memphis Sand Aquifer and to the extent the proposed pipeline is able to go forward without the consent. It's not saying that they can. It's not saying that we give up. It's not saying that we acquiesce in any kind of sense. It's what it's saying is if they're able to go forward, what we would like to see is one, at the suggestion of Councilman Ford, was they create a savings plan to ensure that if there is a leak, that there's a financial savings plan in place to support the city of Memphis. Thank you, Councilman Ford, for that amendment. And it also indicates that if, not when, if, there's a distinct difference between if and when. If they're able to go forward, that they present monthly reports to this body, that they include the people going forward. And I think it's very important for us to address the fact that what we do know is this body can speak. This does not deal with the ordinance, because the truth of the matter is, let the lawyers fight about what the lawyer is going to fight about, but let this body control what this body can control, which is our ability to speak out right now. I believe this resolution is what the heart of what the council would like to see going forward. And, with that, I would like to call for a vote on the substituted resolution.
Councilman Smiley, can I just say one thing?
Absolutely, Councilman Ford. Sorry, I didn't see. Well, there's a lot of stuff in the queue.
Okay.
Councilman,
and plus, we want to make sure, hey, we want to send it across the street. Also, make sure that it'll be a joint.
Okay, so is that a friendly
amendment? We want to kind of involve all of them. That's what we're trying to do. And then they meet tomorrow. So, I mean, I'm asking the council for us to get all of this together where we can at least send it over there to them also.
Okay.
Chairman Smiley and Councilman Ford, once we approve this, if it's approved tonight, I'll make sure that it gets over to the county commission with the right language.
Right, because they'll be meeting, and then I think some of that's on the agenda, and we want to be on the same accord, okay? Because that's the county, and county is part of the city, but the city, we want to make sure everybody's on the same accord where we can get this handled. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Ford. Also, I would like to note that, there was an amended resolution that sent out at 9:16 a.m. and that resolution corrected paragraph 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 of the resolution concerning in opposition of the Bahia pipeline. Now that paragraph reads, Bahia pipeline has not secured the necessary permits or authorizations from the city of Memphis. And I think that is the addendum that needs to be clear and brought out. They have not received anything from the city of Memphis. They have not received the appropriate approval from the city of Memphis. And I think that is clear. So with that, can we have a vote on the substituted resolution?
Councilman Canali. Councilman Carlisle.
Aye.
Councilman Colvett.
Yes.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Yes.
Councilman Ford.
Yes. Yes.
Councilwoman Johnson.
Yes.
Councilman Jones.
Aye.
Councilwoman Logan.
Aye.
Councilman Morgan.
Yes.
Councilwoman Robinson.
Aye.
Councilwoman Swearingen.
Aye.
Councilman Warren.
Aye.
Chair Smiley.
Aye.
Chairman,
Meredith,
I couldn't-
can we make sure we get that language suggested by, amended by Councilman Ford in so that it goes to the county commission as well?
Chair, without objection, move downstairs tonight with same 9 minutes.
Chairman,
Doesn't-
we should answer yes. I couldn't get my mute button
Okay.
on.
So this item was the resolution concerning in opposition to Bahia pipeline connection, but in opposition to Bahia connection pipeline was approved 13-0. All members of the Memphis City Council have signed on to the resolution. Please make note of that and have Councilman Canali down is a yes, and make sure we get that information over to the county commission as suggested by Councilman Ford. Thank you all. Item number.
Chair, move with same 9
And
minutes.
it's to move with same 9 minutes. It doesn't appear to be any objection by this body. Without objection, absolutely. Thank you. Let's go on to item number 4. Ordinance relative to the exercise by the city of its lawful authority to regulate and or approve the entry upon or use by any corporation of the streets, alleys, squares, highways, or other properties within the corporate limits for laying pipelines, conductors, and otherwise in order to protect the Memphis Sands aquifer. It was a long reading. All council districts sponsored by Councilman Ford and Warren. Can I get a motion in a second?
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Warren. Second, anyone?
Mr. Councilman Smiley, I'd like to make sure that we know this is a substitute ordinance that we sent out to you on
Dr.
Friday.
Hold on one second. Did we get a second? Did we get a second?
I did.
Okay, seconded by Canales. Okay, the floor is yours, Dr. Warren.
Yes, so this is the substitute ordinance that we were able to send out later in the week. And I just wanted to actually, at some point, I think I've given my spiel about why we need to do this. But I'd like to be able to call on Scott Crosby and George Nolan to explain the legal ramifications of why we as a city council have the ability to regulate the route of a pipeline that goes through our city for the protection of the quality of our water and the health of our citizens. And Mr. Chair, if I have your permission, I'll go ahead and ask Mr. Nolan to discuss the specifics about where we stand as far as our ability to be able to do this. Mr. Nolan.
Mr. Nolan, are you on, sir?
Yes. Yes, I am. I am. Thank you, all members of the committee, and particularly Councilman Smiley for allowing me to speak. I'm George Nolan of the Southern Environmental Law Center, and we represent 3 local groups, Memphis Community Against the Pipeline, Protect Our Aquifer, and the Tennessee chapter of the Sierra Club. We all know how precious and important the Memphis Sand Aquifer is. More than 1 million people use it as their exclusive source of drinking water. And what we are proposing here is an ordinance that is designed to protect that precious resource. If you look at the language of the ordinance, it really doesn't oppose anything in particular. What it does is it is designed to protect the drinking water resources of the community, as well as the rights of some of the more unfairly treated, predominantly Black areas of town where there's already a lot of environmental burden. There's been some question about the legal authority of the city to undertake an ordinance like this, and I would just like to address that. Hopefully, you all have had a chance to see a letter that I provided to Councilman Warren, and it explains that although we are not the city's attorneys and we represent these particular groups, we've shared with this body the legal authority to undertake an ordinance like this. There are several provisions in the city charter which authorize this type of legislation. Charter Section 409 authorizes this body to protect the health of the city. Charter Section 369 authorizes this body to protect the peace, safety, and general welfare of the citizens. Charter Section 405 authorizes this body to regulate combustible articles. And Charter Section 834 authorizes this body to regulate the use, handling, and storage of inflammable liquids. So there's no question the city has authority to do this under its charter. It's also encouraged to do this and authorized to do this by state statute. And I'm specifically referring to the Tennessee Safe Drinking Water Act and the rules that the Tennessee Department of Environment and Conservation has put out under that environmental statute. And the way that statute works is that because local municipalities are closest to their water sources, they are the body that is authorized by the state to pass local ordinances that protect their drinking water sources. And in this particular case, we're talking about the Memphis Sand Aquifer and the wellheads, the MLGW wellheads that pump water from the community into that aquifer. So state law encourages ordinances like this. The city of Collierville has passed an ordinance protecting its drinking water sources. So there's no question it's authorized by state statute. There's some concern about whether federal law would preempt this sort of ordinance and make it ineffective. And we address that in detail in our letter. And I think one important point for this body to consider is when the United States Army Corps of Engineers provided the pipeline company with a verification to proceed under what's called Nationwide Permit 12, it specifically stated that that authorization did not change the obligation of the pipeline company to comply with local law. So the Army Corps of Engineers specifically recognized that local governments have power in this type of situation. And the Army Corps' blessing of this project, by its own admission, only considered impacts to surface water. The Army Corps did not consider impacts to groundwater at all. The state of Tennessee, when it's looked at this, by its own admission, only considered impacts to surface water. It did not consider the impacts to groundwater. So protecting the groundwater and the wellheads of this community falls appropriately upon this body. And I know this is something that maybe this body is not particularly accustomed to, but I think this particular pipeline project has highlighted a regulatory gap that it's very important for the city council to adopt the posture of protectors and to step forward and pass the laws necessary to fill this very concerning gap. If you look at the way the ordinance is structured, what it proposes is that anytime someone wants to build a structure that's going to move or store hazardous liquids in Memphis, they need to make a submission to the city engineering department that includes certain components. It would include an impact statement analyzing impacts to the Memphis Sand Aquifer. It would require the city engineering department to check with MLGW and see what they think about this particular project. It would require the city engineering office to gather comments from the public about this particular or any proposed project that fits these criteria. And then ultimately those materials would be forwarded to this particular committee. And this particular committee would be required to, first of all, ascertain whether there's any threat to the Memphis Sand Aquifer, ascertain whether MLGW objects to this, ascertain whether there's any disparate impact on communities of color who have been unfairly burdened in the past. And it would vest this particular committee with the power and the responsibility to make sure that if you're going to build something in Memphis, it does not threaten the drinking water source of its citizens. And it would also be require the committee to determine whether something goes through a municipal well field. So you can obviously read the language of the ordinance, but that's the general outline. It's an ordinance that's designed to protect the Memphis Sand Aquifer going forward into the future. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much for that presentation, Dr. Warren. Do you want to add anything before we go to the Q?
Yes, I would like to talk a little bit about the component of this ordinance that deals with social justice. And I wanted to call on Justin Pearson to talk about his work and what he's done in the community as far as that's concerned, if possible, Mr. Chair.
Absolutely, Mr. Pearson. Good to see you again. The floor is yours, good sir.
Great to see you as well. And to everyone, thank you for the opportunity. I will start with just a minor correction. This work has been done by so many, to Kathy Robinson, to Kizzy Jones, to Scotty Fitzgerald, Clyde Robinson, Marie Odoms. Thank you for being and representing the community. To Councilman Ford and to Councilman Warren, your leadership here has been extraordinary. We know that injustice exists, and we know that that impact is oftentimes felt by those who are lower income and low wealth, and they are felt by those who are, and for us, and this is in North Memphis and Southwest Memphis in particular, a district that Councilman Ford has served for many years. In Southwest Memphis, the average cancer rate is 4 times higher than our national average. There are 17 toxic release inventory facilities in that area. So when we are speaking about environmental injustice and the need for us as a city to remedy it, it is the real world implications in people's lives. And so most people in the area have family who died of cancer. Most people in this area have horrendous stories about severe asthma attacks for their loved ones or their relatives. But those are backed up by the facts, and I know facts are important. They're backed up by the facts that over 50% of refineries and fossil fuel infrastructure are near poor or lower income areas and communities. Memphis is a birthplace in a lot of ways for movements and for justice. And this opportunity that you all have today is one that is special in many ways, and Councilman Ford and I have talked about this before, in creating justice. And today, by protecting our most valuable resource, and in fact, one could argue our most invaluable resource, we are creating justice for communities that would be disproportionately impacted if something was to happen to the drinking water. And so thank you all for your consideration, for your work, and your attention to this.
Thank you, Justin. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I see we have some questions in the queue, and I'm available for answering any that they have. Thank you.
Okay, so, all right, we have a queue. Councilman Carlisle, the floor is yours, good sir.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Pearson, thank you for your comments. And obviously the council has spoken through its voice by opposing the pipeline. We're now on to a legal issue when we talk about ordinances and federal energy law and state law. And we have a series of opinions. I guess we have an opinion from the SELC, some commentary on that opinion. And I think Dr. Warren asked earlier, but I have to ask, has the council attorney or the city attorney's office, is Jennifer Sink on?
Chase, Jennifer Sink is looking at this. I did discuss it with her. If you'd like to know.
Hold on, Councilman. I see. Ms. Sink, have you had a chance to dig into this and issue an opinion from the city standpoint?
Good morning. I am reviewing it, specifically this revised ordinance, which I received Friday afternoon, but I have not had a chance to do a complete analysis, and I'm not prepared to offer an opinion about it at this time.
All right, and Alan, are you still on?
Yes, I am.
Our council issued an opinion. I guess I think ultimately it'd be fair to say that this body can vote to do whatever it wants. I think really what we have to weigh here, and I know the argument is this moral argument, but ultimately, like Chair Smiley said, we're going to get drug into a courtroom. And whether we want to induce litigation, and I guess, Alan, in your professional expert opinion and your time here as an expert on our charter, are we about to induce ourselves into serious litigation, or is it let me phrase it, do you find it might be a high probability that we are going to induce litigation from All American Plains?
Well, I mean, I think I want to correct some statements that Councilman Warren made about my opinion. I think my opinion was very clear that I was just advising this body on the risks, not trying to denigrate the position taken by Mr. Nolan or anyone else. That's my job, is to advise this body on the risk of going forward. And I think Councilman Warren highlighted one statement that I made, that the ultimate question is whether the city desires to use its precious resources to litigate an issue that is not free from doubt, or to allow private parties to carry the ball with the council's blessing. I have not publicly made an opinion. I've just pointed out some problems. I think the problems that I highlighted, I don't think they've been ameliorated by Mr. Nolan's opinion or this ordinance, but that's not for me to decide. So the issue is more whether you want to get in a fight. So let's just talk logistically. Let's say you pass this ordinance. It is nothing but a piece of paper. As soon as and it's not whether I agree with it or whether Mr. Nolan thinks it's appropriate. I think he thinks it's a slam dunk. I really don't. But irrespective of that, just because you pass an ordinance doesn't mean anything. The first time you try to stop the Plains America from going forward with their project, if they don't agree with our analysis, we're going to be in litigation. And the question is, who are they going to sue? They're going to sue us for passing the ordinance. And that's fine. And I think, to be fair, Councilman Warren was very upfront that he thinks that's a fight that we should take on. That's not my decision to make. I just give you advice on the risk of going forward. So to answer your question, Councilman Carlisle, I do believe, absent an agreement with Plains America to go elsewhere, we will have a fight in court.
Thank you, Mr. Wade, as always. Colleagues, I'm torn because I know we all want to do everything within our power to help our constituents, especially in a significant issue, in environmental racism and social justice. I really need time to reflect. I'm happy to move this ordinance and begin the process. But I think, we need to get a better understanding as the weeks go on and really engage. And I don't want to call it the risk reward. That sounds like there's levity in a very serious issue, but to engage the city and potentially MLGW for that matter into what could be a multi-million-dollar lawsuit is something that we have to really, really take into consideration. I would love to just, flick the pen like the President of the United States or the Transportation Secretary in this, but we don't have that authority. I sure hope our congressman, after several years up there, has some weight to get that going a lot faster than it seems to be going. But this is pretty serious business here. And like I said, Mr. Wade said, the minute we try and enforce this, we're going to be going head to head with a multi-billion-dollar oil company that's happy to litigate this stuff out. So Councilman Warren, I'm prepared to continue moving this thing through the process. I need to really engage and understand, our risk reward here. And I don't want that to come across as I'm not supportive. These are just some of the nuances, unfortunately, that come along with the politics side. We just have to make sure that we're very diligent in understanding what we're obligating the city to. And look, we may as a body say, let's have the fight. I want to understand what that really means going forward. So thank you, Mr. Pearson. Thank you for all the work you've done. As Councilman Smiley said when you first appeared before the body, it's incredible to see people engaging and rallying their community and pulling people into the issues. Honestly, I wish it would happen more often, to be frank. With that, Mr. Chair, I yield back. And thank you to
Councilman Smiley. Councilman Ford, before you go anywhere, I need to make some comments on all of these things right this minute, okay?
Absolutely, Councilman Ford. The floor is
You know,
yours.
First of all, we don't need the pipeline. So, hey, I don't care. Money don't mean anything, okay? Now, to all my other colleagues, if y'all look at the news, this is not only going on here in the city of Memphis, in my district, it's going on all over. So, hey, they're fighting it north, south, east, and west, these pipelines. Pipelines are trying to come in because soon we won't need no gas. They're trying to get everything that they can in all these particular areas. But it's just not Memphis, it's all over. And everybody's looking at it. That's why we need to try to pass everything that we can, then we can fight it, okay? It may not cost us a dime. They may have to be doing the one that's paying. You know, that's just like our water. And then you got up north. If y'all look at MSNBC and some of these news stations, you're seeing the same thing what we're talking about. They're having the same issues with all these oil companies. It's about them. It's not about people. So we need to put anything that we can in place and then work from there, okay? Because you know what? Everybody talking about what it may cost us. And no, that's why we just was saying in the resolution, let them put money if it's going to cost us. We don't want anything to cost us. We have the best drinking water. And then the people of North, if you look at the news, it's going on. And they got their aquifers too. If they always want to put it around somebody's water. And all you have to do is just look at what went on in, what is that? In what is it? What's the place? In Flint, Michigan. And that was because we didn't do nothing. You had the wrong person, just changed things, didn't think about it, okay? So I need everybody, hey, we need to put whatever we can in place. I appreciate these attorneys, see? But I mean, I need y'all to look at everything, federal and all the rest, and what's going on all over the United States. Then let's all of us get together, because it's not just happening here. This is not something that we're just trying to do in Memphis. It's all over. And like I said, all these oil companies, they know what's getting ready to happen with them. You got electric cars, you got this. You know, if anybody ever looked, and I go on the History Channel, how America was made. 3 people did it, okay? We wouldn't have lights today if one person would have kept their kerosene because they bought it, okay? Maybe everybody need to look at that. If you look at that History Channel, and it comes on once a week, started with 3 men, and the person that really kind of made this country was Ford. When he made the cars, it always go back to them. It's a history that all of us, if you hadn't seen it, you need to pull it up and look at it, and then maybe all of us will have a different story about what's going on, okay? And it's the oil company, and they don't care about us. They care about them. They got big money. Do anything right now because they know what's getting ready to happen down the road to them. And if anybody ever noticed right now, look how much gas is today. It's snuck up on us. I looked at Exxon, it's $2.99, was $1.99. Nobody's mentioned. They're trying to get whatever they can, but they want to try to ruin us. So we need to put anything that we can in place. I don't want nobody angry with me. I try to be on top. I'm getting texts. I don't want no texts. I'm trying to do the best. You know, this Sunday, we had a nice rally. We had our own vice president was here, Al Gore. We had a good time. Concerns. And then not only that, this is my district, the Black district, area that really don't kind of bother nobody, but we always have problems. It's time to kind of solve some of these problems. That's why we need to put anything that we can in place, then go from that point. And I'm gonna be quiet. I thank you. And then you can go to the other speakers.
All right, real quick, I have a question for Attorney Nolan. Are you still with us, Attorney Nolan?
Yes, I'm here.
So I guess my question is, do you have a good case if you all brought a lawsuit for the advocacy groups to block the pipeline without council's ordinance?
Well, I guess I would answer it this way. As you know, there's condemnation proceedings, which is a lawsuit that's pending, and the landowners are objecting to the pipeline company's attempt to use the power of eminent domain. It appears to us that their objections are very, very strong, but those objections will ultimately be ruled on by the state court judge, Judge Corbin Johnson. So there's another avenue. There's a state statute which Mr. Crosby's firm has recognized that says that in a condemnation context, a pipeline cannot cross city streets without the municipality passing an ordinance authorizing the crossing of city streets. We don't think that's happened. So that's another avenue that can be used to push back. And another avenue is the fact that at least our analysis is that a pipeline is not authorized by the present zoning laws for Memphis and Shelby County. So in just a straightforward answer to your question, Chairman Smiley, there are legal hooks that can be used, but we are talking about going up against a multi-billion-dollar pipeline company that has no intention of being deterred. And this ordinance that's being suggested is not, it's designed to do more than address the pipeline. It's designed to protect the drinking water source from all threats that could pollute it. So I don't think that, with all great respect to your question, just because there are other legal arguments that can be used to push back, that would not, those arguments are not going to protect the aquifer in the long term. And if you pass a strong ordinance, then the law is set and you don't get involved into a big controversy every time some new big project comes along. And so we would encourage the city to pass the ordinance.
Okay, so I think I understand it. Right now, you all have arguments that you can be made, but it's a gray area. If this body ultimately decides to put an ordinance in place, that will bolster your argument. Would that be fair?
I think it would be another big, strong tool in the legal toolbox.
Okay, gotcha. All right, I feel like I skipped lines, so my apologies to some of my colleagues. My legal head was starting to turn. All right, Councilman Jones. Sorry, I think two people went in front of you and they were not supposed to. My apologies, good brother. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Nolan, I have a question. You referenced the Tennessee Safe Drinking Water Act, and I'm curious as to, did not the Tennessee Department of Environment and Conservation take that into consideration when they granted whatever permits that were granted at the state level for this to go in place?
The answer is unfortunately not. When the Tennessee Department of Environment and Conservation issued what we environmental lawyers called an ARAP permit, Aquatic Resources Alteration Permit, they limited their analysis to surface water and did not consider groundwater issues. And what we have here is a groundwater issue, and it's the Tennessee Safe Drinking Water Act and the rules that TDEC promulgates under that act that encourage municipalities to pass ordinances that protect their drinking water wellheads. But that issue really wasn't the subject of this ARAP permit that the state issued to the pipeline company.
Okay, so it's the lack of, they're looking at the drinking water sources as opposed to surface water contamination that you feel is the basis for this body being able to act.
I think that the basis for this body being able to act is the Tennessee State Drinking Water Act and the rules under that act. I think the problem that this body is confronting is born of the fact that both the federal government and the state government, as they've looked at this pipeline, did not consider groundwater issues. They only considered surface water issues. So that's the regulatory gap, so to speak.
Okay, so, but are there not already pipelines that are traversing Memphis and Shelby County that present the same risk that this pipeline would pose to Memphis in its drinking water?
Well, there are some pipelines that do traverse this area. There's one that goes from Valero to Collierville, for example. It's much smaller than this proposed pipeline, so I don't think it would be fair to say it poses the same risk. You know, this is a 24-inch diameter, high pressure, 1,500 pounds per square inch pipeline. And I think it's important to realize, you know, it's not 1950 anymore. We know a lot more about the aquifer today than we did when previous pipelines were constructed. And every time you put a pipeline in the ground, you are exponentially increasing the risk. So, you know, an analogy I use is, you know, is it better to have one drunk driver on the roadway or 3 drunk drivers on the roadway? Obviously, if you know there's one drunk driver on the roadway, you're not going to hand the keys to another intoxicated person and say, hit the road. So it's just a matter of risk increase. And every time, you know, we're talking about this pipeline would go through the Davis well field in Southwest Memphis. And I'm not personally aware of a pipeline that goes through any well fields like that.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Councilman Jones, for the inquiry. Is there anything else from you, sir? Nothing else from Councilman Jones. Councilwoman Patrice Robinson, the floor is yours. Good ma'am.
Thank you. Council members, this is a very complicated issue, and we probably need a panel of experts to help us with this. Is Alan still on the line, and Jennifer? Because I want to know what happened and why do we have a lawsuit with Mississippi about the aquifer? And my question is leading to, aren't those aquifers connected? And if we attack it from one side, will we still have some impact from the Mississippi side if we don't attack it from both places?
Councilwoman Robinson bringing the heat. All right. I love it. Attorney Wade, Attorney Singh, the floor is yours. Whoever wants to speak first.
All right, let me see if I can help. I think Cheryl Patterson would probably be more expert on this, but the Mississippi water case was a case where Mississippi attempted to get compensation for us disproportionately using what they call their aquifer. This thing may be named the Memphis Sands Aquifer, but it does not belong to Memphis. It is a regional aquifer, and it flows back and forth. I mean, it ebbs and flows between various states. And that's what the Supreme Court special master found, that it did not belong to Mississippi, and therefore they couldn't get damages from us. This particular route goes through Memphis, but it does go along the Mississippi Tennessee border to what they call the Collierville station. And that Collierville station is an change from a number of different pipelines. The Valero one that Mr. Nolan mentioned, I think it's a 20-inch pipeline. There are several that comes from Illinois down to the Gulf. That's been in place that traverses right through West Tennessee. It's been in place for 4 or 5 decades. So all of these pipelines sit upon the aquifer, and I thought MLG&W was obtaining a study to determine whether there's been any impact on the aquifer. But to answer your question, even if there were another route, but that route still went through Mississippi along the border, it would still cross the aquifer and the risk would still be there. I hope I answered your question.
Yes, you answered it. That's why I said this is so complicated. If we just attack it from our side, we got to have all where the aquifers is where it's connected. Everybody has to be on the same page, because our water can be affected by what happens somewhere else as well. I don't think we have enough information. But I think we need to move in a swift manner, because I do believe our water is important to this region, not just Memphis, the whole region. And what we do here will impact everybody else in the region, and what they don't do will impact us. So this is a larger conversation.
Councilwoman Robbins, can I kind of jump in real quick?
Yes.
I don't know if this is probably a question for Alan or Jennifer. Is there a way that we could, I don't know, engage, I guess, some of the neighboring communities, around this issue? Because I think Councilwoman Robinson brings up a very valid point. This is a regional issue. This is not necessarily just our aquifer. This is aquifer that belongs to multiple, cities or counties. Is there a way we can engage them in conversation so that we're moving in one accord as opposed to in isolation? Because ultimately, if we decide to move forward, someone's going to have to bear the cost. And I would like for it to be a collaborative effort, as opposed to the city of Memphis spending all of its resources, especially knowing now that the state of Mississippi thinks is theirs and we think is ours. So I don't know. This may be something for you to ponder. I would get back on it. I haven't had an opportunity to think that through. Thank you, Councilwoman Robinson, for that question, and thank you for giving me more things to think about.
That's why I shared that this is a very complicated issue, and we need more experts, and we probably need to get those experts involved very quickly.
All right. Councilwoman Logan, the floor is yours, ma'am.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm glad we are having this discussion. Thank you, colleague, Councilwoman Robinson, for adding that aspect to it. One thing that I wanted to note is that we have an element of unknown, which is what will happen. No one knows what will happen if the pipeline comes through, and it may affect our water. It may have complications and damage, but we don't know. And I would rather err on the side of lives, err on the side of the community, because we've seen what happens, when there is a problem with pipelines. We've seen what happens. We've just heard these statistics on its impact or environmental issues on our communities, on our water. And though the pipeline comes through predominantly African-American communities, it's in Memphis. We don't necessarily, I want us to look at this as Memphis, not just Black communities or Latino communities or white communities, but this is Memphis, and we all have to stand up and fight for what's right. if there's a potential to affect lives right now or generations to come, we have to consider that. Do we want that on our hands? And are we saying that, well, we're going to fight if it don't cost a lot of money, or we don't know if we're going to fight because it may cost too much money? I do feel we need to determine what our stance is going to be, what our posture is. Are we going to fight for our citizens? Are we going to fight for our environment? Are we going to fight for our water? We need to make a decision and stand on that. And if we're going to fight, then we need to arm ourselves with information. So I do agree that we need to determine that our citizens and our environment, our water is most important and the priority. We were elected to represent those that cannot represent themselves. We are the ones who are in position to determine the legality and the process. And once we determine that, justice, social justice, environmental justice costs money. All justice costs money and has for it, the history of the United States. But are we willing to do what's right and spend the money, find the money, or are we going to debate on whether or not it's worth it? Our people and our water and our integrity as a governing body is at stake. Yes, we need to do due diligence, get panelists, researchers. Yes, we need to hold everyone accountable, but we have to act. We can't just sit by and say, oh, well, this is a huge organization, a multi-billion-dollar organization. If they're wrong, they're wrong. If we're wrong, we're wrong. But let's determine that. We have this situation in front of us, and we don't have the luxury or the liberty not to act. I do want to note that they have not done, based on their representative that I spoke to, as I said in the last meeting, they have not done their due diligence. They couldn't produce, when I asked for it, a study showing showing the impact on our aquifer. They haven't done that. Even though they've done a lot of different studies on the environment, they haven't done one on how it'll affect the aquifer, what's going to protect us from protect the aquifer. And I think they should do that study and present that information to us, in addition to us doing due diligence. And that was based on my last conversation with their representative. So, we don't know. We don't have all the information, and we are responsible for getting that information and doing what's right. We have attorneys. We have very capable attorneys and legal staff that can determine how we should move and what we should do. But us deciding that we should is on us. We should or should not. And so I don't think we have. We can't just sit back and say, okay, let's wait and see. We have determined that we do not agree with the pipeline. We have determined that we do not want lives at stake or our aquifer at stake. So in determining that, what is our next move? What do we do? Being responsible and considering our fiscal position. I agree with that, because that's our responsibility too. But we can't just sit back and let them do what they want to do without us fighting for our people and our resources. We have been known throughout the history of being the city with the best drinking water, and we're not going to allow big companies to come in and jeopardize that, because it's one of the few things that we have left. We used to be Memphis City Beautiful, most beautiful city, and we're troubled there. So we have to stand up and fight. That's what we were elected to do. And that's what I'm ready to do, being informed and having all the voices at the table. I do agree with Councilwoman. We do need to add, Councilwoman Robinson, we do need to add those voices. But I'm just speaking to our responsibility at this point as a governing body. So with that, Chair, I yield back.
Thank you, Councilwoman Logan. I see you fired up and ready to go. Absolutely. Let me scroll down. It's Dr. Warren, the floor is yours. Do you want to yield to Councilman Morgan? I don't think
I'd like to yield. If I could have closing comments, I'd like to yield. Thank you.
Closing remarks and benediction. Got you. Councilman Morgan, go ahead.
I didn't want to follow Councilman Logan's speech. That was too good. But no, I applaud the actions by the community, by Councilman Ford and Councilman Warren to oppose this pipeline. I'm in opposition to the pipeline as well, as it's currently been proposed. I don't believe the catastrophic risk to our quality of drinking water is worth the minimal benefit of some charitable donations and the annual taxes that we'd receive. So, for me, there's a quote that I've always loved, that those with the ability to act have the responsibility to act. And we certainly have the ability to pass an ordinance. Now, the question is, will that ordinance have authority? And that's something I still am evaluating. Just got the opinion from the SELC last night, heard from Mr. Wade and Mr. Nolan and Mr. Crosby. I still want to hear from Ms. Sink, but I think we can go ahead and proceed with an ordinance, and I will be comfortable in the next month in being able to evaluate our chance of success. But to Councilman Logan's point, sometimes you just got to take on Goliath, and there's a certain cost to doing right, and it's our responsibility to bear that burden and to find the financing and to stand up and do what's necessary to protect the people that we're responsible for. And now the hard time will be when it comes to make the budget cuts or to find that financing and to make those adjustments. But when we talk about priorities, mine has always been the protection of the people. And I think this falls under that category, whether it's the quality of the drinking water, whether it's their safety in regards to crime, or whatever it might be. So I am in favor of this moving forward today. I still want to evaluate and spend a lot of time the next month over that legal question, our chance of success. But let's go forward. And I'm ready to vote yes on this today. Thank you, everybody, for the time and effort you've put into this. I really appreciate it. The emails have been overwhelming. Some of them have been form emails, some of them have been personal, but on issues like this, it all adds up and it all matters. And I really thank everybody for their input.
All right. Thank you, Councilman Morgan. Okay. All right, Councilman Jones, the floor is yours, good sir. And I would like to suggest and let everyone know who's committee. Councilman Carlisle, can we borrow about 10 minutes of your time? So I think we're about done.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, good sir. Okay, so Councilman Jones, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Question that I have is maybe to Mr. Nolan. How would we go, and perhaps Ms. Carr as well, how would we go by influencing the changing of guidelines that we ask TDEC to consider our drinking water sources whenever they are issuing these permits? If they didn't do it in this case before they granted this permit.
Councilman Jones, I think that's a great question. Thank you. It is disappointing that TDEC did not consider groundwater issues when issuing that particular permit. So if this body wanted to do something to encourage TDEC to take a broader approach in the future, that sounds like a very good idea. I don't think that changes the fact that under the Tennessee Safe Drinking Water Act and TDEC's rules under that act, municipalities, because they're closest to the local water, need to enact ordinances protecting their local wellheads. So that's the way I would address your question.
Okay.
Point of information, Mr. Chair, for answer to Mr. Jones.
Go ahead.
Councilman Jones, it's a lack of state law that's doing this, and we have Barbara Cooper and Representative Ackberry and Jay Hardam. They're all looking at what they need to introduce on the state level, but it's a lack of law. We had a conference where we had the presentation by TDEC. Representative Cooper had that, and they essentially said there wasn't anything they could do to address it because it wasn't under state law at this point.
Okay, thank you for that. I've always liked to deliberate and hear both sides of every argument, regardless of what it is that's coming before us. And we've all heard a lot Our emails have been bombarded. We've received phone calls. And whenever I see a display like this of the public, I'm encouraged by the democratic process taking place. I've sort of, been intentional of sort of keeping my thoughts to myself on this matter. I've listened to both sides. But, those who've been around me long enough, I'm going to always look at the numbers, because to me, that's going to be the most common denominator. All planes in 2020 had revenues of $23 billion. Bolero had revenues of $65 billion. And what really tilted me to the other side was when I saw they're using eminent domain, even if it's just slivers of people's property, making one-time payments, where if this pipeline goes into existence, oil may not always be around, but they still are slated to make billions and billions of dollars over the next 5 to 10 years. It's not going anywhere in the next 10 years. Make billions of dollars. And I was open, if some of the property owners could have been justly compensated and been in a position to perpetually earn money or have revenues when the companies stand to make money, I could have been a little bit more amenable to their side, but that is not the case. So for them to toss around a measly $1 million out of nearly $90 billion combined, that's an insult to our community. So that's all I wanted to say for the public consumption, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Jones. Councilwoman Robinson, I'm going to have a few remarks, and then we're going to go to the Reverend Dr. Warren for closing remarks and benediction.
I want to thank each of my colleagues for the conversation on today. And I did not want to leave our audience thinking that I want us to wait. That is not my issue. I just want to make sure that whatever we do moving forward, that we have conversations with the people who are involved in the region, because we could fix what's going on right here and still be impacted somewhere else. Our number one goal of this council is legislation that will support the people of Memphis, and safety is number one. And I'm not just talking about crime safety. I'm talking about the safety of our water, the safety of our health, and the safety of our livelihoods. Thank you.
All right. Okay, I think they queues me up before we go to the good doctor. So colleagues, I've heard all of you in terms of wanting to move to Councilwoman Logan. She's asked what, we need to determine how we move. The ordinance is how the suggested movement. The ordinance would tell us what to do. The ordinance would speak to, how this body would move going forward. So one thing I would like to say as it relates to the ordinance, I would hope that all of my colleagues would join me, Councilman Warren and Councilman Ford, in voting in support of this ordinance today. That's one thing. And then the second thing, I've heard my colleagues suggest that the truth of the matter is we have financial planners, we have funeral home directors, we have medical doctors, we have lawyers, we have teachers, we have individuals who are affiliated with a lot of different organizations, but none of us are environmentalists. None of us are experts on the issue. What I would like to see happen, it'd be a potential, I think I'm going to propose a resolution. Probably I'm going to try to have the staff prepare a resolution where whether it's a convene in a special meeting or whether it's 2 council meetings from now, where we have experts opine on this issue, but not only experts opine on this issue, I would love to hear, and I'm going to make sure we get requests out to our representatives in state government so that we can hear about what they're doing, because the truth of the matter is they represent the city as well. We are not in this alone, and we need to know everything that we can do and make sure if if this body is the body's will to pass ordinance, that the ordinance is truly crafted in such a way that we can withhold or stand a fight. So I just want to let you know that a resolution is forthcoming requesting that we get legal opinions, have a public meeting where attorneys are allowed to weigh in on the issue before us, weigh in on the ordinance, and particularly help us, I guess, craft the ordinance that has some teeth that will withhold a battle. So resolution is forthcoming, and we hope that our colleagues in the state legislature who represent this city will join us so that we can have a very public meeting and discuss where to from here.
Mr.
And
Chairman,
with that, go ahead.
Also, with those experts, I'm assuming, or don't want to assume, but representatives from the Tennessee Department of Environment and Conservation will be included in that?
Absolutely, and it's going to be an extremely wordy resolution, but we need to know. And also going to request an Attorney General opinion as well. So we need to know. I want the city of Memphis to know that this body stands with you, this body believes in you, and this body hopes that you continue to be engaged in what's taking place in this city. And with that being said, hopefully we can get this resolution. Sorry, y'all. Sorry, staff. Sometime today. If not, it'll be in your emails shortly. With that, Dr. Warren, the floor is yours, good sir.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I don't know.
Hold on, Dr. Warren. Hold on, Dr. Warren. Dr. Warren,
Yeah.
hold on 1 second. I'm gonna let you close this. I promise I'm gonna let you close this out. To Councilman Carlisle, go ahead, real quick.
Sorry, and this is for Dr. Warren because I know he's been involved. Dr. Warren, where is Congressman Cohen with the Transportation Secretary? My understanding is this could be solved very quickly. Do you have an update with that?
There are letters in place from Congressman Cohen asking President Biden to put this on a temporary hold. I'm not sure where that is, but everything that we do provides it with more publicity. And I think the more that this gets in the president's eye, the more likely it will occur. But right now we've got a pandemic in our country, and I really think that's where his focus has been, that and on the economy and people getting evicted and getting the checks and the stimulus package going. But I think that's what's going on with that.
I appreciate it. Hopefully the Transportation Secretary will engage. I guess we'll find out how much juice our congressman has. With that, I yield back.
How much juice?
Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Warren.
Before Dr. Warren closes out,
Councilman Ford.
let me just make, we had Congressman Cohen with us this past Sunday. We had a lot of the state representatives and all also. So everybody's kind of involved. That's why I said we had, Dr. Warren, about how many people you think we had there? So, I mean,
I think we had around 500 people, but we also had I counted 7 or 8 state representatives in addition to other local officials.
Right. So everybody's kind of on the same page. And hey, and like I said, it was a very good thing. And I appreciate it. Okay.
Absolutely. So what we have to decide is, one, whether we're going to have a special meeting. I do believe that this issue is important enough for this body to convene again, and we hear from the experts because we just want to put our best foot forward.
And I want to thank you, Councilman.
This territory, you don't have step. You don't have step. I just want to be very direct about that. Dr. Warren, it's time. Close us out.
Yeah, thank you. I think what we have to realize, and I think everyone knows, this is an ordinance. So we're going to have 3 readings of this ordinance. This is our first reading today. This gives us 2 weeks, 4 weeks to be able to get legal opinions back from Ms. Sink, also to allow our attorney to fine-tune his legal opinions and give us the best chance of fighting this based on our charter for where he is an expert, and to where we can go ahead and proceed and allow our city to be able to provide for the quality of our water and to fight, I guess, environmental racism as this continues to go through an African American community. So, we don't really have the authority to say anything about the safety of a pipeline. That's not within our purview. So as we're talking about this, we have to realize that what we're discussing is the quality of our water and how we can assure that for the future. Because let's assume this pipeline goes for 50 years. At the end of 50 years, that company's going to be gone, and it still could be draining into our water, and then we'll be paying for it. So this is the quality of our water that we're looking at long term. And I appreciate my council members voting for this. And then let's get the information we need. Councilman Robinson is right. This needs to be a completely regional move. But I think if we get the regulation right, then it's going to make it easier for all the other communities to put in a similar language to protect their communities. Although Mississippi may have to deal with different varieties or verities in their state law, we can help them with this by passing this ordinance. So thank you very much, and I yield back.
Thank you, Dr. Warren. While you were speaking, I thought about something that we just saw with the pet ordinance. And our rules are kind of peculiar in the sense that we have a ordinance in place, but since we're going to seek all the advice possible so that we can fine tune this thing, what we probably want to do here, because if we change this ordinance substantively, what will happen is we're going to have to start this process all over. So I think what will be prudent here, because we want to put our best foot forward, I think we vote on this today, and we I don't really know how to do this, especially if it may be.
Mr. Chair, if we get to the point, Mr. Chair, if we get to the point that we need more time on the ordinance.
I don't necessarily know if that's true. Hold on one second. Brooke or Alan or someone.
Alan's on the line. He explained it earlier.
Go ahead. Somebody.
What's your question?
Oh, so my question is, if we start changing this thing to make sure we're putting our best foot forward, what happens if we change it too much? Like, do we have to start the readings back over, or what? Like, I'm just trying to figure out if we can vote on it today and then move forward, and we don't have to start the process over. I just need to know the procedure.
Well, we talked about
changing.
The caption defines the scope. So to the extent that you go outside the scope, you would have to start over. I haven't looked at the scope of it yet. I thought it was fairly general, but I'm not sure. That's the rule.
Okay. Well, Dr. Warren, I think we vote on it today and we decide what we need to do, but we do want to put our best foot forward. All right, with that, all hearts and minds are clear. Ask for a roll call vote on this ordinance.
Councilman Canali?
Yes.
Councilman Carlisle?
Aye.
Councilman Colvette? Councilwoman Easter Thomas?
Yes.
Councilman Ford?
Yes.
Councilwoman Johnson?
Yes.
Councilman Jones?
Aye.
Councilwoman Logan?
Aye.
Councilman Morgan?
Yes.
Councilwoman Robinson?
Aye.
Councilwoman Swearingen?
Aye.
Councilman Warren?
Aye.
Chair Smiley?
With that, this body stands with the people.
Hey, let me ask one question. Can we send that across the street also, let them look at what we're doing? Because they need to be part of it.
Yes, sir. We will
Councilman
do
Ford,
that.
this is your world. Your request will be done. With that, this committee is adjourned at 10:59 a.m. Sorry about that, Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you.
Staff, please note I was in that committee and I was trying
hold on. Are we ready to go live?
Yes, we're ready. Sorry about that.
All right, hang tight. All right, so, all right, good morning. It is 11:01 a.m. Tuesday, March 16th. I hereby call to order the Personnel Committee of the Memphis City Council. Ms. Crichton, would you please call the roll?
Councilman Canale. Councilman Colvette.
Here.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Present.
Councilman Ford.
Present.
Councilwoman Johnson.
Present.
Councilman Jones.
Aye.
Councilwoman Logan.
Present.
Councilman Morgan.
Here.
Councilwoman Robinson. Councilman Smiley.
Here, present.
Councilwoman Swearingen. Councilman Warren.
Present.
Chair Carlisle.
Present. Colleagues, good morning. We had 4 items on the agenda. There has been an evolution at the State House this morning. And with that, I'll say that Senate Bill 29 was sent for summer study, and I'd like to recognize Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, the purpose of the resolution that I was going to set forth was based upon a conversation that I had with Representative Larry Miller. And as it relates to the state exerting its ability to supersede whatever was done on the local level, he indicated that he had not heard anything from this particular body on this issue. So that was the purpose of this ordinance. And so at the appropriate time, if it's necessary, I will reintroduce it at the time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Jones. Colleagues, item number 1, the appointment to the Memphis Animal Shelter Advisory Board of London Shavers and Damon Williams. For the record, Ms. Pace has withdrawn her name, so we'll hear the appointments of those 2 individuals. May I have a motion and a second to hear these items?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Warren, seconded by Councilwoman Robinson. Mr. Shavers, if you would mind giving us your name and address for the record, and then, well, actually, let me, before we do this, do I have Director Pugh? There's Director Pugh. Director Pugh, before we go to our appointees, would you like to say a few words about them?
Yeah, I'm going to let them speak on their own behalf about their amazing credentials and why, look, London's laughing, and why they're excellent choices by the mayor to join this advisory committee. But I would just like to say thank you to both Mr. Shavers and Mr. Williams for agreeing to serve. I think their perspectives from the communities that they represent are going to be essential as we move animal services more to an inclusive, community-based service center. So I'm thrilled to have both of them on board, and I look forward to working with them.
Excellent. Thank you, Director Pugh. Mr. Shavers, good morning, sir. If you wouldn't mind giving us your name and address for the record, and then brief few comments. Your mic is on, but we're not getting any volume from you.
Check and see if you got your.
I'll tell you what, staff, if you'll get with Mr. Shavers, we will move over to Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams, good morning, sir. If you give us your name and address for the record, and a brief.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Damon Williams. My address is 7769 Juniper Cove East. You said a couple of comments about myself.
Sure. Just why you like to serve, why you're excited to be a part of it. The hubbub.
Yeah. Well, in San Francisco, I manage several large supportive housing units, and a big part of that was working with tenants around reasonable accommodations for pets. And so I just got to see a wide array of individuals and circumstances and diverse issues that came up around pets. And so I'd like to offer that perspective.
Well, I appreciate that. Since I've got you, there's an ordinance before the body to ban the retail sale of cats and dogs in the city of Memphis. As a board member, as a potential board member, would you be in favor of that ban?
No, I would not.
Okay. All right, thank you. Mr. Shavers, if we've got you back now. Good morning, sir. If we could have your name and address for the record, we'd appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you for being here. Just if we could get your name and address for the record and then a brief few comments.
Okay, I am London Silas Shavers. My address is 435 North Graham Street, and here in Memphis. And I guess something about myself, I am professor of fine arts over at Northwest Mississippi Community College. I'm also a classically trained musician as an artist for Yamaha Corporation of America, D'Addario Strings, and Silverstein Ligatures.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much. I guess I'll ask you the same question. There's an ordinance before council that's asking to ban the retail sale of cats and dogs in an effort to stop puppy mills. If you were a sitting board member of the MAS, would you be in favor of banning the retail sale of cats and dogs due to the proliferation of puppy mills?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we have a shelter. I mean, and we have enough animals that we can barely, keep safe as is. All those animals that are purchased as pets, as gifts, will eventually, unfortunately, some of them will matriculate to Memphis Animal Services.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I appreciate that. Again, to both of you, thank you for taking and volunteering your time and being willing to serve the citizens of Memphis and the city. Colleagues, I don't see any other questions or comments in the queue. With that, Ms. Crichton, would you please call the roll?
Councilman Canali. Councilman Colvett. Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Yes.
Councilman Ford.
Yes.
Councilwoman Johnson.
Yes.
Councilman Jones.
Aye.
Councilwoman Logan.
Aye.
Councilman Morgan. Councilwoman Robinson.
Aye.
Councilman Smiley. Councilwoman Swearingen.
Aye.
Councilman Warren.
Aye.
Chair Carlisle.
Aye, this item passes. Thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate you. Colleagues, item number 2, the reappointment of to the Memphis Alcohol Commission of Ms. Renee Poe. May I please have a motion and a second to hear this item?
So moved.
So moved.
I
Second.
hear moved by Councilwoman Robinson, seconded by Councilman Warren. Ms. Poe, good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning. Hope you can hear me. Can you hear me?
Very clearly, yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
If we could have your name and address for the record. And
It's
brief comments.
Renee Poe, P-O-E, 3133, Ligon Cove, Memphis, 38119.
And this is your reappointment to the Alcohol Commission?
Yes.
All right. Do you have any other further comments?
I have been on the commission since, actually at the suggestion of a colleague, since 2015, I believe. And this is, I think, my second reappointment. I think it was under 2 different mayors. And I've enjoyed my time spent there and able to keep people safe with regard to alcohol. And a big concern that I've had previously was the issue with the convenience stores. We have a lot of them, more than I care to think there should be, but that's beside the point. But there's some issues with underage alcohol sales that we are actually getting a good handle on. So I really feel good about still being on the commission and able to keep people safe.
Well, I appreciate those comments. Actually, I wouldn't say it's neither here nor there. I think this body going to have a conversation later today about gas stations, but I think they're probably zeroing in on exactly what you're talking about. Your comments are not lost, I assure you.
Thank you.
Councilman Jones, I see your mic on. Would you like to say a few words?
Hey,
Yeah,
Martavius.
Good morning, Ms. Cole. How are you today?
I'm fine.
And thank you for your service on the Alcohol Commission. And I'm glad that the Alcohol Commission is taking that under advisement. But I would also ask, too, that if there are any issues that may need to be changed at the council level, please don't hesitate to let us know. But the issue of the proliferation of gas stations is very high on my radar screen. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Jones, for those remarks. Colleagues, I don't see any other members in the queue wishing to be recognized. With that, Ms. Crichton, would you please call the roll?
Councilman Canali, Councilman Colvett, Councilwoman Easter Thomas,
Yes.
Councilman Ford, Councilwoman Johnson,
Yes.
Councilman Jones,
Aye.
Councilwoman Logan,
Aye.
Councilman Morgan, Councilwoman Robinson,
Aye.
Councilman Smiley,
Aye.
Councilwoman Swearingen,
Aye.
Councilman Warren,
Aye.
Chair Carlisle.
Aye. This item passes.
Councilman Ford, aye.
Ms. Crichton, did you hear that? Please show Councilman Ford as an aye. Ms. Poe, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right,
Everybody be
colleagues.
great.
Yes, ma'am. All right, colleagues, we are obviously running behind. This is a big topic. So if you'll do me the favor, Ms. Crichton, if you'll get personnel item number 3 in the queue, if you'll do me the favor, if you intend or are going to weigh in, if we could get to the queue, go ahead and get in the queue so we can try and manage the clock a little bit better. And certainly, you know, we'll have more time coming back. Councilwoman Easter Thomas, you requested this. Would you like to say a few words, or should we let Chief Smith go and then throw you in the queue first and then go from there? Is that okay? Or do you want to say a few words first?
If it's okay, Chair, if I can say a few words first.
Absolutely. Councilwoman Easter Thomas, you are recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Colleagues, I have just requested this update mainly at the request of my constituents and those in broader communities. And you may remember, but in June 2020, this council passed a resolution requesting Mayor Strickland and administration to form a community task force of at least 7 citizens, no more than 13, to assist in the selection of a new Memphis Police Department director. We did receive an update last Thursday that announced 7 candidates for the position. Yet outside of the November update where we were given a timeline, I personally don't recall an update to the council on the process of selection, especially how the community was involved in that. So thank you to Chief Smith for coming and administration for giving the information for today in that update. Hopefully our questions can be answered surrounding community input and involvement in that process. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, ma'am. Again, colleagues, if you can, if you intend to speak, try and get in the queue for me early. We're at 11:15. I want to give us as much time as possible, but I want to try and manage the clock. And please don't get upset with me if we try and move it along a little bit. Chief Smith, and the floor is yours.
Excellent. So I want to give a few comments. I did send a handout to everyone related to our information around the process. And I do want to state that we did provide information related to the process on 2 different occasions last year. There's a few important components around the 2021 process that I want to make sure that I clarify today. So first of all, this is the 4th executive search process that we've led for the city of Memphis since I've been in this role, essentially requested by the mayor and facilitated by me through working with executive search firms. This process is very similar to what we've done what we did in 2016. The main difference between the 2021 process and the 2016 process for the Memphis Police Director is the addition of a community survey. The format of the process, it is very closely aligned to what I presented last year, which is engaging the International Association of Chiefs of Police, or IACP, who is the gold standard related to police and law enforcement professional standards and leadership. IACP has conducted over 40 searches in the last 10 years, and in particular, they have worked with major cities such as St. Louis and Charlotte, Dallas, et cetera, and a number of different projects, even outside of the executive search. So they are familiar with law enforcement policing standards at a very high executive level. In terms of how we developed the job description, we did solicit community input through our community survey. I provided those results, and we had over 300 Memphians that participated in that. With that survey, as well as with stakeholder interviews, I was engaged with both people from the administration, from the council, from the community at large, et cetera. A job description, a brand new job description, was put together last year to reflect the important knowledge, skills, and abilities needed and wanted from citizens for the police director role. And from there, the position was posted in December, and IACP confirmed that we commissioned, evaluated the applicants starting in early January, and using their assessment and looking at the knowledge, skills, and abilities, also experience levels, passion for Memphis, all of those things were taken into account in their assessment of which candidates would rise to the top and would be presented to us as a part of the top 7 list. That top 7 list was presented last week, where we shared that with the broader Memphis community. And now the mayor has the determination and evaluation period over the next 2 weeks to determine who should be the top candidate that he would bring forward to the council. An important component about the slate of candidates, first of all, by far the most diverse slate that we've had in participating in these executive searches. In my 17-year career in HR, I am very impressed with not only the capability, the knowledge, but also the experience level that is presented and was presented by IACP. I also want to note that in 2016, we didn't have any female candidates that were brought forward for the police director search. This year, we have 2. We also have 3 internal candidates, which were able to look at their experience level, et cetera, that really shines. And we're very proud to see 3 internal candidates that are on the list as well. So now, where are we? So at this point, the mayor is going to be engaging different community members as a part of an interview panel process to assess the candidates around different competencies as identified in the position description, which was posted. And what the mayor wants to do is hear the feedback from different community members. We have selected a cross-section of community members across different ethnic groups, across different industries, et cetera, to be able to participate in this process. And he will be hearing feedback from them on the strengths and opportunities of each candidate. And then the mayor will hear that feedback and over the next 2 weeks make a determination, in addition to his own assessment and meeting with the individual candidates on who should be brought forth to the council for confirmation in the first meeting April 6th. And so that is the overview of the process. As I mentioned, no different than the 3 other executive searches that we've done, where we have engaged an executive search firm. We are very excited about getting to know each of these 7 candidates. All of their bios and resumes are available, and we look forward to going through the assessment process over the next 2 weeks, and the mayor bringing forth his chosen candidate the first meeting in April.
Thank you, Chief. I see we have at this point 2 members in the queue, Councilwoman Logan and then Dr. Councilmember Jeff Warren. Councilwoman Logan, you're recognized.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair, and good morning, Chief Smith. I appreciate the responses that you have sent to me as well prior to today. However, I did have a question. I'm not sure if you mentioned it when you first started because I had some technical difficulties, audio problems. So if you did, please repeat. You all submitted a approximate project timeline earlier to the council, and it included candidate profile video launch, public feedback period, and a finalized candidate profile. Did you all, did that happen? Those three things?
So we did have some adjustments to the timeline. And so the way that we were able to get that public feedback was through the community survey. So when we launched the community survey, we were able to get that public commentary through there to be able to combine those two things. And then the candidate video did not happen, but we did publish, as I mentioned, the position description that had all of the details in terms of the knowledge, skills, and abilities, and the profile of Memphis for the position description. And that was all in December of 2020.
Okay, what was the candidate profile video launch going to entail?
Essentially, it was going to be a video of the position description. So the same content of the position description, but done in more of a video format.
Okay, and the public feedback and the finalized candidate profile, you said they all were combined in that survey, the feedback?
Yes. So we were able to get the feedback from the community as a part of that community survey. So we essentially combined those two things together.
And with that feedback to ascertain what the community wanted to see as a part of the candidate profile?
Yes, in terms of what they wanted to see in terms of the position description and the important qualities in a police director.
Okay, were they able to inform the position description before?
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Before it was published, yes. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I yield back, Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Dr. Warren, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chief Smith, I've been receiving some emails from various groups like Micah Youth Group and Micah and other organizations that would like a chance to have input or evaluation of candidates. What do I tell them? How can that work? What's the best way for them to get their input as we're proceeding forward in the process?
Well, certainly, we really would love to incorporate every person that we could, but we have had to narrow, if you will, the focus in terms of how to engage different community members. That being said, individuals now understand and know who all 7 candidates are. They are welcome to send feedback to us if they would like to when the individual candidates. We are having, as I mentioned, a separate interview panel process where we're going to be engaging more specific cross-section of different community members in that process. But certainly everyone has access to who these top 7 are and can send them an email related to their feedback as well, if they would like to do that based on the review of their background.
You say there's going to be some more community involvement in the questioning of candidates as they come forward. Is there any way you can reach out to those groups that are asking for input and see if they have members that possibly could serve on your committees?
Well, the mayor has made the determination in terms of who's going to be involved in the panel process at this point. However, as I mentioned, we have the open and availability for people to share their perspective or feedback if they would like to, and they are welcome to do that. Once again, the mayor has the sole authority, if you will, in terms of making the determination of how and what the selection is that we're going to present in April.
Thank you very much. I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Warren. Councilwoman Logan, you're recognized.
Thank you. There was one other thing I want to mention. Would there be any type of virtual opportunity for the community to meet the candidates or hear from them, particularly considering the fact that there's been a national conversation about police reform. We've had our local conversations, and it is a very hot topic, and people are concerned that, who the candidate will be, and making certain that they really speak to the issues at hand and to, what the community is looking for. So I just want to make sure that there is, there's transparency and there's opportunity, not for them to get involved on the back end of things. It seems as though, everything is happening and they get to observe from the back end, but will there be any chance for them to meet, and for the candidates to speak to the issues prior to the selection that the community will be privy to?
So the mayor, as I mentioned, we selected a cross-section of community members to be involved in the process. However, an important component of that confirmation process when we bring his selection forward to the city council is that the public can be a part of that process and can see who the candidate that the mayor has decided to bring forward can engage with that individual through the city council's confirmation process, as well as council members, of course, can ask a number of questions. And so I think that first meeting in April is a really important part of the process in the public assessing the selection choice and being able to provide their feedback.
So you would recommend that if there are questions, if there are things that they want to know, they forward those to the city council prior to them our confirmation, so we can ask those questions of the candidates. Is that your recommendation?
Certainly, that is absolutely something that is absolutely possible, and we know that community members in the past have provided questions to city council members as a part of the confirmation process, and so that's absolutely something that is doable.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Warren, you're back in the queue. You're recognized. Then we'll go to Councilman.
Yes,
Hold on, just colleagues. I'm sorry, Dr. Warren. I apologize. We are about 2 minutes to the next committee. So, Dr. Warren, if you wouldn't mind keeping your comments brief, and then Councilman Jones, how about 5 minutes for comments, and then we'll try and close out for today. Councilman Warren, you're recognized.
Yeah, it's a quick question. Chief Smith, I take it that every candidate has been apprised of the group violence intervention program that the mayor's initiated, and they're all on board with it?
We are still in the early stages, so I actually cannot speak to the level of information they have about the new violence intervention program. But I can assure you that over the next 2 weeks, they absolutely will learn more about the program.
I couldn't quite hear that.
Understand it.
Did you say that was yes, that they're going to implement the group violence intervention program?
What I said is that we're still in the very early stages, and so we have not yet engaged with the top 7 just yet. But I can assure you that over the next 2 weeks, they will learn more about the GVIP program, and we'll be able to learn more about their opinion and perspective on the program. I don't have that detail at this point.
Thank you, Dr. Warren. Councilman Jones, 5 minutes. You'll close us out, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Just want to ask a clarifying question, Ms. Smith. You indicated that members of the public could or should contact council members, and we would ask that of the candidates. But will the mayor not bring just one candidate for an up or down vote? So it won't be an opportunity to ask that of the various candidate finalists, but his nominee.
Correct. As a part of the confirmation process, the mayor will bring forth a selection to council, and council will be able to engage and ask that individual questions as we've done in previous confirmation processes.
But just to be clear, but that's that one person, not all 7. I think Ms. Logan was of the impression that the public would almost like a panel interview of each of the 7 candidates, not just that finalists that the mayor will present before the council for confirmation?
Specifically, I'm talking about the finalist selection that the mayor will be bringing forward to council as a part of the confirmation process.
Well, there's no S on finalist, right?
No.
Okay.
One individual that the mayor will select to as his appointment and will be confirmed by the city council.
Well, I'll
City council.
hand it back over to Ms. Logan because I don't think that was the question that she was asking. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. You're absolutely correct. My question, alluded to the panel being brought forth. I mean, the candidates being brought forth. I didn't understand it to be that the one choice. So is it possible, because in 4 years, after this term, the Mayor Strickland will not be in place. After our terms, we will not be in place, but the citizens will still have the police director. And so I want to make certain that in this climate where we are, that we do have an opportunity to, and it may not have been the practice previously, but what can we do to ensure that there is community as well as council, at least being able to meet the candidates and hear their perspective on the things that matter, not getting in the way of the hiring process, but just as information on who is being selected and who the candidates are. Because after the fact it's too late. Or is it that if we vote the person down, someone else, another candidate will have to be selected? How will that work? Because we don't want to be we don't want to be excluded from the process because we represent the people.
Go ahead, Chief Smith.
So just to clarify, the mayor will be engaging a cross-section of community members over the next 2 weeks, and in particular this week having interview panel discussions with community members related to the strengths and opportunities of the 7 candidates. The city council will be able to engage with the mayor selection. So the mayor will make a selection and bring forth that candidate to the April 6th city council meeting. And at that time, city council members will be able to engage with that individual, ask questions, learn more about his or her background, and be able to have that up or down vote related to whether or not that person should be confirmed. If the council chooses not to confirm, that is a different matter, and certainly I don't want to speak to that. At this stage in the process, we are in the mayor's evaluation period, and he's going to look at all 7 and evaluate them, engage community members around that. Certainly, if any of you have any particular perspective about the 7, you can share that with the mayor, as you share many perspectives with the mayor about different items across the city. And that is at this stage where we are.
And Councilman Logan, I'm sorry, just to clarify one thing too, the police director serves at the will and the pleasure of the mayor once appointed. And so when there's a new mayor, they can choose to keep that director on or go and seek a new director. So I just wanted to clarify that for the public. So it's not like they're under contract for 5 or 6 years or however that works. I apologize for interrupting. You have the floor, Councilwoman.
Oh, no, thank you for that for clarifying that, Chairman. And I was asking, and let me know if I need to ask off of the, offline, but what is the process if just by chance, I'm hoping that, and I'm sure we will all approve of the candidate, but just in case, I don't know if it's happened before, what has been the precedent before, but what happens if the council does not approve? I'm just asking for knowledge's sake.
So at this stage, I have not experienced that as far in the five plus years that I've been in this role. So I will have to confer with our city attorney's office just to make sure I'm very clear. But I think at a high level, the mayor would have to take a look at that situation, look at that candidate, and then make a decision on how to best proceed. And And so I can't at this stage,
Okay.
make any kind of determination about what that would be.
Yeah, and
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate that. I yield back.
yes, and I would just say for continuity, obviously Deputy Director James Ryle is still around and through the early part of the summer. So hopefully we'll get to that. I think what I did hear though is how can the public engage between now and the next few weeks? And I think one of the potential best ways to do is submit questions to the council members, and the council members, maybe we can get our staff to put together a list of questions that seem to be kind of the top priority questions. And I hope and I believe that the mayor and his senior team would put those in as a part of their interview process over the next couple of weeks. I think that might be the best way to get some of those kind of most commonly asked questions or concerns out there in the near term. Colleagues, we are 6.5 minutes past time. I appreciate everyone's questions and input. And we will reconvene the Personnel Committee to discuss potentially the mayor's appointee on April 6th. Seeing no other business before this committee, we remain adjourned. Stand adjourned, remained, stand, whatever.
Council members, if we could have just one moment, we'll be ready for the Housing Community
Evening. This is the Housing and Community Development Committee call to order. May I have a roll call, please, Ms. Kirkland?
Canale. Carlisle.
Present.
Covet. Easter Thomas.
Present.
Ford.
Present.
Jones.
Here.
Logan.
Present.
Morgan.
Here.
Robinson. Smiley. Swearingen.
Present.
Warren.
Present.
Johnson.
Present. Colleagues, this evening, we have a discussion on Shelby County efforts to reduce homelessness. This was requested by Councilwoman Logan. Councilwoman Logan, would you like to introduce the guests?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, thank you, Chairwoman.
Thank you.
Colleagues, I just want to continue the discussion and the conversation and bring insight on where we are as a city as it relates to homelessness. As you know, a federal judge recently struck down or overturned the eviction moratorium here. And so, that's going to have implications as well. So we don't, we want to make certain that we are being responsible to the citizens and bringing forth continuity in our continuum of care for those that are unsheltered, unhoused, homeless, in transition as relates to living, housing, and make sure that we are spending our dollars and directing them, whether the city as well as the county. There are programs in the city and programs in the county, and some of them have overlapping responsibilities or roles. And, just as in my nonprofit work, I was finding that there were a lot of loopholes, and just we need a continuum of care for that population, and pulling everyone together and putting something together that's holistic is my aim to make sure that we can increase dollars and that they are being well spent, and that we have everyone looking at the aspect that they do best as opposed to everyone duplicating services. So I appreciate the work that is going on in that regard, the housing and community development, CSA, everyone, and all of the nonprofits that are working in this area are doing a great job of pulling things together. I know we've had so many things to happen in our city and our country that has slowed down the process, but they have had to operate on the fly in some instances and pull warming centers, shelters, and things together, and have done a great job. And they also realize that there's much more work to do and are willing to be on the front line and getting that done. One in particular is Miss Dorcas Young Griffin, and I am so grateful that Memphis has her to lead the charge, or that the county, the city of Memphis, Shelby County, we all have her in leading this effort for the county. They're doing some awesome things, and she's very open to hearing and working, having best practices in this regard. So with that, I yield back, and appreciate you, Ms. Young, Ms. Griffin, for being with us today.
Good morning. Thank you, Councilwoman Logan. I appreciate it. I know that we're behind, and so I won't take up a lot of time this morning, but I appreciate the opportunity to talk to council. I'm always talking to commission, so it's good to talk to you all. Before I give some brief comments, I want to acknowledge that although community services is a part of county government, we have an extremely close relationship working with the Division of Housing and Community Development, not just because Paul Young is my brother, although he is, but because we fundamentally do understand, both of us understand, that the development of the places that we live and the places that we play is incomplete if we do not focus as much attention on the development of the people that we live and play with and that are our neighbors. And so the Division of Community Services is that arm of county government that is focused on the development and growth and support of our neighbors. As a point of personal privilege, I want to address the elephant in the room and publicly congratulate Paul on his appointment to president of the DMC. I'm super proud of him and what he's accomplished, and I commit to supporting his work and his legacy by continuing the great work with HCD. You have some great staff there, Maria Albertson, Kimberly Mitchell. They are awesome, and we will continue to make him proud. I had a big slideshow, and again, I know that we don't have a lot of time, so I will just send that to you all. I wanted to kind of give an overview of some of the things that community services does. One of the things that people know us as are the people that pay light bills, right? Everybody's like, go to CSA, you can get your light bill paid. Well, community services does a lot more. While we are the recipient of the largest constant source of utility relief here in Shelby County, we also operate assistance programs for rent and mortgage, prescription assistance, and we do lots of case management with families on a regular basis. In addition to that program, through our community services agency, we actually have oversight of the Crime Victims and Rape Crisis Center. Many people don't realize that is a part of the Division of Community Services. Every victim of crime is eligible to come and receive supportive services from the Crime Victims and Rape Crisis Center. We host things like homicide support groups. We do one-on-one counseling. Of course, our Rape Crisis Center operates 24/7 and provides forensic examinations that can be used for finding justice for victims who may have had a sexual assault committed against them. Additionally, the Division of Community Services runs our Aging Commission of the Mid-South. So many times when you hear about Meals on Wheels, you hear about some of the supports that are done through some of our wonderful nonprofit partners. We have a staff that has oversight of the grants that fund that in this community. There's a staff of 40 people. working on behalf of our seniors, but not only our seniors. Many people, we say the Aging Commission, but the real name is the Aging and Disabilities Commission of the Mid-South. So those adults that are 18 and older that are living with disabilities have access to many of the same services that some of our seniors have. Additionally, we have 2 veteran services officers that work for county government. And so these 2 great men are available to veterans all across our community, where they are able to connect them with benefits that they have earned. And we work very closely with the VA to ensure a seamless transition for our veterans that are coming back and returning to our community. The last point that I will make about one of our big programs, many people don't recognize that the Division of Community Services is involved in much of the work around alternatives to incarceration for our county. We operate pretrial services, and pretrial services has a host of programming that's associated with it. In addition to doing interviews for folks to try to divert them from jail where it's in line with public safety. We also operate county probation. We operate the mental health court that allows us to divert those folks who may have mental health challenges from the system and get them into care that they need. We also work with Alliance Healthcare and have a major contract with them to give towards our crisis stabilization unit, which is important to all of us, to our law enforcement, to our families, to our community. So there is much work that happens around alternatives to incarceration in community services. I will add, I saw you all maybe a couple of weeks ago. We have recently started working towards providing some programming around alternatives to detention for our youth. So you will hear more about the Youth Assessment Center and some of that programming that's on track. We want to make sure that we are providing routes for people to be served outside of our justice system. It's not cost effective, it's not smart, and it's many times not what our folks need. And so we really take it seriously that we can be involved in being a solution. The final comment that I will make, just in general about community services. I know this matters a lot to many on the call today, but we have been working very diligently with the city leadership and HCD as we have been in this brand new world of COVID. We already knew that many people needed help before COVID. Well, it has been exacerbated since then. So much of our work has focused on how do we keep people stably housed. And so we have recently worked to coordinate a joint rent and utility assistance program. We know that we received between the city and county $28 million for these efforts. We also understand that with the new American Rescue Act, that there will be more money coming for both rent and utilities and other parts of making sure that our continuum to support people in housing stability is strong. We are still getting our hands around what all is in the act to understand what additional services we may put in play. But I can assure you that we will continue to be collaborative in those efforts. The county will get money, the city will get money, but it is very important that we don't try to work in a silo if we're really going to make a difference for folks. That said, again, I want to leave it open for any questions. I will send my presentation so you have more info about community services, but I'm just happy for the invitation and hope that this is not the last time that we work together.
Thank you, Ms. Griffin, so much. I do see that we have one person in the queue, Councilman Jones. Would you like to speak?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chairman. And thank you for the presentation, Ms. Griffin. Your comments, and as you were talking and as Ms. Logan was talking, it made me think about this upcoming round of funding that we have. And I'm hoping that we exercise a little bit more collaboration and coordination than we did the last time. To me, in my opinion, we will have, well, the first time was a once in a lifetime, so I guess this is a second in a lifetime, if you would, opportunity to really do some great things and to help a lot of people. I know that there often and will be certain restrictions with receiving this federal money. However, I would like for us to set a priority if we would. And one of the things that we did the last time was that we used one-time money for ongoing expenses, that being personnel. So I would hope that we use this one-time money as an opportunity to put in place what could be one-time fixes, which whenever we'll see this type of windfall again, nobody knows, but I just think that we should be more strategic and more deliberate and not go about the same practice that we did the last time. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm sorry, Councilman Jones. Okay, I also see Councilwoman Logan. Would you like to speak?
Well, Chairman, if you would, I see my colleague in the queue. I would yield to him and go after him if that's okay with you. If that's permissible.
That is fine.
Thank
Councilman Warren, would you like to speak at this time?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say that I've been working with Ms. Griffin and doing work for the homeless downtown with our church. And they have stepped up every time we have ever needed anything, from when we first set up women's shelters to when we tried to get masks and things for our homeless downtown. And their department has been fantastic, planning and thinking and helping us house people in the hotels down there. And we've got to be really proud of how they've stepped up in this pandemic. And I really appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. At this time, Councilwoman Logan, would you like to speak?
Yes, ma'am. Again, I appreciate you all coming, and I did not want to leave out Maury and Kimberly for the awesome work that they do in my nonprofit work. I work with all of them, and as Dr. Warren said, they are always on top of things and accommodating, and the city of Memphis is the better for it. But I do want us to keep top of mind this topic as the body, because as we look at the low to moderate income housing stock, as we look at or the need for increasing that, we look at the out-of-town investors and the turnover that we're having in rental properties and evictions, the lift of the eviction ban, the loss of jobs and income of some of the citizens. We look at the emotional and psychological things that are going, and mental health things that are going on in terms of that COVID may have exacerbated in terms of domestic violence and those types of things. You see a larger percentage of divorce and just displacement, people needing homes or losing their homes. So this is an increasing problem or challenge for us that we are coming together. And like I said, I wanted to stay top of mind so that we can continue to support these agencies and work with these agencies to keep this progression going and the momentum going and finding solutions and making sure that we're using the dollars in the best way. It's important that we know what everyone is doing so that we can direct the dollars in the best way. And that's why I'm bringing, asking them to come to share with us. So when it's time to distribute this money, we know who's doing what, and they have a better handle on working together to meet the needs of those residents that are finding themselves in this situation. Because as I said before, there's a large spectrum. Some people think of homelessness as they just see one picture, but you have those that are experiencing maybe divorce or loss of a job that are temporarily with no shelter. So that's a spectrum as well. So it's important that we do this work and continue to amplify the voices that and the work that's being done to find solutions. So with that, I appreciate what the county is doing and you are working together closely with the city. I did clap and I was happy about Director Young's transition, but it was bittersweet for me because of the work that you all have been doing. And it was so good to have two people on the same plane from the county and the city. So I'm just expecting whoever's stepping in to just step right in and do the same work. And I appreciate you all working with us as well. So thank you so much, and we'll be speaking with you soon about it. And with that, I yield back, Chairwoman. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't see anyone else in the queue. I would just like to thank Mrs. Griffin, Albertson, and Mitchell for coming today and offering the information that they provided. I too realize that once an individual actually gets to a point of homelessness, they have reached the bottom. And unless we have someone there to help pick them up, which is us in this particular situation, there's no hope for them anyplace else. So again, I thank you for the services, and I look forward to working with you on the county side and joint ventures with the city and the county. Thank you. Have a blessed day. Not having anything else in this committee, I close this committee, and thank you.
And Homeland Security Committee. Our one topic is an update on MPD camera installation that I see requested by Councilwoman Logan. Do we have administration here to discuss that and give us an update?
Chairman Warren.
Yes.
Well, I was going to say while we're waiting on them, I did want to just lead in with the fact that, is that okay to have permission?
Yes, ma'am. Excuse me for Ms.
Roll call first.
Therese, I need a roll call for the committee.
Councilman Canali,
Here.
Councilman Carlisle, Councilman Colvette,
Here.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas,
Present.
Councilman Ford,
Present.
Councilwoman Johnson,
Present.
Councilman Jones,
Here.
Councilwoman Logan,
Present.
Councilman Morgan,
Here.
Councilwoman Robinson,
Present.
Councilman Smiley,
I'm here.
Councilwoman Swearingen,
Present.
Chair Warren.
Present. Thank you. Now, Councilwoman Logan, may I recognize you?
Thank you, Chairman Warren. And thank you for allowing us to put this on the table during this committee. And I do want to acknowledge the fact that I've received several emails and calls from constituents and concerning the increase in crime and the things that are going on in our city as relates to crime. And I know that we have in the past had cameras, and there was a sense of safety for some of the constituents. And so I just wanted to bring that back to the table to, get an update, because I know the city has cameras, the county has cameras. We're talking about going to a different type of camera. We have some cameras in areas, the crime prevention grant, neighborhood crime prevention grant they also allow for cameras to be placed. And so the community is just at a standstill wondering what's going on with the cameras. And I wanted to get an update and just put it to rest where we are exactly, what we're going to do in terms of, are we going to a different camera, and just get a very detailed update on the state of cameras in the city. And with that, I appreciate Director Rollins for being here and his team to update us on that.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Director Rollins, could you update us with this complicated and rapidly changing topic? Thank you.
Well, thank you, Councilwoman Logan and Chairman Warren. Our Real-Time Crime Center Deputy Chief Don Crow will do the presentation. I'll just open up with some high-level comments. Just to update you on the MOU with the county, it has been signed by all city officials, and it has been hand carried over to the county, just in case you're wondering about that issue. On the Sentinel Phase 5 camera program, COVID has brought on about a number of issues with the supply chain. And there are also some issues with a build out of the Sentinel camera program as we have known it, where we could pop up a group of cameras is the way the program was introduced, but the program evolved where we're putting individual cameras in places. Chief Crow will share with you the cost that we are seeing to that, approaching almost $500,000 a year. And we wanted to present to you for your consideration and approval, moving to a broadband solution, which would be delivered by Comcast. So it would be a broadband solution that would yield us, you would actually get more cameras. It'd save us, somewhere around $250,000 over a 3-year period. And it would give us higher quality images and also aid in the speed of investigations with better information. Yes, there have been delays. We are prepared to move forward with the selection of the locations from our council members, and also probably within 4 weeks we could have cameras built out and start the install. So with that, if there are not any questions, I will turn it over to Deputy Chief Don Crow and his team at the Real-Time Crime Center.
Thank you, Director Robinson. Thank you, Chairman Warren, and the rest of the City Council for allowing us to come and discuss this with you. I do want to introduce myself. I'm Don Crow, Deputy Chief of Information Technology for the Memphis Police Department. Sitting to my left is Lieutenant Colonel Chandler, the commander of the Real-Time Crime Center. Sitting to my right is Manager John Williams. He is the manager of the Crime Analysis Unit. And we're going to share a presentation with you. Hopefully you can see the presentation.
We cannot see the presentation.
Okay, sorry for
It's
that.
not a,
If you'd like to email it to me, we can get it pulled up for you. Okay, we'll get it pulled up for you. Oh, you've got it. Perfect.
It's always one more button to click.
Crow, if you could, there you go. You got it.
So we are very excited about Sentinel Camera Phase 5. We do want to let you know that we did complete 4 Sentinel phases. Each phase had 70 cameras, and that provided 10 cameras per single member council district. And as we go into Sentinel Camera Phase 5, we wanted to improve the program. We wanted to improve our technology, improve the video evidence that we're getting from the cameras. And so think about this. Each camera that is mounted on a pole, we're able to view that video live. We're also able to download recordings from those cameras thanks to LTE technology. And that's basically each camera enclosure has a cell phone built into it. But with cell phone comes a cell phone bill. And so for the cameras that we have, the Blue Crush cameras, and that includes the Sentinel cameras through this, donated cameras, and through other Blue Crush cameras that we have purchased, Our cell phone bill is roughly $480,000 a year. And that's so that we have the ability to watch live video and download video remotely. $480,000 a year. And then also keep in mind that LTE cellular technology, we've been using the same technology for over 10 years now, and it's certainly time to find better, faster technology. And what we want to use is broadband technology. So by changing the configuration of the box, and no one that looks at the box from the outside will notice the difference, but internally it'll be a change of the components in there. For the same budget that we've been purchasing 70 enclosures for, going to broadband technology, we will be able to purchase 84 cameras. So that is 14 additional cameras for the Sentinel program. 14 additional cameras for the same budget is roughly saving us $84,000. And then we also talk about the cost of the broadband compared to the cost of LTE. So to connect these cameras, and there is a little link to it, attached to it, will be roughly $25,000 per year. So that's a savings of $8,000 a year over LTE. So if you look at these two savings combined and map that out for 3 years, that's a savings of roughly $276,000. And again, the LTE that we've been using has limited us to 70 locations per year. It's additional cost for the connectivity, but with LTE comes lower quality images and video, slower download speeds, which equates to additional man hours to retrieve the video evidence. So the benefits for high-speed connectivity through broadband, the cost is a little bit of savings, cost is comparable, and the savings come when we're able to group the cameras. You certainly want to group them in a minimum of 4 enclosures in a neighborhood, and then each enclosure would have 2 to 3 cameras on it. Broadband will yield the highest speed video streaming and the highest quality images for download and evidence. So broadband is readily available throughout most city neighborhoods. The enclosures would need to be grouped by line of sight. Some people call this daisy chain. That way the cameras share a connectivity instead of being connected individually. So again, currently with the cellular LTE technology, each camera enclosure is connected separately. LTE requires us to throttle down some of the capabilities of the camera as it does with resolution and clarity. So this would be an example of enclosures in a neighborhood, daisy chaining them. So the 4 cameras, minimum of 4 grouped together, would communicate with each other and share a broadband connectivity. And so again, when we talk about the comparison of the previous way we've done it, cellular LTE, we were able to get 70 cameras. Broadband will allow us to get 84 cameras. Currently, we've been using 10 camera enclosures per single member district. This will increase it to 12 enclosures per single member district. LTE has reduced camera resolution. The broadband will have the highest camera resolution available. Again, cellular has the slow download speeds for video evidence. Broadband will allow us faster video download. So this is the neighborhood comparing the cameras. Again, the old Sentinel configuration, 10 cameras in a neighborhood. Each camera is connected individually by cell phone technology. We would then put 12 cameras in that neighborhood and group them in 4, and the 4 cameras would share connectivity through broadband. In essence, the citizens would not notice a difference. It will be the same camera enclosure that they're accustomed to. All the benefits are on the back end for the police and for the investigators. So just to give you an idea, this photo on the left is taken from a camera with cellular LTE connectivity. And certainly at one point in time, we considered that a great photo, a great evidence. But using that same camera enclosure and connecting by broadband, you see the difference in clarity between the 2 images. Again, on this one, you could actually see the logo for the person's shirt, which could help lead to identifying a suspect. When we look at that same comparison for a vehicle, the top photo is taken through a camera with LTE connectivity. The lower photo is taken with one with broadband connectivity. Again, the higher resolution, better video evidence, and the win, we can't forget the win is we get 84 cameras instead of 70 cameras. So again, just to summarize where we started with, what we want to do with Sentinel Phase 5 is go to a broadband connectivity. By the savings, we'll be able to get 84 cameras instead of 70 cameras. We'll have high-speed download, higher quality images and video, and we are reducing the LTE cost by about $8,000 per year. So it's a combination of better quality, lower cost, more productivity for our officers. So I know I've kind of gone over that fast, but we also know there's members of the public watching, and we want to tell anyone that's interested in law enforcement, anyone that's interested in technology, anyone that's interested in camera, that they should join the Memphis Police Department and become the best in blue. So Chairman Warman, I know that some of your members have questions, and we'll be glad to answer those questions.
Thank you very much for that presentation. That's pretty impressive, the difference in how well that works. You always worry about these things you see on TV where it says, have you seen this person? And you can't tell anything from the pictures. I see in the queue right now, Councilwoman Logan has some follow-up questions. Is that correct? You're recognized, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Chairman. And thank you all for that presentation. I just had a few questions. Can you elaborate or talk about the additional cameras? Are they, you mentioned 4 cameras in an enclosure as opposed to 2. Will we have the same number of locations with those cameras, or will that reduce the number of locations that you're able to have cameras if they're 4 in the one box as opposed to 2 in the one box? Or am I not hearing that correctly?
I'm sorry I did such a poor job explaining it. So what most people consider a camera is what we call an enclosure. So that is the gray box mounted on the pole. In previous Sentinel phases, each single member district got 10 enclosures. Each enclosure would have 2 to 3 cameras in that enclosure. So one looking north, one looking south, one looking east. What this will allow is 84 enclosures. Each enclosure would still have the 2 to 3 cameras depending on where it's placed. Now what we would ask is that instead of placing a single camera here and a single camera, spreading them out all throughout your district, we want to cluster those cameras in clusters of 4 enclosures, with each enclosure having multiple cameras. Does that help?
Okay, that was that explains it all and gives us better information. The second one, what happens to the old cameras? Like all of the cameras that are out there now, are they going to be repurposed, or what happens to those? Will they tie into this system, or we have to get all new cameras across the city and county?
So really neither. Those cameras that are up right now are still fully functional. Now, keep in mind that any camera, any technology like this has a 4 to 5 year shelf life. So cameras that we put up in 2017 are slowly going to die, and then it becomes, can we afford to replace them? Replacing cameras, we want to use the newest and best technology. But cameras that are in our existence that are working, we will continue to access them, and they will continue to be there.
Is this a lease, or will we be purchasing them?
Oh man, we purchase and own all the camera and all the equipment.
Okay, and how will it, the last question, how will this impact the neighborhood crime prevention grant where the communities purchase cameras and donate them to the police for monitoring?
So we've really been examining the donation process, and the donation process in simple terms really got out of hand. that people bought the cameras and gave them to us, and then we became responsible for maintenance and the LTE connectivity. And so we wanted to get the Sentinel cameras and the cameras that we purchased going in the right direction before we restart the donation process, because we did not want to continue to accept donations on outdated.
I didn't hear your last comment.
We did not want to continue accepting donated cameras with outdated technology. So we want to make sure that what we do going forward is what the donated camera process will be going forward. So we're excited to get these Sentinel cameras up and making sure that the dividends that we expect are there. The higher download speeds, the better quality video and images.
Okay, great. Thank you. And when will this roll out?
We shared today with City Council members a report by the Crime Analysis Unit. That's why Mr. Williams is here. The Crime Analysis met with the precinct commanders, and the precinct commanders and the Crime Analysis Unit looked at each council district and put together a report of some recommended hotspots for each single member district. Hopefully you do have a copy of that. That is just something to start the discussion. But once the single member district pick your camera locations, we'll get with the vendor and have them start installing. Keep in mind, it's not an instant overnight. It's not Amazon, but we can start the process whenever y'all are ready.
We have now about 14 minutes left and 2 more questionnaires. You have another question?
I just want to know, will the county commissioners have the same type of cameras and will be allocating the same type of cameras?
No, ma'am. The county commission bought a different brand and type of camera. And so the county commission is going to install those cameras and allow us access to the video feeds.
Okay, thank you. I yield back, Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Robinson.
Okay, thank you. Based on the report that you just gave in your presentation, we will be clustering our cameras in 12 and 4 connected. This year, I wanted to do something a little different in my district. I wanted to do some single locations that I've gotten several complaints about. So do we have to stick to that 4 camera connection?
Yes, ma'am. So it would not have to be all 12 cameras in a neighborhood. You could put 4 cameras in that neighborhood, 6 cameras in that neighborhood, 8 cameras in that neighborhood. But what we do want to get away from is just 1 camera at an intersection and the next camera being 5 or 6 miles away. We want to cluster them at a minimum of 4 in the neighborhood, but not all 12 have to be in the same neighborhood.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And Councilwoman Robinson, if I can comment, we found that 1 camera normally doesn't capture what we need. And that's why we really wanted to cluster the cameras. We may, catch 1 glimpse of something with 1 camera. But when we cluster the cameras, we normally get some much better evidence, digital evidence, and that enables us to get someone in custody or get a case solved a lot quicker.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman, is that your questions? Councilwoman Johnson?
Thank you, Chair. My question is similar to the last one Councilwoman Logan raised in regards to the cameras that we're receiving or will be installed in Memphis from the Shelby County Commission. How is that going to blend in? Are y'all working together to make sure that you don't have to duplicate cameras in the same location? And how can that be arranged?
Yes, ma'am. So we have worked diligently with the county commission for over a year now. Again, Manager Williams and the Crime Analysis Unit has provided each county commissioner that lives in the city of Memphis with the same or similar maps to what we provided you, so that they know the crime hotspots in their county commission district. And we will make sure work with the county that we're not duplicating cameras in the same neighborhood.
Okay, well, thank you. That was my question. Thank you so much for that answer. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity.
And Councilwoman Johnson, if I can comment, what we'll do is make sure we overlay county camera placements on any future maps that we provide with you, and you'll know where the county cameras are located. Now, there are two totally different systems, and the county chose to go in a direction that we did not recommend. We're trying to establish a county-wide license plate reader system that all the other municipalities have established, but the commission wanted to do something different inside of the city of Memphis. But we will overlay that data and make sure you have access to it, and that way we avoid duplication.
I have one quick question, Chair, if you would allow.
Yes, please.
Director, are you saying that the cameras which the county selected cannot read license plates?
I don't know all the capabilities of the Verkada camera system. There are actually three things going on. You have the existing Blue Crush camera program with the LTE cameras, and that's the camera you are used to see with the blue light flashing on top of it. The Verkada system will not have that. The Verkada system is a similar system to what we're installing in the fire stations and community centers. So the camera allows us to recover digital evidence, like someone breaking into a car or committing some type of crime. But the Flock license plate reader system was a cheaper system that we have deployed in using a grant in several parts of the city that actually is a better tool to solve crime. So we wanted to, take the county camera system in the same direction that Collierville, Germantown, Millington, and whoever else I left off has taken, and Shelby County Sheriff's Office had taken their camera system in, but the county commission chose a different system that will not allow us to have a county-wide license plate reader system. That is a great tool, but again, it's their privy, and they will be in charge of installing and maintenance of their own camera system.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Thank you for that information, Director, as well.
You're welcome.
You're very welcome. And as we have no one else in the queue, Councilwoman Logan, do you have any final comments, or should we adjourn?
You can adjourn. Thank you so much. I appreciate you all coming, Director Rowland.
We appreciate Director Rollins and the entire team giving us this report. It was very informative. With no further business, this committee is now adjourned.
Council Chairman Warren, we just need approval to move forward. We need approval from council to move forward.
Oh, so do we need a vote on this? I thought this was just an update.
However you can give us approval.
Okay, do you have a
Director
motion?
Rawlings, would you be able to send us something in writing that we could add to the agenda
Sure.
for them to vote on? If you send it, we can get it added in executive session.
Sure, we'll do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman, when I had a question based on his comment,
He's done. Let's bring him back. We're not adjourned. Let's keep going.
I just want to make sure the information that we get will include all of the costs.
Yes, ma'am. All the costs are in the presentation. We'll forward a copy of the presentation for distribution to all council.
Thank you.
That being said, any other questions? If not, we're adjourned, and I think you've got 7 minutes before you're on, Commissioner Robinson. I'm sorry. Thank you.
And we're going to have a lunch meeting, so bring your lunch with you. Thank you. p.m. I like to ask the staff to please call the roll.
Councilmembers Canali, Carlisle, Covette, Easter Thomas,
Present.
thank you, Ford, Johnson,
Yeah, present.
Jones,
Here.
Logan, Morgan, Smiley,
I'm here.
Swearingen, Warren,
Present.
Chair Robinson.
Present. Thank you. Members, we have 3 items on the agenda. One is the discussion of the energy bills during inclement weather. It was requested by Councilman Jones. 2 is a presentation by MISO that was requested by Councilwoman Johnson and Councilman Colbert. And 3rd, a discussion on items on the utility bill, the MLGW utility bill, and that was requested by Councilwoman Logan. Thank you for being present and attentive. I'd like to make a personal announcement that this is a working lunch meeting. So if you like to have your lunch, it is okay. If you want to keep your cameras off, that is fine too. But I just want the public to know, for us to save time, that we're going to have a working lunch and meeting, a committee meeting today.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
You're quite welcome. Our first item on the agenda and is the energy bills. And if you would also talk about the items on the bill at the same time, I turn it over to President Young.
Oh, thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good afternoon. I think that the items, certainly items 1 and 3, are probably together. And Rod Cleek, who is our manager of budget and rates, we're going to sort of tag team on this. I'll open up, and I believe Brooke or whoever has the control, he's going to actually, I think, go through the slides for me if he can pull those up.
While he's pulling those up, Councilman Swearingen has joined us.
Okay, yeah, okay. So I think, of course, we're all familiar with what happened last month. Certainly had a challenging winter event. We actually know that there were some record low temperatures, winter storms that came down from Canada all the way through Texas, affected us, of course, in a large way with record snowfall, or snowfall that we hadn't seen in a number of years. There were just several daily records, thousands of them, that were set for those days of February 7th through the 20th. And so we know that the weather reporting stations reported those record lows. We actually, again, saw, I want to say it was 9 days where we never reached, got above freezing. And everyone knows the challenges that we had, certainly with our water system. And so we saw, many challenges. And what that will do for not just MLGW, but for a number of utilities, of course, is it'll increase, what's known as heating degree days, or days that, customers have had to use heat to stay warm to deal with that lengthy, challenging weather. And so Councilman Jones, when we were going through this, asked that we talk about this in particular. I know there's been a lot of discussion about what happened in particular in Texas, in the ERCOT, or the Electric Reliability Council of Texas region, where we, of course, have seen reports about many of the challenges that they had to maintain their system, generation system, and service to a number of customers. And for many customers that did continue to receive power, we have heard, of course, about some fairly exorbitant utility bills. And again, I think that's indicative of customers who may have opted to be on variable rate pricing, or maybe buying at a wholesale price level that were able to buy through, but they had to pay fairly large per kilowatt hour charges in order to maintain power during that very, very cold time. You can go to the next slide, Rod. So we've talked about this, I believe, before in terms of the way the electricity markets are set up around the country. And this is just a map that shows those various markets. You can see in the dark blue down at the center there, the majority of Texas and the ERCOT region. We're familiar with MISO, and I know Melissa is on. She's going to speak here in just a minute. And she can speak to, of course, the challenges maybe that MISO had. I think certainly they were nowhere near what we heard about from ERCOT. And but you see the various regions and different system operators across the map. And so if the demand, as I talked about a little bit earlier, from that cold weather did have an impact on a lot of infrastructure, not just, we saw it predominantly from a piping or water standpoint, but of course there were entities that had challenges with regards to generating capacity or generating systems. And of course, it affected a lot of the capacity availability, which in some cases, of course, led to rolling blackouts or what's called brownouts, where supply was limited or not available for certain portions of time. And so about two-thirds or a third of all the customers in the ERCOT area had that, were impacted by that. And of course, FERC, as you may know, Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, is now looking into, among other regulatory agencies, looking into some of the things that happened during that time. So I think that's just an overview of the markets, an overview of kind of in general what happened. I'm going to ask Rod, because now we're going to talk a little bit about some numbers, and then we'll talk a little bit about pricing as it pertains to our customers. Go ahead, Rod.
Thank you, JT. I hope everyone can hear me.
Yes.
All right. Good afternoon. So JT talked a little bit about the operational issues related to the weather, but this slide kind of addresses the operational impacts on pricing. I have a couple of charts there on the slide that just kind of illustrates how high some spot market prices were going during these events that were going on both in ERCOT and SPP and MISO. Just to kind of point out, in ERCOT, they actually capped the price of electricity during the event for 5 days at $9,000 per megawatt hour. Just to give you some sense of reference, as you've heard here at MLGW, our average price is about $72 to $74 per megawatt hour. And so I want to emphasize that, these prices, these real-time market prices, are only for those utilities and customers who have exposure to these daily spot market pricing. So that's very important to understand, that it's only for your exposure to these markets. So not only were the electric markets impacted by this event, but also the natural gas markets as well, which kind of hits home for us because we do have the gas division. One of the things that not a lot of people realize and understand is that Texas is the nation's largest producer of natural gas. And so when the events happen in Texas, like the rolling blackouts and then also the freezing weather, that had a significant impact on natural gas well production. And so the lack of supply also affected daily natural gas prices. And so this daily natural gas price increase, not only affected gas utilities like MLGW, but also impacted the electric utilities that use natural gas to fire their generation that needed to run during this very event. And I will say that the short-term price spikes that occurred in the natural gas markets only lasted a few days. Roughly 4 to 5 days for that period. So let's talk about retail energy bills. You've heard a lot of things in the news lately, a lot of articles about Texas. They've received the most attention in terms of retail electric bills. One of the things I will say is that there is retail choice in Texas, which means that there are marketers that can come in and try to sell their services to end users And what they generally do is they end up exposing these customers to those spot market prices that we talked about earlier. So we talked about how exposure to spot market prices is important. Well, many customers with the retail choice in Texas that have retailers with no generation assets were exposed to that market, and that caused their retail electric bills to spike greatly during that event. So our customers in MLGW, we have minimal exposure to price spikes such that we saw in ERCOT. And that's primarily due, you heard Jeff Lyash talk last week about why, but TVA does have a diverse mix of fuels. They did increase their reserve margin. And so for those reasons, we do not have a lot of exposure to price variability. So what's going on with bills? So this chart we put together to kind of project what March bills are going to look like for our average typical residential electric customer. And I'll just point out this y-axis is the bill amount. This x-axis is consumption amount. And the yellow line is where you would go look at whatever consumption level that you normally use in terms of electricity. So we're projecting for March that the customers will, average typical customer will only use about 970 kilowatt hours. So if you come along this graph and look at about this point here, that's about $100 bill for electricity. So if you're a lower user than typical, then you would be down this part of the curve. If you're higher than usual, you're going to be up here on this part of the curve. So this kind of gives you an idea of March rates. Natural gas, a similar chart explaining the bill. We're projecting that March users, the typical residential customer, is about 111 CCF. So if you come down here, you're talking about $105 gas bill, which is almost equal to the electric bill. And then water, we're projecting about 8 CCF. CCF stands for 100 cubic feet. It's a volumetric measurement. So at 8 CCF, we're looking at about an $18.70 bill. So just in summary, the combined bill, if we look at February, the month of February, this last month, the typical residential customer had a bill of about $219. And again, this is just the electric, gas, and water portion. We'll talk about all the other charges here in a moment. But for March, we're projecting that same bill to be about $224. So we're seeing about a 2.3% increase over last month's bill, which we think is reasonable and also stable as well. So just in summary, we feel like we have very good energy reliability, both on the electric side with TVA and their diversity of fuels and their reserve margins, but also on the natural gas supply side. We have access to 3 different natural gas pipelines, which gives us a source of supply that's diverse as well. And so for those reasons, we have very stable rates and bills here at Light Gas and Water. And that we have some appendix information if you're interested in that. But that concludes our presentation on item number 1.
And if I may, Rod talked about the different projections we have around electric, gas, and water. The gas, consumption, as I mentioned earlier, because it was so cold for so long, customers can expect to see some increases in the gas portion, more significant increases in the gas portion of their bill probably than the electric, just because, again, most customers that will use gas for heating will have seen that that would have increased during that period of time where we saw such cold weather. But again, the good news side of it was, you all may recall when we had the precautionary boil water advisory, one of the things that we were blessed with was the opportunity to still have gas and electric to allow us to do the boil water if we needed, as we needed to. And so we know that customers can expect to see a little bit of somewhat of an increase in their gas bill in particular due to that cold weather. So I did want to mention that. But certainly, if you have any questions, we'll certainly be glad to entertain those on that piece.
Okay. Thank you for that presentation. So will we see an increase in our water bill too?
Yeah, so let me speak about the water, and Rod can probably help with this as well. Dana, I believe, is also on, and I think we shared this with the media. You all may recall that we saw a number of not just ruptured mains, but a lot of customer level water line breaks that was beyond the meter or on the customer side of the meter. And so our teams have been working very, very hard to come up with a way to try to offset that, help customers by recognizing it's much easier if the customer has a smart meter, we do it much easier, but to be able to recognize what we consider to be usage that would be indicative of a leak, that's out of the ordinary. So we're trying to work now to get those adjustments made. Rod, I don't know if you want to address that in particular, but the answer to your question is yes. And Rod, or Dana might be able to provide some details on that.
Yeah, this is Dana Jeans. I'll go ahead. Yes, our team has been working hard on looking at individual accounts and trying to identify what we considered the probability of leaks. And we've programmed an automated leak credit, and those credits will begin actually to be seen on bills that will go out tomorrow. So customers that had excessive water usage because of some problem will have a credit applied to their bill.
Okay, thank you for that presentation. We do have questions from council members. First, I'd like to tell the staff that Councilwoman Logan is present for this meeting, and we have a question by Councilman Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have two questions. One, we do not get our natural gas from TVA. That's correct. We have a number of sources for that. So the stability that we have is from multiple sources, not TVA.
Correct.
Okay. And I was very interested in looking at that map that showed the coldest temperatures forever. Record temperatures at the very beginning. It looked like most of that was to the west of us. So we didn't see those same temperatures in the TVA area, or at least the same low records within TVA. So they had a little bit worse than we did out there. Is that look correct?
It appears, yeah, certainly the Texas areas to our west.
Here, Nebraska, all that, it looked pretty bad. The other question I had was, and I was really interested, is what I think you said FERC was doing an investigation about ERCOT. And I think a lot of people don't understand that ERCOT isn't MISO. They're sort of connecting the two in their head. But it's my understanding that Texas is just completely not connected to anybody. And if they go down alone. But right now, if we needed help in TVA in our area, we could pull it in from MISO or vice versa. So if you could just comment on that and explain that to viewers so they understand what that means as far as ERCOT, how it's isolated, and then how you and MISO are connected.
Yeah, I think one of the things I will mention, there's some limited connections in and out of ERCOT. They're not interconnected much like some of the other systems or markets are. And of course, our system, TVA's system, was designed for the MLGW load. And as they did their planning historically, they planned for the load that MLGW has. And so that when you hear about the reserve margin that is baked into the TVA system, that is margin above and beyond what's needed necessarily at any given time for the load that MLGW has. So we have experienced the benefit of that. And so we have that ability as well to do that. And certainly interconnections occur and transmission of electricity flows occurs all the time across a lot of markets. That back and forth happens on a daily basis for a number of different reasons, not just in bad weather situations. There are sometimes plants are down or for other reasons capacity is unavailable. And so therefore there's a need to shift power back and forth across many of those markets. So that happens pretty routinely.
Thank you. I just wanted people to be able to understand that's part of your industry. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Smiley. Councilman Smiley? Well, we're going to move on to Councilman Jones and
Do
we'll come
not
back
move
to
on.
Councilman. Okay, Councilman Smiley.
I'm sorry, just ran off real quick. It was a question concerning the, I guess, excess water bills. How are the folks supposed to know if their water bills were excess? Because you mentioned something about credits. I just want to know how will they know if they're going to receive a credit?
Dana can probably elaborate. He mentioned that we're doing something that's automated so that, we're trying to help customers not to have to call in and request it. But Dana, you might want to talk about the parameters around how we've made that automation work.
Okay,
Sure.
Thank you. That'd be perfect.
We do have a credit provision in our customer care policy that currently exists. However, it requires a customer to call in and then, our team to research that consumption. So what we've attempted to do here, rather than have customers go through that process and tie up a lot of our capacity to receive calls from customers, we proactively went ahead and looked at customer consumption cycle by cycle, and that basically means every day there's readings. We look at those readings and compare them to a threshold that we would consider to be something beyond normal. And we have automatically applied credits essentially to reduce that consumption that is billed back to a normal consumption for this time of year. And therefore, customers would see that come through on their bill. So as they get their bill starting tomorrow and to go out subsequent to that, they'll see that credit.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to go back and talk about the spot pricing and whether or not MLG&W/TVA was subject to the same spot pricing that took place in Texas.
Yeah, so just as a clarification, and Rod can jump in here too. Overall, the overall answer is to a large degree, no. But I will say that as a general rule, you may have heard me in response to Councilman Warren's question, speaking about the fact that the flows of electricity go back and forth between markets. And generally what utilities will do is they will consider those costs for that kind of what's called purchase power. They will consider those costs much like their fuel costs sometimes, and they will be billed, it depends on the utility, but sometimes they will price that as if it were fuel because they needed it. So it goes up and down, it varies. There is a degree to which those costs could be passed along to certain customers depending on what environment you would be in, utility you would be in. You may remember when Rod did his presentation, and I don't know if you saw it, but the dollars for electricity costs, right, between February and March, there's actually a bit of about a 13% decrease for the average customer on the utility. I hope I'm remembering that right, Rod. You want to chime in on that? Is that correct?
Yeah, and I'll just elaborate a little bit. And to the extent that TVA was running units during the time that actually consumed natural gas, they were probably, I don't want to speak to TVA, but they were probably paying some higher prices than they normally would because of this event. And those costs, as JT has said earlier, generally will roll through a fuel charge to all of the distributors, and that actually will manifest itself in the coming months, but it's going to be very, very small and minimal. We generally don't see large price increases in our fuel rates from TVA.
Okay. And that speaks back to your point about, Rod, about the diversity of fuels. That's one of the ways, that's where it comes into play, the fact that you have a lot of fuel diversity.
So if we look at it, ERCOT, are you saying that even in instances where we may rely upon electric, they perhaps still are powering by natural gas, and that's why you had some customers that were subject to spikes where their bills went to the tens of thousands of dollars based upon reports that I've seen or that I saw.
Yeah, I think, again, I think that probably has to do with the fact that there are some customers. You have retail choice in Texas, right? ERCOT is deregulated, so there's options for, you can, choose your provider, if you will. So some customers, it's my understanding that some customers have signed up to take power at a direct wholesale level, which over the majority of the year probably represents savings, right? It sort of says you're getting the benefit of some lower cost power. But in times like we saw last month, it can, of course, erode those savings if you continue to buy through, because you've opted to basically play the market. That's what happens. And so when you play the market, you're subject to the market, going up and down. So that's potentially what happens here. So certainly had, if you think about what my understanding is, there were generators that, that had frozen gas lines to them. There were, the actual freezing of the infrastructure to generate the electricity created some challenges as well. And I think any utility would have had a challenge to continue to provide maybe a high level of capacity. But again, that gets into things like reserve margin, contingencies that you may have, fuel diversity, et cetera. And that's why that's so important when you're delivering power to the customers.
My last comment will be, I know that, regardless of what our thoughts are on climate change, I think about Texas as one of these examples where when it comes to extreme weather events, I remember seeing a report maybe 2-3 years ago talking about what would be considered a 100-year flood. And the fact that, I know I guess I still don't know the science behind it, but essentially not saying that it's only supposed to happen once every 100 years, but in a very short span of time, maybe in a 5 or 8 year period of time, Texas, whether you want to attribute it to climate change or not, had 3 100-year flooding events. So the last time I recall a snow event, not talking ice, that we event that we had comparable to what we had this time, I was a junior in high school, so we're talking 1985. But I don't know whether this event was a precursor to what events may happen in the future. Tomorrow may be an interesting take for us. And so I just don't want, from a weather standpoint, but I just want us to be, to inform our public of what's going on and how our system may vary from what that market system is. And look, I work in markets every day, the law of supply and demand. Hey, if you took economics, you learned it in high school. But I just wanted to provide in the public domain information and commentary so that we may be informed in the decisions that we may be asked to make going forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any other questions. Thank you, President Young and your team for addressing questions of our council. We pray that as we brace for Mid-South severe weather threat of tornadoes, winds, and hail, that your staff is preparing to keep us up and running. Thank you.
We are, and we anticipate outages, and we certainly will have our crews engaged and working safely to get those restored as soon as possible.
Okay, one last question, and we're going to move on to our number 2, our presentation from MISO. How are we coming? And you may not be able to answer today, but at our next meeting, we need an update on what's going on with our infrastructure. That is really important now that we're having new storms in the summer. We look at more hurricanes that are on the coast, but they result in tornadoes in our area. Where are we with our infrastructure?
Yeah, we'll be glad to give you an update. I talked a little bit about that in the state of the MLGW. Gave a little bit of an update through the end of the year. We'll give you an update through March, or what is this, March? Yes.
Yes.
At the next meeting, we'll be glad to bring that to you and give you an idea of where we are on our infrastructure. Again, last month, or maybe it was late January, probably one of the largest items was the contract, the overhead contract that was approved that will allow us to get moving on a number of things. It was the $55 million contract that's will get us going. And so we've gotten some progress, but we'll bring you an update on that at the next council meeting or committee meeting.
Council members, we have completed items number 1 and 3. We're going to
I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Item 3, actually, I think is a little different, and we can either do it now or we can cover it after.
Let's go ahead. I ask that you do it at this time.
Okay, fine. Go ahead, Rod, if you want to put that up there. It's a relatively short presentation, and Rod's going to cover this for you. Rod Cleek.
All right, hopefully you can hear me.
We can hear you.
All right, so this couple slides just addresses what other charges are on the MLGW bill. But first, I just always like to start with this and level set. This is our picture of the results from our 2020 annual rate survey that we do. We've been doing this for decades now. And again, the results for 2020 is we were the lowest combined electric, gas, and water bill of all of these major cities that you can see on this chart. And you can go up this chart and you can find our sister cities like Knoxville and Nashville and Chattanooga and things like that. But you'll see that their bills are much higher than MLGW's bill. So again, we were the lowest in our 2020 survey. And as a matter of fact, we've had the lowest bill for the last 8 years, and we've ranked no higher than 4th in the last 10 surveys that we've done. So I just want to always emphasize that and keep that in mind as we talk about the rest of these items that are on our bill. So this slide just gives you an idea of how many things that MLGW bills on behalf of other agencies. There's actually 21 other items that we potentially could be billing for various customers, excluding our electric, gas, and water components on the bill. So there's 24 total items that we are could be billing for as what we call third-party fees. And so a typical Memphis residential customer, City of Memphis customer, will have 8 of these items. They will have the everything in this first four columns, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then this vector fee, Shelby County vector fee. You would see that on your bill as what's called a mosquito and rodent fee. That's that 75 cents that you see on your bill. So I just wanted to emphasize that a typical City of Memphis residential customer will have almost 8 total items on their bill. And to me, this is kind of the heart of this whole message, is that, you know, for one of those typical City of Memphis residential bills, I just want everyone to realize that almost 27% of what's on that bill is what we call non-MLGW charges. And I've listed those here: the sewer, solid waste, stormwater, street light, and vector fee. So 27% of the bill are comprised of those items. Only about 26.5% is what MLGW keeps to maintain and operate our systems, electric, gas, and water. And then about 47% of what we collect from a typical customer goes to pay our TDA power cost invoice, and then the natural gas suppliers that we talked about in our earlier presentation. So just, you know, keep this in mind. 27% is non-MLGW charges that are on the bill. And this is the last slide. I just wanted to give you an idea of the magnitude of the money that we do collect on behalf of these third-party these agencies. And, you know, of course, the City of Memphis are at the top. They comprise about 86% of the $256 million that we collect is with the city's fees. But that's the last slide I had of the presentation, Chairwoman Robinson. And if there are any questions, we'll be glad to take those.
Okay, Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair, and I appreciate you all for coming with the presentation. I requested the presentation on the bill because of the fact that in talking with the constituents, and I hear so many people talk about their MLG&W bill, and I noticed that they are not cognizant of the fact that a large portion of the bill, or I'm not going to say large, right here it looks like a third of the bill is not light, gas, or water. These areas are important and we have to pay them. In some places, they pay them all separate. They come as separate bills. But in Memphis, it's all one bill. So, as we contemplate whether we're going to stay with TVA, leave TVA, what MLG&W is doing, how the bills go up and down when we're looking at the storms and the citizens, I want to make sure they're always informed and can speak to situations from a point of knowledge and empowered with the correct information. Because if you are recommending your council member vote one way or the other, and it's based on incorrect information or not fully knowledgeable of the situation, you could be encouraging them to vote for something that you really may not want later or didn't really process. So as council members, I just feel it's important that we make sure our constituents are informed and they're actually looking at the issues from all perspectives. I kept hearing that we have the lowest combined utility rate for a number of years. And, when you tell people that, but they look at their bill, it doesn't register. So, I would encourage you all, I would encourage the public to actually take a look at what you're being billed for and realize that some of that is not your light, your gas, or your water. But those things that are added could, be separate bills, but we receive them as one. So I'm not speaking to whether it's good or bad. I just want the constituents to be informed. And I do appreciate MLG&W breaking it down. I really wish they had a dummy bill so we could actually show people where that is, because one thing that people in Memphis mention all the time is their MLG&W bill is too high. So like I said, I just want us to continue to stay informed with knowledge that can empower us to make the right decisions as we move forward, because we're here to be the voice of the constituents. So thank you for taking the opportunity. Thank you, Chairwoman. I yield back.
Thank you. I think we all can agree that our cable bill probably higher than the MLGW bill. Let's go on. Councilman Jones.
You're right about that, Madam Chair. Look, I was working on just a quick spreadsheet. I didn't get it up in time, but one of the things that I think we have to keep in mind is that every customer, in essence, is given the equivalent of a credit card, if you would, with a $2,400 limit. That's because they will not be cut off if their bill is $199 or less. And it's my understanding that they can carry that indefinitely. And I think that takes into account some of the fees that are not related to the three utility services that are provided. But the quick, when we talk about poverty, and we'll have the discussion about what type of wages that we are subsidizing, if someone, and I want to, just quickly address the whole energy burden, which is taking what would be somebody's average monthly bill, what someone's average utility bill on an annual basis would be. So if we say that it's $200 per month, that's $2,400 a year. If that person earns $12 per hour and they work 2,000 hours a year, they have an energy burden of 10%. However, if we're looking at a scenario where we can do some things to incentivize $15 an hour, magically that energy burden goes to 8% from 10, and we didn't do anything to adjust their bill. We need to focus on the poverty wages that we incentivize in our community. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. I kind of want to piggyback on what Councilman Jones just said, but we need to keep in mind, regardless if we get to 15 or not per hour, we're dealing with reality. And reality still is the cost for electricity, power for a third of our population is between 10 and 13%. And we need to be addressing that issue first. And, because that's what we've been dealing with. And I'd hate to be basing it on what may come in the future. But in actuality, we need to try to find ways to adjust the cost of utility services. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. I don't see any other questions in the queue. Now we're going to item number 2, and it's a presentation by MISO that will be done by Melissa Seymour, but I'm going to allow Councilwoman Johnson or Councilman Corbett to share before that presentation, why they asked for this presentation. Councilwoman Johnson.
Okay, is Corbett around, and would he like for me to go forward? That's my question. With the chair.
I just got here. I'm sorry.
Chairman, I think the item that she's referring to is what you were going to add in executive.
No, I don't think this is it.
No, this is the MISO presentation.
Yeah,
that's absolutely correct.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I will go forward then. Thank you for the opportunity. I want to first say that we know MISO has made a presentation to the council in the past, and MISO is interested in participating to meet the power needs of Memphis in the near future. But in addition to that, at our last council meeting, we did hear a presentation from TVA, and there were some comments in that presentation that inferred to MISO or other nonprofit agencies. And I think that those individuals should have an opportunity to come back and give their side of the story in regards to how they would approach a situation which Texas experienced 2 or 3 weeks ago.
Okay.
Thank you. So at this time, thank you.
Ms. Seymour?
Yes, good afternoon, council members. Thank you for having me today. I appreciate the opportunity to present to you again. I will be looking at, similar to what JT and Rod did, present sort of an overview of how we did during what we're calling the Arctic weather event that we saw. So I'm going to just spend a little bit of time talking about how MISO prepared for that event and a little bit about what happened to us during the event, because we did have some issues that I want to bring up. So before I do that, just a quick reminder who we are. MISO does stand for the Mid-Continent Independent System Operator. We are independent, we're not for profit, and we're a regional transmission organization that really goal is to safely deliver reliable and cost-effective electric power across our 15-state footprint and the Canadian province of Manitoba. So we're responsible for maintaining this system reliability and really facilitating wholesale transactions across this large multi-state footprint. So you can see here, this is similar to a slide that MLGW presented on what other RTOs are out there. The light blue area shows MISO in relation to our neighboring U.S. electric grid operators. MISO is one of a handful of those regional transmission organizations, which really control the high voltage electric transmission grid. And we are regulated by the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. For MISO, we have separate control areas, centers in 3 locations, one in Minnesota, one in Indianapolis, Indiana, which is our headquarters, and then one in Little Rock, Arkansas. You can see here that we're intertwined with our neighboring RTOs, and the RTO borders that you see rarely have anything to do with state borders. They're usually dictated by who joins as a member. To the right here, you can look at our key stats. So our members do cover part of 15 states and serve about 42 million customers. We conduct wholesale power markets that clear between 25 and 30 billion annually, but we don't make, buy, or sell electricity ourselves. We actually coordinate with over 6,000 generators and almost 70,000 miles of transmission lines. But again, we don't own or operate any of these physical assets. Our members do that. Our annual value proposition is we save about approximately 3.5 billion a year. We have over 190 members, but our membership is voluntary. So that means our members can leave MISO if we're not adding any value to them. The takeaway here is that MISO is very big. So the scale and scope and diversity it brings are important aspects of our value. So I've mentioned this before, but the easiest way to think of MISO is like the air traffic controller of the power grid. We manage the flow of the transmission to minimize congestion and maintain reliability. Our markets select the most reliable and efficient supply resources, and we have processes to determine which resources are needed at what time in order to supply the power at the lowest cost and maintain reliability. This is what gives the consumers that receive the power the most sense to produce, and it's the value we create. It's important to know that these markets exist not only to provide the benefits I described, but to serve as a means to manage congestion on the transmission system. It sends market signals where you don't have them without just other broad-based operational tools. So it provides you more tools in your toolbox. So as an independent nonprofit, our compass is clear. Our primary objectives are reliability and low cost to consumers. So turning to the event, as JT mentioned, the Arctic weather event that occurred the week of February 14th was among the most extreme weather events that has occurred in the South. We had multiple days in sub-freezing temperatures and double-digit snowfall topped with significant ice accumulation. It made for an unprecedented event. Everyone responsible for delivering power, whether you're an RTO, a transmission owner, an IOU, a cooperative, or municipal, has the same goal: to avoid a catastrophic scenario where communities are without access to electricity when they need it the most. One of the primary values of being in an RTO is that if an emergency does exist, we maximize the use of the system, including the generation and transmission that our members have made available to us. MISO, like its other member utilities, wants to avoid disrupting power, especially in extreme weather conditions when it's needed the most. Load shed is a last resort step taken only after all resources have been exhausted. Our members delayed maintenance and refueling efforts and brought back plants into service to contribute every megawatt possible to the effort. So one of the objectives of MISO, including the use of load shed as an option, is to avoid uncontrolled cascading outages that can severely damage equipment and leave customers without power for extended periods of time, possibly even weeks and months after an event. If power must be disrupted, the objective is to create conditions with the least impact as possible. MISO and its members plan for peak periods, and these periods, like we've seen in the winter through ongoing exercises and preparation. So if you look at the activities on the right, these were things that MISO and the members performed in advance of the February event. So we did have a winter readiness workshop with our members. MISO issued informational advisories and cold weather alerts through its automated system in advance of the February event. As I mentioned, our members committed additional generation in advance of the need. We extended the run times for the generation resources, to avoid them having to start and stop in the cold temperatures. And we confirmed generator and transmission outage plans. One of the questions that came up, I think, was the interconnectedness of our system and the importance of that during an event like this. So this slide focuses on the big picture. These are the transfers of megawatts between the regions and the RTOs in the Eastern Interconnect during this time. And it illustrates how important these inter-regional transfers are in a time like a February event. One advantage of MISO is having a large, diverse footprint that we have several options to manage power flows and send it where it's needed. This chart shows key interregional transfers on February 15th through the 17th. It does not show all the neighboring interfaces, just the big ones for illustrative purposes. The flows we saw during the event aren't typical of what we'd see on a normal day. MISO imported a significant amount from a neighboring RTO called PJM, averaging about 10 gigawatts. The graph shows our neighbors in the north, including Manitoba and Ontario, also exported energy to MISO. The reason PJM, Manitoba, and Ontario were able to import a significant amount of energy to MISO was because they were not experiencing the extreme weather that we were. And MISO markets were actually sending out power to our neighbor SPP up to 5 gigawatts until we had to throttle back around the morning peak with our own challenges in the South. So this illustrates why you want to be part of a big RTO. In electricity, you never want to be an island like ERCOT. You want to have access and reach to get help from distant neighbors. That diversity and reach across a broad footprint is key, and MISO benefited from being at the crossroads of sorts in the middle of the Eastern interconnection. Finally, MISO did not experience the prolonged duration, widespread customer outages like they did in part of Texas. But on the evening of February 16th, system conditions required MISO to issue a directive to shed customer load in the southern part of our MISO footprint. Realizing the stability of the grid was in danger, MISO operators directed our local balancing authorities in the south to collectively shed about 700 megawatts of customer load to avoid widespread cascading outages. Those local balancing authorities were in Arkansas, Mississippi, Texas, and Louisiana. They were given a pro rata share of their load shed from their systems. The entities determined which utilities and then customers would be impacted. The load shed event lasted about 2 hours and 20 minutes. We also experienced some local transmission system issues that required us to shed local customer load in areas of eastern Texas, north central Louisiana, and southern Illinois. So bottom line, MISO is not immune to the impacts of the Arctic weather event. However, while it's not impossible for the MISO footprint to experience a similar situation to what happened in part of Texas during extreme conditions, we really have differing elements to help avoid those situations with our interconnectivity internal to MISO and with adjacent systems, and our vertically integrated market structure, so we're not exposed to wholesale market prices. That concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to take any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. We have several members in the queue. The first member, it looks like it's Councilman Smiley.
Hey, thank you, Madam Chair. I have a couple of questions. I think a couple of them you already addressed. But what were the primary sources for generation during the severe weather events?
Excuse me, just 1 minute. Let me make sure. Councilman Canale, I see you. I'm sorry, I skipped you. I'll come right back.
In front of me.
Okay, go ahead.
Smiling, go ahead. I'll go after Smiling.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so did you get the question?
Yes. So what were the sources of generation that we relied upon during the event?
Yes.
Yes, so we had a number of different type of resources. We had coal resources, natural gas, we had nuclear facilities, wind facilities in our footprint, a little bit of hydro, and we also had load modifying resources, which are demand response resources that provided us megawatts during the event.
Okay, and then were there any transmission limitations that you experienced during, this most recent severe weather event?
Yes.
So,
okay. Yeah.
Explain it.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Sure. Yeah, that was what I mentioned. We had 3 transmission situations where we had 3 transmission lines that were out of service for a minimal period of time in 3 different locations. One in eastern Texas, one in north central Louisiana, and one in southern Illinois that required us to have some load shed for minimal periods of time until the transmission could come back up and be restored.
Okay. And then what type of price fluctuations did you all experience during the weather event? I'm just gonna call it the weather event.
Yeah. So we had prices that were reflective of the issues that we were experiencing, especially in the southern part of our footprint. Our prices went up and I think there was a chart by MLGW that included some of this, but our prices went up sometimes in the $1,000 a megawatt hour for hours in that range. You can see the prices are different depending on the transmission that's interconnected them and the amount of generation in the area. So wholesale prices did reflect a lot of the fuel issues that we were seeing with respect to natural gas, because usually natural gas facilities will set the price. So we saw some price spikes and some increases in prices over what you regularly see as a result of the event.
Okay, so I guess my question then, I'm gonna try to tailor it to Memphis, because I mean, that's my concern right now. How does it affect the people in the city of Memphis? Assuming that MISO was, already a part of, what MISO supplied us power, how could you anticipate, what our rates would be? Because you mentioned, I think some of your customers experience, I guess, price rates into the thousands. I think that's what you indicated. How could you, I guess, it's speculation at this point, could you speculate on what would happen if you all were connected to MLGW during our most recent severe weather event?
Right. So one of the things that I think JT pointed out and Rod pointed out specifically is the only way you are exposed to those types of power prices if you aren't properly hedged. So if you have enough generation, your generation is getting paid those prices and your load is paying those prices. To the extent you have a match, there's no impact to you. So the only way you could be impacted is if you went into the market without being properly hedged with enough generation to meet your load.
Miss Melissa, is it Seymour or Seymour?
Seymour.
Seymour. Okay, so Miss Seymour, properly hedged. Define that for those of us who have no idea what you're talking about. I'm assuming you mean, whether we have existing generation on our own. I don't really know.
Yeah, so it could be existing generation or generation that you've contracted for, where you have enough generation that's being produced to meet the amount of customer demand that you have. So to the extent that you have a match in the amount of generation that you've either procured or that you have built, and it's running to meet that demand, then you're not exposed to those power prices.
Okay, let me ask you this question, and I feel like I'm being a lawyer. I'm sorry. Okay. What would Memphis need to do to be properly hedged, assuming that we said let's sever ties with TVA and go to MISO?
Yeah, it would need to, and I think this came out of its IRP that was performed for Memphis. Is it really needs to have probably a mix of generation that it owns and operates, and the amount of procured generation that it procures for the market.
Okay, and then my last question, that helps me a lot better understand. Now I know what properly hedged means. So I'm just going to use it in random conversations, y'all, just so I can say I know what it means. But so let me ask you this question. What does MISO, or I guess kind of briefly just talk about the policy that MISO, like, I guess let's put it this way. JT, well, President Young mentioned that MLGW goes through certain procedures and protocols in any event of severe weather. They're preparing now because tomorrow is going to be ugly for us. In the event that there is severe weather coming to Memphis, what would MISO do to prepare? And I'm sorry to reference everything to Memphis, but
no, that's
everything's Memphis.
Right. So as Memphis being a member of MISO, we spend a significant amount of time preparing when we see these events coming in advance. We send out alerts. We talk to their members on an ongoing basis from our control room to talk about how we can get ready for the events. In the event, we have a system to have direct input with our members so that we can have dialogues with the members about how to get ready. And so we would be pretty much behind the scenes of Memphis, telling them how what system conditions were occurring and how they could prepare and get ready for the event. So we're in constant dialogue doing that. In addition to our regular winter preparedness events that we do already in advance of a season, and looking at different maintenance and reliability outages that are taken from our generation units.
I'm assuming that means you all would open up an office in Memphis because we want to be treated special.
You want to be treated? Well, Our Little Rock office is probably as close as we might get to Memphis, but it's not that far away.
I know Little Rock. I've lived there for 5 to 6 years, know the mayor well and some of the members of their board of supervisors, but I'm gonna say it this way. We feel like we're LeBron James. We would like to be treated like LeBron James. And with that, I digress. Thank you so much for your entertaining me with listening to my millions of questions. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Ms. Seymour. And with that, I yield.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Let me go on to our next Councilman Canali, and may we have a few minutes of your meeting because you come up next.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. Councilman Smiley asked a lot of the questions that I was going to ask, but one thing for you, Ms. Seymour, thank you for your presentation, is follow up on one of his questions is that if we just get the cost of transmission to join MISO and leave TVA, that's not a complete picture. Is that accurate? Because you're saying that if we have another event like this and we have to be part of the group that is shed, we have to have alternative sources to be able to hedge, to be able to provide our own generation. Would that be correct?
Yeah, I think I think your IRP did a very good job of identifying what the lowest risk, most reliable thing would be for Memphis, which is a combination of purchasing as well as owning and operating generation.
Okay, but just getting an idea of what it would cost to purchase our electricity, our power from MISO does not give us a complete picture, does not give the ratepayers of Memphis a complete picture of what could happen at an event like this.
Right. I mean, if you have a good supply demand balance, then during an event like this, you probably are you'll probably be more immune to price fluctuations than you would be if you didn't. I think that's probably one of the lessons learned from ERCOT, that you don't want to tie yourself directly to the wholesale market, because these events could occur, although you would be getting a big benefit in the majority of the time, because wholesale prices are usually below retail rates considerably. But if an event like this occurs, then you're exposed to those prices.
Okay, that's all I had. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. I just had some clarifying questions as she went through her presentation. Ms. Seymour, for the outages that were experienced, I know you said there were no prolonged outages, but how long were they actually?
So the outage that was the load shed that I mentioned in the 4 states were 2 hours and 20 minutes. The customers were out for 2 hours and 20 minutes during that event. And that outage was primarily due to a lack of supply. So the generators who usually supply the power had issues with the generation units. Either they had issues getting fuel or freezing, or some other issue that made them not be able to operate. And so that's what caused that outage. But the total outage was 2 hours and 20 minutes for that load shed event.
Does that answer your question?
Okay. And so it led me to another question. I know we have we're kind of pressed for time, but does that, so were those controlled unloadings the only outages or blackouts or issues experienced, as Councilman Smiley said, during that weather event?
We had transmission outages in other parts of our footprint where the transmission line went down in certain parts of our footprint. I'm not as familiar with what, I know one of the outages was about 40 minutes. I think the one in East Texas lasted quite a bit longer than that until they could rebuild the transmission system or the transmission line, or reinstate the transmission line. I'm not exactly sure how long that outage for that local area was. I apologize.
Okay, no, that's fine. And because a constituent had asked, and I was wondering as well, and I saw it on Twitter, I think, are rolling blackouts a thing for MISO? Is that dependent on like the geography of where it is, or what is that dependent on?
So a rolling blackout just means that if you don't have enough generation in an entire big area or pocket of customers, then you divide the outage among the parties that are impacted, and they decide which customers get the outage at a time. So it kind of rolls across the system, which is kind of why it's called a rolling blackout. This is the first time MISO has had this situation in the southern part of our footprint, where we had multiple states impacted by a loss in generation that required us to do that rolling blackout.
Okay. Do you think if that was if this was to happen and Memphis was on the list of we got our energy supply from you, would we have to be subjected to a rolling blackout of that sort?
So we are in MISO, we're in a mutual insurance pool. So that means all of the members of MISO experience similar actions depending on how their footprint, what part of the footprint that they're in. So I can't say that that Memphis would be immune to having an outage situation if the system were in a similar instance back in February that we saw. But if they would have had generation, it might have helped support the area in the south, and we may not have had the situation that we ended up in the southern part of our footprint.
And just to be clear, when you say had generation, you're talking about what you were explaining earlier.
Yes.
Whether you build your own or, okay. Okay, wow. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Sharon. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's my understanding that part of the problem with the production issue in the southern tier had to do with the cold weather and nuclear plants having to power down. Do you have any idea if those nuclear plants are the same generation as the TVA nuclear plants? And if they'd experienced a similar type of cold, they would have the same issues?
Yeah, I think the nuclear generation that we had to be powered down because of a transmission constraint this time. So I don't think their issues were as weather related as we have had in the past with some of the nuclear facilities that we've seen that might trip offline. But they were powered down to avoid some transmission congestion this time. But no, we have seen generation across our footprint, all types of generation have issues in these cold weather events. They're not immune to having problems.
The transmission congestion means that you've got difficulty because the lines that are taking the power were affected by the extreme cold.
Yeah, so the power couldn't move across our system, so from point A to point B, and we were having too much power flow, so we had to back down a generator to allow more power to flow across the line. It was just causing too much a throughput on the line. So that was one of the issues that we had because of the direction of the power flow. It was causing some congestion issues, and it wasn't allowing us to move the power that we needed to the source.
Was that due to lack of an adequate number of lines to send the power, or was it due to cold and how that affected the lines?
It was actually both, but the cold weather did impact the flows, which impacted the lines. And then there weren't as many in that direction because power doesn't normally flow that direction. It was flowing toward the cold weather, and it was just a different flow pattern than what we normally see.
So if for some reason Memphis joined MISO, would it be in the interest of MISO to try to build increased transmission lines in our direction so you could have reserve from us and we could give you reserve? I mean, is there a reason that you want us for that reason?
Oh, absolutely. The more transmission that we have and the more resources we have, the more opportunities we have to prevent an issue like we had before. If Memphis would have had the amount of generation that it was contemplating in its footprint, and we have the transmission ties to the rest of MISO, we may have prevented some of the load shed that we had before, because your weather wasn't quite as severe cold as what we were seeing with the other generators. So if it was performing, it would have actually helped the whole MISO system.
Now, as we're looking at this and we're trying to think about cost of a conversion, would MISO take that into consideration about how much it would be costing us if we were going to be a contributing member, and would there be sort of a tax on other members to help us join to provide this, I guess, additional service and ability to help you guys out?
Well, it is a mutual pool. So what happens is when you join it, when Memphis joins, the entire footprint's cost will go down because we share in the cost of running MISO. So it provides a benefit for the system. The actual cost to join MISO is relatively small as a total percent. But what it does do is everyone receives a benefit from you being there. And I think I think that benefit will be spread to all members of MISO if you join.
And would you say that the cold weather that you dealt with was any different from the cold weather that was in the TVA location? And if so, how?
Yeah, I think the map that I had showed and that JT had showed, I think that we had a little bit more severe in the Texas, especially, and maybe Western Louisiana portions of the footprint. So the freezing and the issues of the generation on those portions of the footprint probably were probably more severe than what you saw in the Tennessee area.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Look, got a couple of questions here. I want to go back to the map that you showed of different regions where you had the transference of energy from one section to another. So if you would, and maybe I'm thinking about these huge lines that you may see on the interstate. I'm taking it that that's how that electricity is transferred, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So in each area, who's responsible for the cost of constructing those? Would it be, if it were Memphis joining MISO, would it be Memphis's responsibility to build those transmission lines?
Yes, Memphis, if Memphis wants to be a part of MISO, Memphis would at least would be responsible for building the line, or they could partner with somebody else who would like to build the line for them. But at the end of the day, Memphis would bear the cost of the transmission line.
Okay. And so when you say that everyone receives a benefit, but that's not a financial benefit per se, is it? You know, to basically, we're getting money or help in order to offset some of our construction costs.
Right. So you're not going to be, everybody's not going to be giving you money to offset your construction costs. Your construction costs would be to join MISO, and the joint benefit that everybody would get is you would get to participate in the MISO market, which is, the wholesale power market that we have here. At potentially lower prices than you get power today, and everyone else would get a benefit by your participation in the lowered administrative rate because there's more megawatts in the pool, and our administrative rate is based on that, how much we have.
Okay. Now you said that this was the first time you've had this experience in the South, but I take it that perhaps in more colder climates up north, that this happens, it wouldn't be the first time it's happened before in those climates?
Yeah, so we have not had a load shed event that was caused by a generation issue in our north central portion of our footprint.
But you have had it in other parts, let's say in Chicago or Michigan and other parts?
No, we have not. No.
Okay. And then how much load shed took place during this winter event?
So the load shed that I talked to you about in the four states was about 700 megawatts for the 4 states. There was additional megawatts as a result of the transmission outages that we had in the different areas. And I'm not 100%, I don't have with me what the total number would be for each of those events.
Okay. And so you also spoke on that during the MLG&W presentation when we were talking about the spot prices, and that you said that you all went up to in the thousands. Now, what MLG&W said is that it went all the way up to 9,000. So there's quite a bit of difference between scratching the surface of 1,000 into 9,000. How high did MISOs go?
So that was ERCOT. ERCOT has a price cap of $9,000 a megawatt hour. Our price cap is $3,500 a megawatt hour. So it can go as high as $3,500 when we are in an event.
Okay. Okay, that's helpful. Now, okay, one of the things that I've heard throughout, I don't know if my colleagues picked up on it, was generation. You said if you have enough generation, without being properly hedged, or generation that you procured or generated, if you don't have enough generation, purchasing or operating generation. So what's being lost is the current Allen plant that MLG&W constructed provides about 1/3 of what our needs are. And that costs about $1 billion. So assuming that TVA didn't sell us that plant, and we need a generation ourselves, even if we don't generate our total load, to me, that's $1 billion to replace that. And so, throughout this discussion, colleagues, I've always gone back to the math. $1 billion divided by 900,000 of people of Memphis, just using rough math here, is a whole lot different than the math of, or it's way more expensive than $1 billion spread amongst 11 million. So generation, that cost will be borne by the ratepayers of Memphis. We can borrow it, we can use capital appreciation bonds, but the ones who still pay the piper and pay the expense for this.
We can't hear you. Your mic went off.
Whether we're talking about that $1 billion, whether we're talking about building 1/3 of it, building the whole 3 equivalents of the Allen plant that we have to build, that will be borne only by the people who live in Shelby County. We can talk about capital appreciation bonds, savings, and using that, but the cost still will be paid. And there's no financial benefit. They're not going to chip in and help us with the construction costs. So we're talking real dollars here divided by the second highest poverty rate in the United States. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Councilman Covet and Councilwoman Johnson for this presentation. This is one of the most important decisions that we'll have to make, so us spending time on it is greatly appreciated. One question that I did have, and I want to revisit the lack of supply that you mentioned, and it's kind of building on what Councilman Jones mentioned. And I would like for you, Ms. Seymour, if all possible, to break down your explanation. I want to make certain that my constituents in my district understand the terminology and the lingo. So at the simplest level, if you could describe or expound on the lack of supply and how that happened in MISO. I know you did mention that it wouldn't have happened it wouldn't happen if there was a good supply and demand balance. You also noted that if there had been a good lead-in, balance, and hedge. In simple terms, what does that mean, and how do you prepare for that in terms of locking up, the energy, I guess, if that's what you call it, for lack of a better word?
Sure. So we normally have, so our generation fleet, which is our coal, our gas, our wind, our nuclear, our hydro, normally in our footprint during the winter, we have a planning margin. So an amount of generation above what we need this year of about 40%. So a pretty significant amount of generation above our need in a winter time period. During this event, we planned the system for a 1 day in 10-year event. So we talked about, a 1 day in 100 or a 1 day in 30. We planned for a 1 day in 10 event based on historical weather information. And so that's how we decide how much margin that we need above our customer demand. What happened in this event was, even though we had that amount of margin, we had a significant we had more customer demand than was projected because of the cold temperatures that we saw. And so customer demand went up considerably. At the same time, it was the perfect storm. So at the same time, the generation types that I just talked about had issues remaining generating power. So they would, it could be a combination of not being able to get the natural gas for the gas plant, or having a frozen pile of coal for the coal plant, or wind having issues with icing on the blades. So we had a number of plants go offline and weren't able to produce the power. And so that created too much. We had more customer need than we had the amount of generation to meet it. And so that's what caused the issues that we saw in the South. It is unusual for that to occur because we do have a pretty high margin, but because of the unusual weather patterns and temperatures, that is what occurred on the system. Hopefully that helps.
Okay. And that is because you don't generate and you have to get it from somewhere else.
Right.
Do y'all buy from TVA at any point or any time?
So MISO is not able to buy directly from TVA because TVA has a law that prohibits them from selling it to MISO. They have a fence and they can only sell it to certain entities inside the fence. And MISO is not one of those entities, but we did get power from some of our other neighbors further east of us, and we got power from the north of us as well. So we were able, because of the electric connections among our entire footprint, to get that power that we needed when we needed it.
Okay, and you said that if with us coming on board, if we were to go with MISO, everyone would benefit because the cost will go down, the administrative cost or whatever would go down. However, if someone else left MISO, would that make the cost go back up, or would we lose that savings amount potentially?
Yeah. So if people we haven't had, we've only had one instance of people leaving MISO, and it does increase your administrative costs. We're pretty stable in our membership of the organization, so we try to keep costs to a minimum. And yes, but that does happen. Our administrative costs would get better marginally if Memphis would join. I think Memphis would see the benefits of lower wholesale prices that they could purchase from, and more ability to get different types of resources across our footprint. So there's benefits, I think, had for and people would be able to benefit by interacting with Memphis as well.
Okay, now my last question, thank you for that, for clarifying that. You said that you all keep a 40% margin generally, basically. What's the cost involved of having a larger margin, or more energy stored up per se for those times that you need more.
So
And who's in front of that?
our margin is actually that we're calculating that we're trying to hold is between 16 and 17% in the summer. We usually try to measure everything off a summer peak because we're a summer peaking system. The fact that we had 40% in the winter was just a result of what resources were on the system at the time that resulted in that 40%. So our equilibrium amount is between 16 and 17% for reliability. And the more that you hold, more reserves that you plan for, the higher the fixed cost of those resources. So if you have a higher reserve margin, or you're planning for a 27 or a 28% reserve margin, then everybody is paying the fixed costs and for that amount of energy being held that you may not need on a typical day. So what you're trying to do is get to a point where you have enough that you need for reliability for what we plan for is a 1 day in 10-year event. But we don't try to plan way above that because it would cost more for the end use consumer to keep that amount of reserves sitting there.
So do you all study, and I'm sure you do, how do you factor in trends or when it's time to move that fixed cost to another level? What do you look at? Because I know in Memphis, we have extremely hot summers. We have a lot of cold winters, but it gets very hot in Memphis. And so when you pull us on board, or if we come on board with you all, that 15 to 17%, would it have to be raised to a higher level?
It depends. It depends on what your profile looks like with the rest of the footprint, because the good thing about having 15 states is you have a little bit of diversity. So when it's hot in Memphis, it may not be the same hot in North Dakota. So you can share power across the system. So we look every year at your weather patterns, our weather patterns, how much generation we have and how much customer demand we have, and decide what that margin needs to be based on the age of the plants, the generation facilities, and based on your propensity to have higher demands. So every year we look at that and plan to a new level, and we develop a new level, and it's usually between that 15 and 17%. So I don't see that moving too much if Memphis would join.
Okay, so that was going to be my next question. You have already looked at our
Councilwoman Logan, can you kind of wrap up, because we're 30 minutes into the next presentation, the next meeting?
Most definitely. She answered my question. That 15 to 17% has already included our usage in the summer.
Yes.
Thank you so much for the information. Thank you. You're back.
Okay, thank you, Councilwoman Logan. Councilman Jones. Councilman Morgan, I'm sorry, Councilman Morgan is in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be brief. So one of the questions I have about how or why the protection in an extreme weather event is for us to be fully hedged. But in order for us to capture the value of being in MISO, we need to be able to participate and buy from the wholesale market. So that's the kind of either or that I'm having difficulty, that we can't have it both ways. If we're fully hedged, that means we either have contracts for power or we're in the production business ourselves, and every megawatt of power that we could possibly need is provided for. So in the case of an extreme weather event, we're not exposed to the spec market. But if we're not exposed to the spec market and every megawatt that we possibly need is accounted for, then we also don't need to go to that market in order to purchase energy, unless for some reason that energy on the market is cheaper than what we can produce in our own facilities. So then you need an entire trading floor to be able to determine when we cycle up and cycle down plants and purchase from the MISO market, the open MISO market, versus being in the production business ourselves. Because I imagine the contracts that we would have, we would still have to fulfill. So it'd be based on our own production. So it just, I don't see how we can be both fully hedged and try to take advantage of the value in the market. If we're going to be in the market, there's going to be a risk to be in the market. Melissa, am I saying that correctly? Or is there another scenario that allows for us to be both fully hedged and participate in the market other than cycling up and down our own facilities?
Well, so depending on your contracts and your facilities, remember that what MISO does is you would put in what your total costs would, your variable costs are for your facilities or your contracts, and MISO will dispatch them based on the least cost. So you're always going to get the benefit of whatever the least cost megawatt is to serve your demand, whether it be yours, your contracts, or something else that comes from MISO. And so you'll have that ability through the whole thing, through the whole time. So that's how you participate in the market, even if you have enough contracts or enough generation that you could be fully hedged. You'll always get the benefit of the least cost dispatch for your megawatts that you have to serve. But there are other methods of hedging beyond a physical contract for power. I'm not in the best position to tell you what all of them are, but there are folks out there that can give you more financial mechanisms to have hedges for power that aren't physical steel in the ground. So I think there's a number of ways that you can do, make sure that your load is protected in events like this.
Okay, thank you. I asked one question, now I've got three more, but we don't have the time for it. So appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. And before Councilman Jones, I do have one question. TVA currently purchases electricity from MISO, is that correct?
Yeah, I think they're able to make purchases. I just don't think they can sell outside the fence.
Okay, and do you have the information, because I asked this question, I think 2 or 3 years ago. Last year in 2020, how many days did TVA purchase from MISO?
Oh, I don't have that information. I could probably try to find. It might be more challenging. Might be better to get from TVA.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Jones.
Thank you. Councilwoman Logan, now I don't have a commodities license and don't do any that type of training, but a hedge is basically an insurance policy. When gas prices are low, and when gas prices were low, what you probably had the airlines doing were buying and locking in prices just in case or when they went high. However, the cost of that would have been lost if gas prices would have just gone lower than as opposed to going up. But hedging is basically an insurance policy.
Okay, thank you. Last question, and we move on to our next committee meeting, and that's by Councilman Chase Carlisle. And thank you for rejoining us.
Thank you, Chair. I'm in between internet connections, so I'm trying to do the phone thing and the video thing. But so a lot of good questions today, Ms. Seymour. I appreciate your presentation. I'm not sure where we're going as a body. Maybe people are trying to get comfortable, but it seems like we're having like a partial on-the-fly conversation about whether we should leave or stay, and people are still kind of starting to state and restate their positions. And so I'll just go back to the whole body and say, we either need to finish this process that we started or that MLG started and get this information in totality, and then start to ask some of these questions with real data and real information and real facts, or we just need to move on and stop jockeying on the fly with partial in rounds to make points. So we talked about, the bills do the power storm, and then we've got MISO coming in, and it's like, these are bits and pieces of information. And so I think what I'm saying is I think we've got to decide here soon whether or not we're going to compromise or not and move forward and finish the RFP process or put this thing to bed. But I don't think it's fair to our ratepayers and citizens to have, on the fly conversations about very complex issues. And so I will say one thing that I do appreciate from Ms. Seymour, which is, we've had a lot of conversation about the IRP process. And I think from MISO, we just heard that she's, and I'm just going to restate this or paraphrase, that we had a very good IRP process and it gave us some options that we should explore. And so I think it's important that we recognize that. And now that one of the alternative power suppliers has recognized that we had a good, well-vetted IRP process, we have an RFP from that. And we either need to pursue that or put it to bed. And so, those are just some of my comments. I do really appreciate all the questions, but again, I don't know if it's moved us 1 inch closer to doing anything just because we don't we don't have the information. So anyway, I hope, and I'll tell you all where I'm at. I'm happy to move forward with the GDS contract and get this information and finish this process. If you guys are, and if you're not, so be it. But as long as we get all the information in totality, we can have a meaningful conversation. That's where I'm at. Madam Chair, thank you for letting me take a moment. With that, I yield back.
Okay, thank you, Councilman Covet, and we're closing out. Thank you.
Councilman Carlisle, you said what I was about to bring up in executive. I'm bringing forward with Council Lady Johnson a resolution to kick the RFP process back off. We'll discuss it here in a minute. So we'll have the choice to, and this will be a next week. I'm just bringing it up here to make everybody aware of it, but we'll then get into it in the next meeting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. This meeting is now adjourned. Thank you for your presentations and your presence.
Colleagues, time is 2:12. This is the March 16th meeting of Planning and Zoning, and it's now called to order. Ms. Hayes, would you please call the roll?
Councilman Carlisle. Councilman Covet.
Here.
Councilwoman Ether Thomas.
Present.
Councilman Ford.
Present.
Councilwoman Johnson.
Present.
Councilman Jones.
Here.
Councilwoman Logan.
Present.
Councilman Morgan. Councilwoman Robinson.
Present.
Councilman Smiley.
I'm here.
Councilwoman Swearingen. Councilman Warren.
Present.
And Chair Canali.
Here. Thank you, Ms. Hayes. Colleagues, because we have been seated all day long and everyone needs the opportunity to stretch their legs, and I want to move items 1, 2, 3, and 5 downstairs without presentation, without recommendation. I do want to hear item 4 from Director Zena, because the TCA requires a 30-day notice before the council votes, so we cannot send this item downstairs this evening. It will come back before us on April 20th. Administrator Whitehead sent out the notices today. So at this point, item number 4 is a resolution adopting certain amendments to the Memphis 3.0 Comprehensive Plan, all council districts, sponsored by the administration. With that, I will turn it over to Director Zena.
I have one objection to your motion about items 1, 2, 3, and 5. Until we have a little bit more robust conversation on item number 5, I'm not comfortable with sending it with say 9 minutes. I'm happy to hear it downstairs, but not under say 9 minutes until we talk about it.
Sponsor, Councilwoman Logan, you okay with that?
I'd like to talk about it as well. So either we can talk about it here.
What's the rush for same 9 minutes?
Well, I can address that. We don't have to necessarily have same 9 minutes.
Okay, then if we can move it downstairs, we'll discuss it downstairs. Without same 9 minutes, it'll come back before us for a vote in 2 weeks. You okay with that? All right. Director Zena.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Councilman Canale. John Zena, Director of Division of Planning and Development. I have a brief slideshow that I will just talk through, but if I could get presenter status, I will put it on the screen. Councilman Canale mentioned that there is a 30-day required notice in the TCA for any amendment to the city's general plan. So what we are requesting is after the vote today, that it go downstairs to the April 20th meeting so that we have that 30-day window to run the notice and ensure that we meet that requirement of the TCA. Generally, what we are proposing as a part of this annual amendment, similarly to what we do with the Unified Development Code, bringing an annual look at some correction of errors, as well as any other changes that help us to ensure the focus, content, and progress of the plan remains up to date and relevant year over year. The information that that is in the amendment is the same that we sent to you in December and that I presented to you in December and in January. Generally, those are organized into four main tiers, we'll say. The first is some cleanup of some errors, particularly some missing labels or some labels on maps that were issues. The second tier is some map changes that we're proposing in roughly 10 areas. Those are based on a few different types of origins, one of them being small area plan recommendations, primarily from the Raleigh small area plan. The biggest group of changes is based on feedback from decisions that you have made, not only in particular cases, but in like areas as well. And then finally, we're removing 2,000 parcels from the land use map in areas that are no longer in the city of Memphis, specifically South Cordova. Third, we're seeking to change the definition to clarify between low intensity commercial and high intensity commercial, specifically to put more difference between those two, similar to what we have been doing with CMU1 and CMU3 in the zoning code, to where more neighborhood oriented commercial gets grouped into low intensity commercial, more auto oriented regionally based commercial gets grouped into high intensity commercial. And then finally, updating the appendices to adopt the two small area plans that we've done, Raleigh Town Center and Whitehaven Plaza, and then also two system plans that we've completed within the last year, the Complete Streets design manual update and the climate action plan. Again, this would need to go down today to the April 20th meeting. It was heard by Land Use Control Board on February 11th, approved unanimously with no opposition. I'm happy to answer any questions you have today, as well as return for a full presentation on the 20th.
Colleagues, I'm sorry, before any questions for Director Zena, can I get a motion in a second for item number 4?
Motion to approve.
Moved by Warren, seconded by Carlisle. Okay, questions for Director Zena. Councilman Carlisle.
Not me, bud.
No, you're not in the, it says you're in the queue. Okay, any questions for Director Zena?
If we might ask, I'm not sure. Are you saying this needs to be added on today? Because or do you just need it to go down on? Okay, so it doesn't need to be added on.
Yes, it will need to go down to the council meeting on April 20th.
Just making sure. Thank you so much.
No questions for Director Zena. Ms. Hayes, would you please call a vote?
Councilman Carlisle.
Aye.
Councilman Kovac.
Yes.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Yes.
Councilman Thank you. Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Johnson.
Yes.
Councilman Jones.
Aye.
Councilwoman Logan.
Aye.
Maybe off mic.
What happened?
I think a roll call muted.
Councilwoman Robinson.
Aye.
Councilman Smiley. Councilwoman Clinton. And Canale.
Swearingen, aye. Did you get Councilman Ford, aye?
I got it. Thank you.
Ordinance, aye.
And Swearingen, aye.
Got it. Got it. That item passes. Thank you. I think I changed my mind, colleagues. Councilman Colvett, if we could have 10 minutes, why don't we go ahead and hear item 5 in case we're going to hold it and bring it back in 2 weeks instead of discussing it downstairs. Why don't we go ahead and hear and take any questions? Okay. Item 5 is a resolution requesting a 245-day moratorium on the construction and opening of all new gas stations and used tire shops, and requesting the Division of Planning and Development to study the effects on the city of Memphis and propose zoning amendments that reflect said effects. All council districts sponsored by Councilwoman Logan. Can I get a motion and a second for this item?
So moved.
Moved by Warren,
Robinson.
seconded by Robinson. Councilwoman Logan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. This is a resolution requesting a I'm going to read it again. Requesting a 245-day moratorium on the construction and opening of all new gas stations and used tire shops, and requesting the Division of Planning and Development to study the effects on the city of Memphis and propose zoning amendments that reflect said effects. Whereas land use in the city of Memphis and incorporated Shelby County is regulated by the Memphis and Shelby County Unified Development Code, whereas within the last 3 years, the Division of Planning and Development has received 19 new gas station applications for special use permits, and whereas although the national average for gas stations per 10,000 people is 4, in Memphis, Memphis has 6 per 10,000 people, and whereas the proliferation of gas stations and used tire shops in our community of color is especially concerning, and whereas 60% of gas stations within the city of Memphis are currently located within census tracts that are 75% Black, and whereas the majority of used tire shops are located in or near communities of color, and whereas the proximity of gas stations and used tire shops to neighborhoods is diminishing citizen enjoyment of their community due to the various activities that may occur on these properties. And whereas we plan for a brighter Memphis in accordance with the Memphis 3.0 plan, we must consider whether more gas stations and used tires is in the best interest of our citizens and community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Memphis City Council issues this moratorium on the construction and opening of all new gas stations and used tire shops within the city of Memphis for a period of 245 days effective upon the adoption of this resolution. Be it further resolved by the Memphis City Council that the DPD shall study the effects of new gas stations and used tire shops on the city of Memphis. Zoning amendments in accordance with the results. And I so move.
Thank you, Councilwoman Logan. Councilwoman Johnson, I see you in the queue. However, could you hold on 1 second? I'd like for Administrator Whitehead, Josh Whitehead, to speak about this issue.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Josh Whitehead, Zoning Administrator with the Division of Planning and Development. I have been in conversations with Ms. Perry over the structure of this. So if there's any questions related to how we procedurally deal with moratoria, particularly with exceptions to moratoria, I'm available. But the biggest question I've gotten thus far is where did the 245 days come from? That's to lock this into the the timeline that we have for Councilman Warren's smoke shop moratorium. And both of these items would be heard during our 2021 annual set of amendments of the UDC. So that's where the 245 days comes from. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you, Chair, so much for the opportunity. That may, his last comment may lead into the answer to my question. What about all the individuals who have a made application? They came before this council, we gave approval, but they have yet to start the project. How would they be affected with this moratorium?
Mr. Chairman, may I?
Yes, sir.
Through you to Councilman Johnson. So if you have a city council approved gas station, you're not affected. This would only be for quote unquote by right gas stations. So if let's just say half of the gas stations out there are by right and half are require special use permit. So for those that require a special use permit, we will still process those to y'all. And essentially, when you approve your resolution approving the special use permit, if you were to approve that resolution, you'd be exempting that gas station from a moratorium resolution. For those by right, let's just say for that half of gas stations, they would be on a pause for 245 days unless they receive an exception through y'all, through a resolution adopted by the city council.
May I have an additional question, Chair?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
What do you mean by right?
So that's a great question, and I apologize. Sometimes I get wonky and don't. I use planning words before I know to use human words. So by right is a use that the table. So the UDC, the zoning code, has 500 something pages, but I often tell people there's really just 4 pages that are the most important pages of those 500 plus. That is the use chart. Here's all the uses under the sun, and here are where they are permitted by right. Here's where they are permitted by special permit approved by the city council or county commission. And here are where they are prohibited. So by right means there's a little check in that zoning district for this use, gas stations. And there would be no public hearing. There are no land use control board hearings, city council hearings. That property owner has a right to build that use in that zoning district, if that makes sense.
Okay, I thank you. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. I would like to make an amendment, so I'll do that later if you would allow. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you. Yeah, Josh, just to further your point about by right, like I buy a house, I buy a single family lot, I by right can build my home once I follow whatever landscaping requirements, whatever by the UDC setbacks. So so I think I understand where Councilwoman Logan is going here, which is we've had a lot of conversations about gas stations, but ultimately what you're saying is, hey, look, I'm still willing to hear things and Councilwoman Logan, this is a direct question to you. I'm still willing to hear things on a case-by-case basis, but I want to slow up the by right proliferation that's going on while we take a look at this. Is that a fair statement?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, we want to make sure, we've been having to deal with them they've been coming at us and there's so much going on. And I think we just need to kind of, like you said, slow it up and look at it because first of all, especially for used tires, we don't know what to do with them and they're everywhere. And until we have a handle on that, the courts are closed, for a time period. And then they're going to go back to the cases that they were seeing when they were closed. And we see tires everywhere, all, in our districts. And you may not see them in your district, but I see them all in my district and most districts.
We're the same district.
I know. I'm saying in general. If someone says, well, I don't see it, one of my colleagues, but we have a problem in Memphis. That's one thing. So until we get a handle on it, until we look at it and we look at the effects of it and what to do with it and what others are doing with it and all of these gas stations and not just the gas station. I don't have an issue with gas stations, but there's so much activity that that's surrounding the gas station, and we have so many in our communities, we need to hold up and look at the effect of it and how we're inundated with them. And I just say, let's
I hear you.
moratorium there. That's it. Nothing.
Yeah, I think I hear what you're saying.
Business, we definitely want business, but we have to make certain that it's responsible businesses and it's in the best interest of our city and our communities.
Yeah, I think too. I mean, I think, and again, not to generalize some of the specificity of this, we're talking about hard automotive services such as used tire, oil change, mechanics. I not necessarily mechanics. That's probably not fair, but I think I hear what you're saying, Josh. But and to the point that we already have. Do we have gas by right at this point? Did we not move something a few months ago to require special use permits on gas stations in general? This is just kind of doubling down on that.
That's accurate. Since I've been here, the city council, the county commission, and DPD have been nibbling away at the by right gas stations. Just a couple months ago, 1 month ago, we removed by right gas stations in the CMU1 zoning district. So this would be just another step in that direction.
And Councilman Logan brought up, I think, something maybe at the heart of the issue, which is, gas stations, but it's really that convenience corner store aspect. And Rhonda, hop in here and correct me if I'm wrong here. So we've got the gas pump issue. We have the gas pump component, but we have the convenience store. And sometimes there's convenience stores that open without the pumps associated with them. Is there any way for us to somewhat address that? Or is that just way too broad because it's technically a retail location? And maybe it's by percentage of sales of certain goods. Maybe it's, and again, I don't know, but I think that's part of what I think I'm hearing the issue, in addition to used tire shops and some other things.
Right. And
yeah,
if I'm
hop in here.
Chairman, I want to make sure that exactly what you're saying and all of the types of conversations around it, we have an opportunity to have the conversation before we're having to vote on another one again. And I do want to have that conversation and look at it, but I want to be led by the DPD so that it's an informed conversation and we're looking at it objectively and in the best interest of the city, as a whole. So having them involved, engaged to help with the conversation to frame it, I think would be good for us, because that's a part of it as well. Back in the day, you used to go to a gas station and you either get self-serve or full service. And now it's changed so much, even then it was considerate of the community and, helpful. But now there are a lot of things going on. We've heard so many people are getting shot, their cars ripped off. Carjackings, and just a lot going on. And I think we need to take a look at that as well.
No doubt about it. I think I'm supportive of what you're trying to do here, as long as, and I think you said it earlier, just to reemphasize, we are still willing as a council to take certain cases on under special circumstances, as opposed to just saying no to everything. And then so we can move this on. I do want to circle back with Josh and Councilwoman Logan at some point and figure out how we can address some of these locations that don't have pumps associated with them, but operate in the same manner that causes issues. Because that's going to be more nuanced, but I think that's part of this, and I want to make sure that we're on the same page. So I'm going to support Councilwoman Logan on this, and I appreciate it, and we'll take certain cases as they come on a case by case matter if they need to be accepted or not. With that, I yield back.
Thank you, Councilman Carlisle. Councilman Warren, you have the floor.
Yes, I just want to thank Councilwoman Logan for bringing this. And as we look at the ordinance we're going to send down today, hopefully in executive committee, we need to be mindful that part of that ordinance deals with the storage of toxic material underground, and we may want to have planning and development, Josh, look at that as it relates to the ordinance we're taking down today and how it might help him in the future with this gas station ordinance.
Thank you, Councilman Warren. Before I go back to Councilwoman Johnson, Councilwoman Logan, I agree with you wholeheartedly on the used tire shops. You are more than correct. We have too many of them. They are a hazard to our community. A blanket moratorium on gas stations causes me a little pause, mainly because I think that some of the new gas stations have benefited our community because they forced the bad ones to either upgrade their standards or shut the doors. So that I don't think that all gas stations are necessarily bad, and I don't think that they automatically invite bad activities into the neighborhood. In fact, I think that in some cases, they benefit the neighborhood because, like I said, it forces the bad ones that are already out there to upgrade their standards, or eventually they get put out of business. Those are my. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And I was going to respond to that if I may.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. In some cases that's true, but I've seen where even the good ones per se end up over time having challenges that they're not even able to address, such as the increasing homelessness. So, even there are some things that they are not even, looking to address when they open. They're clean, they're safe, and they, like you said, they would prompt the other ones to do better. But then they start having issues that they weren't planning on, or issues that they didn't foresee. And it doesn't matter if they're good or responsible or not, they're having to deal with the same issues. So I wanted that to be a part of the conversation. I do understand what you're saying, and I have seen some really nice ones, but at that, who comes to the gas station has nothing to do with what the gas station looks like or how, responsible they are. But I wanted that to be a part of the conversation. And I'm not saying ban the gas stations. I'm saying let's just take a minute to look at it and have the conversation and do some study, so we'll know when you're saying, good gas stations, what does that look like and what does that mean and what's our expectation and how can we regulate that, or how do we handle it moving forward? And it's not like we don't have enough right now. We have over what the national average or standard is, so there are plenty for us to use, but I just think we need to take a second and just kind of look at it before we go forward, because we've gotten several applications and we've had to go pull the chart on the national average, the state average, or how many, Memphis has as opposed to other ones. And, we're looking at on the news, you hear about a carjacking or a shooting or a woman pumping gas in her. I don't care whether it's a nice one or one that needs improvement. There's still carjacking and robberies and shootings and things at these gas stations and corner stores based on what we're hearing on media and based on the crime report and things like that. So my request with this and my intention is just for us to take a breather and look at it, be responsible as an elected body and take a look at it.
Thank you. Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. I think I'm going to withdraw the possibility of amendment. My concern was the effective date. But now that I've been informed that an individual may seek recognition before the council and request it, I'm happy with that. As long as they have an opportunity, those who really feel it's going to affect them one way or other. So thank you. I do support this resolution. And thank you, Councilwoman Logan, for your insight. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Jones.
So,
Go ahead, Ms. Logan.
no, you go ahead. I'm going to ask for.
I thought we were
done. I was going to ask for same 9 minutes.
Okay. No, I was just going to reemphasize the fact that Ms. Logan raised that we have a disproportionate number of gas stations already. And please, Mr. Nally, show me some where a new gas station has produced a better gas station that may be competing with it. I haven't seen many examples of that. I just haven't. And so with us having such a proliferation of gas stations, I think that until we can we need something like this until we can get a handle on things. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Do you still want this to go downstairs the same 9 minutes, Councilwoman Logan?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, colleagues, to recap, items 1, 2, and 3, we sent downstairs without presentation, without recommendation. Item 4 will be on April 20th meeting. Item 5 will be an add-on with same night minutes. Any other business before planning and zoning? We are adjourned.
Do we have to take a vote?
Wait, yeah, we need to take a roll call vote on 5.
Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Hayes, would you please call the vote on item 5?
Councilman Carlisle,
Aye.
Councilman Kovac, Councilwoman
Yes.
Easter Thomas, Councilwoman Easter Thomas,
Yes.
Councilman,
Can you hear me?
I can, thank you. Councilman Ford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Johnson,
Yes.
Councilman Jones,
Aye.
Councilwoman Logan,
Aye.
Councilman Morgan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Robinson,
Aye.
Councilman Smiley,
Yes, ma'am.
Councilwoman Swearingen,
Aye.
Councilman Warren,
Aye.
and Chair Canale.
Yes, that item passes. Now we are adjourned.
Thank you, colleague.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is March 16th, 2021 executive session of the Memphis City Council. Hereby called to order. Ms. Hyman, call the roll.
Councilman Canale,
Here.
Councilman Carlisle,
Present.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas,
Present.
Councilman Ford,
Present.
Councilwoman Johnson,
Present.
Councilman Jones,
Here.
Councilwoman Logan,
Present.
Councilman Morgan, Councilwoman Robinson,
Present.
Councilman Smiley, Councilwoman Swearingen,
Present.
Councilman Warren,
Present.
and Chairman Colvett.
And I am present. Chair observes a quorum. We have several items, but the first one, let's knock out the resolution to renew support for the neighborhood camera program designed to provide additional camera surveillance to all city council districts. This is sponsored by the administration. There is a request for same night minutes. Team, we heard this item as an update in public safety, and Director Rawlings asked us to get it approved today. So without objection, I'm adding that on to the agenda. Is everybody okay with that?
What? Move it.
Hearing no objection, we're going forward. Let's go with a vaccine distribution updates. All council districts requested by the city council. I believe the mayor is on, and Chief McGowan. Mr. Mayor, you have the floor, sir.
I'm going to just turn it over immediately to Doug McGowan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Brooke, if you could let me share my screen again. It was there a minute ago, but not now. There we go. All right. Okay, good afternoon, council. Hopefully everybody can hear me all right. Providing an update on vaccination program so far. This is a busy chart, but I do want to let you know that we have a data dashboard that drives everything we do since we have taken on this vaccination challenge. As you know, 21 days ago, we were given the responsibility for vaccinations. Since that point, you'll see that just through our efforts alone, we've done 91,500 vaccines at our public vaccination sites. That includes our fixed sites plus our pop-up pods. We've done another probably 15,000 through our community partners at the health system. So we're well north of 110,000 just since we started. The overall community is over 225,000 vaccinations that have been administered. We've driven the wait time down. You all were aware of the very lengthy wait times. The wait time is now hovering between 9 and 15 minutes. That means we're about right on target for where we want folks to be. And then we have an equal distribution all across the county at all of our sites, including our pop-up sites, which are very focused and targeted on specific neighborhoods, which is exactly the direction that we want to see, that equal distribution. Further to the point, as soon as I get down here, go to my next slide. Okay, next slide. All right. Sorry, y'all. Trying to get to the next slide here. Okay. I apologize. Having a little difficulty with my screen. There we go. This is our vaccine inventory. I again apologize. I'm not sure what's happening with my computer here. There we go. Here's our vaccination inventory. You can see that we currently have 38,670 doses in-house. Those are held in frozen at Regional 1 and Poplar Healthcare and some at the Memphis Fire Department. I'll call your attention to the right-hand side of the chart that shows anything that we have thawed and the number of days that are remaining. You can see that we have about 3,500 doses that were thawed. That's to help us administer doses today at our pods all across the city. If those are not put into arms, we'll put them back in the refrigerator. We have 4 more days. This is one of the issues that caused the vaccine to be transitioned over to us. So we have a very good tracking system here for our vaccinations. You may look at the 38,000 and say, gee, that's a lot, but recall that we have 39,000 slots for appointments this week. So we intend fully to use almost all of that this week, and we'll be receiving more as we go. Trying to get to the next slide. Let's see if that works. Good gravy. Okay, so our system of delivery, how are we doing this? We have 5 fixed site pods: Lighthaven, Raleigh, Appling, Pipkin at the fairgrounds, and Germantown, Collierville. We also have every week pop-up pods. Those are targeted pods that are delivered with our community partners, and those are based on the vaccination rates that we see by zip code and by demographics. We've already completed pop-up pods with King Creek Church, Greater Community Temple, Anointed Temple of Praise, the Memphis Fire Academy, the Commodity Supplemental Food Program in South Memphis. Scheduled this weekend, it was supposed to be tomorrow, but because of weather, we've slid it to this weekend, the World Overcomers Church at Hickory Ridge Mall. And then on deck, as soon as we can get the partners to commit, we have South Memphis, Orange Mound, and Burr Clare pop-ups planned as well. We also have hospital and healthcare systems administering vaccines. We have a homebound and homeless strike team that will begin their work tomorrow. We have several other community partners that are doing this. Maritan and several private medical providers are doing homebound and homeless work. And then we also have clinic, pharmacy, and primary care providers who are also doing this work. The schedule and phase, we are currently age 65 and over. We're in phase 1C, which means if you're over age 16 with a comorbidity, and that is asthma, diabetes, high blood pressure, coronary artery disease, sickle cell, obesity, and a number of other afflictions that are listed on our website, you are eligible for a vaccination. And we encourage people to come out and get those vaccinations. So how are we doing so far? This is the map of the state of Tennessee, and current as of this morning, the number of vaccines that have been delivered by county. I will tell you that we are approximately 10,000 behind in our upload here. So we're a little bit north of the number that you see there of 224,000 that we have administered here in Memphis and Shelby County. This chart is something that we look at each and every day. This is the vaccination rate per 100,000 people. I think if you've listened to the task force briefings and or the press conferences, we have said that there are several zip codes that their uptake is lower than other areas of the city: 38115, 38141, and 38118 in the Hickory Hill Parkway Village area. We have had 2 pop-up pods there. One as recently as this weekend and another one coming this weekend. So there will be a total of 3 over 2 weeks there. We have had a pop-up pod in the 38127, the Memphis Fire Academy. And as I said, we are planning another pop-up pod for the 38106, 38114 area in the coming weeks. The map that is before you, the red are the pop-ups on those stars, the blue are the fixed site delivery points for vaccinations. Those are the places where we have the drive-through sites. We monitor this each and every week, and we will continue to do our pop-up pods and target them in areas where we see that we need targeting. This chart shows, in addition to what we are doing with our pop-up pods and what we are doing with our fixed sites, these are the providers in the community who all have public access to vaccines. I didn't want to clutter it up with all their names, but there are more than 50 on the chart. This is everybody from Walmart to Walgreens to CVS to up in the Millington area. There's Boatwright Pharmacy, all the way out in Fisherville. There's a pharmacy that's doing this, and a healthcare clinic. But you can see all over the city there are private providers who are providing access to public vaccination, and all of their locations will be listed on the City of Memphis website. So breakdown by race and ethnicity. You'll see that today we're about 44% white and 31.2% Black and African American. When we began this journey back in February, we were at about just right around 20% African American percentage as a percentage of the whole. So we are moving in the right direction, but we have more work to do. Largely, this is an effort of A, shifting phases, and B, targeting vaccine delivery in the areas where we know that there is a lower uptake of vaccine. Our plan ahead will continue our fixed drive-through sites. We will continue those flexible pop-up sites to meet those data-driven requirements. And that's largely a partnership with clergy and nonprofit agencies who will host those. And I know there has been discussion at council about that. We've met with the partners who are offering their services, and glad that more people are coming forward to be willing to host. We are going to continue to normalize the distribution through community clinics, medical offices, and pharmacies. We want there to be many points of access all across our community. We will continue that homebound and homeless population program, both the city doing that as well as our partners. And we're going to plan and prepare for a large uptick in distribution of vaccine availability. We know that that is coming. Part of the reason that we normalize distribution out to the partners is so that we at our drive-through sites can accept much more when we get a really large uptick in vaccine. And then we know that also getting the message out through influencers and other individuals, It's Our Best Shot as a messaging campaign. And we're thankful for our partners. I know that Pastor Norman, Fred Jones, and others have been a part of that messaging to get that word out to people that it really is our best shot to getting back to normalcy by having people engage in the vaccine program. So I believe that's it for today, and I'll take any questions that folks have.
Thank you very much, Chief. Councilman Carlisle, you're recognized.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Chief, Mayor Strickland, again, thank you so much for your role in the vaccine distribution. It's just incredible to see the turnaround, and I'm sure my colleagues have heard it just anecdotally, just the experience from showing up to receiving the vaccine, to the communication, to the follow-through. I mean, just everything has been, it's just an incredible change. And we knew it wasn't going to be without issues. One of those recently was the website transferring to the state and coming back. I appreciate you guys recognizing that there was an immediate problem and saying, hey, look, we're going to go back to Sign Up Genius, and then when the state's ready to receive us, we'll go back again. Can you talk just a little bit about, for the public, just kind of what was happening and why the decision was made, and then what you think, let's say over the next 2 to 4 weeks, we can expect as the public to sign up? Do you see us transitioning back to the state's website or staying with our current model now?
Well, I'll take that, Mayor. My 2 cents is we'll stay with the known quantity for the time being. We've had a great deal of success using that. The issues, Councilman, were quite frankly, the system never anticipated people receiving a vaccine out of phase. And as you know, there were volunteers who got their vaccine because they worked at the site. There were people when Shelby County was administering the vaccine, there were days when they had some vaccine that was about to go bad and they needed to put it into arms. Those people were not in phase. And so the system would not recognize people who were not eligible to be in phase for their second vaccine. So there was no way for them to schedule an appointment. And that was, hundreds and hundreds of people. Also, there were people that were having a tough time navigating the site. And if they stopped their application for an appointment, when they logged back in, it would block them from the site and make them actually start with a new email address. That was causing enough problems that there were 4,500 calls to the call center trying to rectify those issues. Since we had pretty good momentum, we had no desire to slow that down, and we went back to the known quantity immediately. It's less than 24 hours. That's just too many people who are having trouble navigating, and we never had that many issues with the previous sign-up site. So those were the reasons that we decided, largely the reasons we decided to make the switch back.
Thanks, Chief. I appreciate that. And again, we knew there would be hiccups, but I appreciate how swiftly you guys have addressed them. I've got 3 more questions. One is the Johnson & Johnson timing. I saw it on your slide presentation. I've had several people, pharmacists included, that are interested in a protein-based solution, and Johnson & Johnson in particular. Do you guys have an update for us in the public on when we might expect that to start rolling?
Well, the state received a small allocation. As you know, we only got a very small percentage of that. St. Jude received some. One of the private pharmacies received a small amount, and several of the providers who are doing some of the homeless and outreach work received some. The city of Memphis today, actually between today and tomorrow, we should receive about 500 of those doses. We anticipate using that for our homebound and homeless work because it's just difficult to reach folks, and Pfizer is tough to take in the field. I was just reaffirmed today, like an hour ago, that the state's not receiving any more J&J this entire month. We have made it clear, the mayor has made it clear, and I've made it clear that we expect to be at the top of the list when J&J comes out. So I realize there's probably as many municipalities and county mayors as there are in the state that want to be at the top of the list, but we believe that we need to be at the top because we do have a pretty large population that needs to be served. So we anticipate it'll be another couple weeks before we actually receive a large influx of the J&J.
Thanks, Chief. And then last two questions, you can take them probably in the same. They were on two different slides, but one was the Shelby, one was the vaccination rate per 1,000. And my question really is, I saw your source. Are they recording that based on the information provided by the recipient and their zip code, or is it where it was okay. And so, sorry, go ahead, Chief.
It's the race, ethnicity, and demographics, and zip code it's actually where that person lives and resides in Shelby County.
And then piggybacking off of that, I've heard anecdotally of a lot of people crossing, and this was really more in the month of January and into the middle of February, crossing state lines. The Daily Memphian and our other news outlets are posting data about the number of Shelby Countyans that have received one or both doses. And I guess my question just goes to, do we have, I'm sure it's accurate within an error, but do we have, I guess based on that number, do we receive that information from the state of Mississippi, or is that number potentially larger than what we know because they're under no requirement to report that to us and we wouldn't have any way of knowing?
That's right. So if you receive it in another county in Tennessee, it will be updated in Tennis and reflected as a Shelby County vaccine, no matter where you get it in the state of Tennessee. It's not that clean for the state of Arkansas or Mississippi if you went out of state. So quite frankly, I haven't dug that far into what the other state reporting is. We're just focused on getting shots in arms here, as many as we can. But there is a potential, Councilman, that could be slightly higher. But and then, as you know, the other data point is that the Tennis system, which tracks vaccines, providers have 24 hours to 48 hours to upload. So if we're doing 5,000 a day and the private providers are doing another 1,000, that number's almost 225,000. We're likely at the 230 plus thousand mark already. It's just a function of you're always going to be 24 hours behind in the reporting by the time they upload.
Sure. I think I guess really I was saying, I guess it's kind of a silver lining, good news. Unfortunately, we didn't have it at the time, but it may be, we may have more people that have received vaccines than we know, which is ultimately at the end of the day a good thing. So again, I just appreciate you and all the hard work that you've been doing, Chief McGowan and Mayor, for overseeing the transition and getting doses and arms. And again, I know we'll continue to run into issues and solve those and be transparent with the public, but just again, from the council, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you, Chairman. When we get that influx of Johnson & Johnson vaccines, will our sites be able to handle, or will we have to add or reconstitute or change how we do things?
We'll be able to handle it, Councilman. We've been juggling the Pfizer versus the Moderna. Quite frankly, it will be a relief. If you welcome anybody who would like, we'd set up a time for you to come and see the system we have to get that Pfizer out to the field. It's pretty complex and there's no margin for error. So our folks have managed Pfizer and Moderna at the same site, first shot, second shot, same site. So the J&J just becomes much less complex. We will very likely try to keep it as clean as possible. So, one site would have J&J, the other might have Pfizer, Moderna. It just makes it easier logistically to deal with it that way, but we will be prepared.
Okay, I was touring around and looking at the Pipkin last Friday, and it's just been night and day. From my experience there, when calendars run adverse to the leadership that we have in position there, with Tiffany Collins and Tiffany Wright that are doing a terrific job. And again, I want to say thank y'all for that. And I expressed to them, I'll express to y'all as well, if there is a problem in terms of a shortage of funding or a shortage of manpower or logistics or sites or whatever it might be, please don't consider it a hurdle or a problem until you just exhausted all possible recourses for that funding, which includes coming to us. You might be surprised what we're willing to allocate in order to make sure that this goes as smoothly as possible for everybody involved here in the county. So please don't be afraid to come to us as soon as you can with asks if needed. Thank you.
Absolutely will, Councilman.
Thank you, Councilman Morgan. Councilman Jones.
Thank you. And thank you for the presentation, Mayor and Chief McGowan. The question that I have is, do we have an overlay of the vaccination sites and perhaps the areas that have experienced the highest testing, positive test rates? And how are they corresponding?
The highest positive test rates, Councilman?
Yes.
Yeah, our team is working on that. As you know, we have the data from Shelby County, and today we're trying to import that so that we can put both test rates, vaccine uptake rates, and the number of vaccination sites on all together. Right now, I can look at two charts side by side and see that, but I haven't been able to merge it into one chart yet. But that's certainly something we're working on.
Because one thing that was, I don't have the data in front of me, but if we were to look at areas, what I would call a heat map, if you would, of those areas that had the highest positivity rates, the actual vaccination sites do not correspond with that. And so a question that I have, what are the barriers? Are there any barriers to us opening up more permanent sites that may be in some of those areas where we've seen the higher positivity rates?
Well, we'll take a look at that, Councilman. The positivity rate has changed over time. I will tell you that for a long period of time, the highest positivity rate was in the eastern part of the county in many of the municipalities, not necessarily in the city of Memphis.
Okay.
So it has morphed a little over time, and every week you have to look at the chart. And it's the way that Shelby County has done it, and we're trying to go back to figure out if we can see a rate of change map. What was done before was the quartile method. So there was always going to be somebody who's in the top quartile and somebody in the bottom quartile, and they just moved around. So you're absolutely right. We're trying to account for many variables, the demographics, the coverage, the mileage, and then also try to retain some flexibility so that we can, undoubtedly what would happen is I would put a fixed site somewhere that the next reporting cycle, it would be the highest vaccinated and the lowest test positivity rate, and then somewhere else would become the highest. So we want to maintain a little flexibility. And when I say a pop-up site, I don't mean to diminish it. It is every bit as capable as any other site with a very high volume of capacity and putting 500 to 1,000 people through in a day, just like we did in Fraser this weekend, where we did more than 2,000 over a 2-day period. So, but we look at that every day. Are we in the right spot? Are we delivering to folks who need it? And data is everything in this work.
Okay. Yeah, if you could, even if we don't have them incorporated into one document, if you could forward to me, just my edification, maybe those two maps that haven't been merged together yet, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Councilman Jones. Councilman Smiley.
Yes, I guess my question, we talked a lot about implementation of a program that specifically target the Black church. And I wanted to know, do we have a certain allotment for vaccines for that program? And if so, or if there isn't, do we plan on having an allotment for the program? I just want to know specifically if, I guess, how many vaccines are we slated to use for that program?
We don't have a specific allotment, Councilman, but I will tell you that there is plenty of vaccine available to us to do that. So typically the throughput for that program is between 500 and 1,000. And every week when we take an allocation, we make sure that we have enough to cover those pop-ups. And if I could just briefly give you an example, we want to keep our pod sites operating at full capacity. But if we had pop-ups and our pods could not operate for 6 days at full capacity, we would bring those pods back to we'd shut down a day or two so we could meet the pods. An example is we treated Shelby County schools and Bartlett and Lakeland schools and Arlington schools like a pod. And we delivered the vaccine. We drew up the vaccine and we had partners deliver the vaccine, put those vaccines in arms. So on those days, we fully had 3,000, 3,500 vaccines going to pop-up pods, and we only had 3,000 going to our drive-through sites. Those are first doses. So we always make sure that we have enough to do the pods. And our model is we want to do 5 fixed drive-through sites every day and at least 1 pod every day. And we just make sure that there's enough vaccine available to serve those pods.
Pods pop up, right?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Pods pop ups.
A pod is it pop up? Yes. So
okay, you just trying to make sure we're using the same way. Which got you.
A pod is just a point of delivery. So it can be a fixed site point of delivery, or it can be a pop up point of delivery. So we typically allocate about 1,000 to each one of those because that's a pretty good day's work for any one site is about 1,000 vaccines.
Gotcha. Understand. Thank you so much. And now I know what a pod is.
Sorry about that.
My father was proud of me.
Thank you, Councilman Smiley. Councilman Warren.
One thing I think we're going to need to be looking at, and you'll see them probably doing in the future, is with these variants that are out there, we're beginning to do more aggressive tracing to try to find the variants and where they're actually popping up before they become community spread. So they may be able to use this pod system to actually target very specific neighborhoods where you're beginning to see spread of the variants. So it's a really good system to have in place because we'll be able to go to neighborhoods and maybe stop community spread of these more aggressive variants that we know we have there now. So expect to hear about that in the near future. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Warren. Seeing no other members in the queue, anybody seeking recognition? Sounds good. In the time we have, and I know Councilman Canale doesn't want to hear this, but can we postpone our update on MLJ&W payment plans for businesses till our next meeting?
Well, it's both of us. I mean, as long as Dana and those guys show up with an actual plan, sure. If they don't, there's going to be hell to pay. How about that?
I think that's, I'm clear. I don't know about you guys. I'm clear. All right, so we're going to hold on that one. Before we go to the next one, I'm going to knock out our add-ons, items 36 through 41. 36.
One of the items one of the items that needs to be discussed is the add-on. So we might need to add it on before we do the add-on. Item number 3 in your committee is an add-on. DS resolution. That would be an add-on for tonight as well.
I'm sorry, what is the resolution you're referring to?
The GDS resolution that's been sent out to all the members, that's an add-on as well. So I just want to make sure we include it when you discuss the add-on.
We're not going to have, I don't see us having time to discuss it. I'll tell you what, let's try it. All right, let's go to item 3, colleagues, in the little time we have. Item 3 is a resolution awarding contract number 12218 for power supply consultants to GDS Associates in the funded not to exceed amount of $520,000 with additional conditions. Sponsored by Councilwoman Johnson. There is a request for same night minutes and an add onto the MLG&W fiscal consent agenda. Councilwoman Johnson, are you with us?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, staff, can you put that resolution up on the screen, please?
Chair, can we just move it downstairs without a recommendation and without objection and just discuss it at the regular meeting based on the clock?
No problem. Is there any objection to that? Sounds good. Goes downstairs. I think that takes me then to my business. Brooke, unless I'm corrected, same night minute add-on items are items 36 through 41. Item 36 is a resolution asking the city of Memphis to adopt and fund the Black Church Mobile Vaccine Site Program, all council districts, sponsored by council members Canale, Carlisle, Colvett, Easter Thomas, Ford, Johnson, Jones, Logan, Robinson, Smiley, Swearingen, Warren. Request for same night minutes. Item 37, substitute resolution opposing the Byhalia Pipeline, all council districts, sponsored by Councilman Ford and Warren. Request for same night minutes. Resolution requesting a 245-day moratorium in the construction and opening of all new gas stations and used tire shops, requesting the Division of Planning and Development to study the effects on the city of Memphis, propose zoning amendments that reflect said effects. All council districts, sponsored by Councilwoman Logan. Request for same night minutes. Item 39, an ordinance to protect public health and the environment, preserve the Memphis sand aquifer, and promote environmental justice. All council districts, sponsored by Councilman Ford and Warren. Item 40, a resolution awarding contract 12218 for power supply consultants to GDS Associates Inc. in the funded not to exceed amount of $520,000 with additional conditions. Request for same night minutes and as an add-on to the MLGW fiscal consent agenda. Item 41, a resolution to renew support for the neighborhood camera program designed to provide additional camera surveillance to all city council districts, sponsored by the administration. Request for same night minutes. Brooke,
Hey, Council.
real quick.
Chair.
Chairman.
As it relates
Please
to,
recognize.
okay, as it relates to, I guess the resolution, I think it may be 38, opposing the pipeline. Please note that it's a substitute resolution. I don't think we noted that.
As amended.
You're on the exact same page.
He announced it, but we will correct it to say it was sponsored by you, Councilman Smiley. The substitute was sponsored by you. We'll make that correction downstairs.
That's correct. It's a resolution, not an ordinance.
We don't want 40 on,
We should be recognized.
we don't want 40 on MLGW fiscal consent, right? So we want to separate it out so we can discuss it.
I'm sure we can separate the question.
All right.
All right, we good? Without objection, those are our add-on same night minutes are items 13, 14, 15, 16, 36, 37, 40, and 41. Staff, get that right?
That is correct.
All right, we got our same night minutes without objection. Good. Colleagues, also, I have no holds. Just letting everybody know. Is there anything else that needs to be addressed? Then we stand adjourned.